Hi everyone, welcome back. Before we get into the stories, I need to give a bit of a warning for story number 3, as it mentions child grooming, so if you want to avoid that type of content, now you know. And if you ever want to share a story, I have my website linked in the description, as well as a pinned comment. All that being said, let's get into the stories. And remember to always stay hungry. The story happened during my junior year of high school, so I was around 17 at the time. I live in a beach town in North Carolina, and I was in my first class of the day, physical science. We were working on our assignments, and the fire alarm started going off. Everyone thought it was a typical fire drill, so we evacuated the building as usual. After getting outside, staff started instructing us to get further away from the building, and we learned that there had been a bomb threat called into the school. We ended up staying outside in the football field for 6 hours, while law enforcement brought in the dogs and searched every single book bag in the building. Everyone got severely sunburned because it was around springtime when this happened, so it was really hot here in North Carolina. When they brought us lunch, it was frozen ham and cheese sandwiches, and they were frozen solid. Eventually, we were all given the clear to re-enter the building shortly before dismissal that day. I know this story isn't all that scary, but it really is when you think there's a bomb inside of your school and that everyone's safety is at risk. I really hope that none of you or your future children ever have to go through that same level of stress. Be safe out there. I was in high school when this happened. I'm a girl, and this went on when I was 18. The story starts when I was getting coffee in between classes with a classmate. A creepy 40-something-year-old man came up to us, and while we were sitting down talking about coffee we're getting and about classes, he starts to tell my friend that he's sitting in a seat. For some context, this was a cheap corner shop coffee next to a gas station, so there's no assigned seats, just 2 chairs and a table, and whoever was first and lucky that got to sit down. My classmate, not wanting to look intimidated by him, starts to telling him that this isn't his seat and that he's not moving since he was the first one there. There was something really scary about this man, and I was already shaking. The next thing I know, he's threatening my colleague, telling him he's going to shoot him, even though he doesn't pull out a gun and we live in a country where gun permits are very hard to get. But I get extremely scared, and I go inside the coffee shop to order my coffee, because I couldn't stand sitting next to that man one more second. The worker at the store tells me that the man is crazy and that we shouldn't take him seriously. People in my country, me included, are kind of used to crazy homeless people, and we encounter them pretty much on a daily basis, so it's not really seen as such a creepy thing. But I have a lot of anxiety anyways, and the thought of being killed by this random crazy man just made me freeze and made my heart drop. Anyways, as this man and my friend are having a staring contest outside, the creepy man backs away and leaves, congratulating my friend for being brave and not being intimidated, and then leaves. As he's leaving, I'm thinking that's it, and it was just another creepy homeless dude. As a disclaimer, I'm not using homeless as an insult. I'm simply stating the obvious since he was carrying big bags with a lot of clothes on his bike. Well, fast forward to summer vacation. I'm in the inner city meeting up with some friends at another coffee place than the one in the first encounter, and I see the same man. He seems to recognize me, and he starts walking towards the coffee place. He just stays some meters away from me, and then stares at me and my friends. I begin to tell my friends about this man, how scared I am of him, and they all start swearing at him and showing him the finger, but he just stays staring at me like a crazy person, as well as smiling with the most unnerving smile that I've ever seen. I don't know how to explain it, but I've just never been so scared of a human being in my life. He had a malicious smile that really made me freeze with anxiety. After a while, We all started ignoring him as he wasn't leaving, and when it was time to go and separate from my friends, I just couldn't think properly. And I said I was going to take the bus with one of the friends I was with, so I wouldn't be alone in the bus stop with this creepy ass man, because at this point, I was pretty sure he was going to follow me to the bus stop at least, if not maybe even my home. We start walking to the bus stop, and of course he's following us. I began feeling 100 times more scared than before. For some context, he's with his bike at the same time he was when I first saw him. He's a bit ahead of us on his bike, stopping from minute to minute just to check if we're still going in that direction. My friend had also asked some of the boyfriends of hers which were at the coffee place to walk with us, and to walk with us to the bus stop to feel a little safer. In order to get to the bus stop and the bus, we had to get across this road. He remains on the other side of the road, and we then exhale, as we then realize he didn't take the bus with us. The man just starts waving, smiling with that same malicious smile while the bus is leaving. At this point, I then get off after a few stops, since the bus my friend was taking wasn't going in the direction of my house, and I just call my mom and dad to pick me up. My dad picks me up, and I tell him what happened, and he's livid. He tells me the next time I go out he's going to come with me and sit far away, and then just observe to see if the man shows his face again. Anyway, I don't go out for a while, being scared and all, and a few months pass, and I don't see him again. I had really started to forget all about him, until one late summer night. I was out with my ex and my cousin, and we wanted to go to a club. Since this was right after the pandemic, the clubs only held parties outside, and the party was on the street, and the DJ booth was placed basically on the windowsill of the street facade. We get some drinks from inside the club, and we go outside to dance, when I then see a bike and a man on it. I wasn't really sure if it was the same man or not, since it was dark outside, but I tell my ex and cousin, who were up to date with what was going on with this man. Thankfully for me, and really unluckily for the other people at the party, the police were called for public disturbance by the neighbors on that street, so they were there to shut down the party. As the man is circling around us on his bike and smiling, I then realize it's definitely him. I go straight to the police officer that was at the end of the street, and I tell him what's going on. When the man sees this, he instantly starts pedaling much faster, and I then lose sight of him while trying to pinpoint him to the police officer. The policeman just tells me that there's really not much that can be done, since the legal system is shit in our country, and that if I make a complaint about this guy, he'll most likely be let out with a warning, and that he'll only be in jail for one night, and then let free. He proceeds to explain how the only way to put him away for good is if he actually offends, which makes me angry as hell on the inside, and I also feel really disappointed again in the legal system of our country, but at least I got him off my back for that night. The last thing the officer tells me is to always be aware and be safe, and to never walk alone at night, since there had been a lot of reports of attacks in a park which was really close to the club we were at, as well as the center part of the city in general. That was the last time I saw him, but I still really remember it to this day, and I probably will never forget this man's face for as long as I live. I really feel rage towards him to this day, because he managed to make me feel so vulnerable and disarmed. I couldn't and will never understand why someone would want to cause so much psychological pressure to another person. It really is messed up. When I was in high school, I didn't have any friends. I mean, I wasn't the kid sitting on their own in the corner of the schoolyard kind of thing, but I just didn't have any solid friendships or groups. However, my second cousin, who was related to me through being fostered by a distant relative, was in the same year level as me. Through being somewhat related, we became very friendly, and I was introduced to a small trio of mates. I had shared similar interests with them, like computers, video games, books, and more stuff, so I didn't mind hanging out with them. Now, my cousin was always strange. Weird and strange and peculiar, I'd say. But I accepted this, as I'm a fairly eccentric person myself, and I pretty much put it down to him being a foster kid with a really rough upbringing. Apparently, his biological mom's addiction is what led him to being taken by child services, and then ending up in a foster home. Sad, I know, but not uncommon, unfortunately. Along with his odd behavior, the other guys and I suspected that my cousin was also gay. It was more of an uncomfortable, humorous suspicion based on his flamboyant personality and touchy-feely antics. There were a few times when we'd all play fight, wrestle, and get each other in headlocks. That kind of thing, where we swore that one time he was, should we say, physically aroused from it. Needless to say, we avoided any physical interactions from then on. Don't get me wrong here, we weren't anti-gay or anything, but you can imagine the discomfort, especially when you're 14. But regardless of the strangeness of my cousin, I was dealing with an alcoholic father on a daily basis and a subsequent turbulent home life myself. So I think I stayed friends with him in a kind of kindred spirit way, based on the account of us both having screwed up families. Now, to continue the story, it's important that I describe this next part, and I hope it makes sense to any non-Australians. Now, in my town, there are a whole bunch of high schools scattered across the area, but when students have to finish year 10 from their respective colleges, and then move on to year 11 and 12 before they graduate, almost every student is sent to the same big school, right in the middle of town. Strange concept, I know, but it's kind of cool that every public school teenager in town spends 2 years all together. You meet new people, attend big parties, and you pretty much forget about the last 4 years you spent at your old high school. Importantly though, when you attend this particular school, you have complete autonomy and responsibility for your own class attendance. So if you want to skip any periods and just walk into the city to get some chips and gravy, buy some clothes or music, or just loiter, there's nothing to stop you. So you can imagine what it's like to go from being under constant authority for 4 years to suddenly attending a new big school and in the middle of town with complete freedom to come and go as you liked. So with the school being in the center of town, there was a big public park that served as the school's unofficial grounds. And importantly to this story, neighboring the main campus building was a primary school. Like me, my cousin wasn't too interested in studying, and the newfound freedom only enhanced our apathy towards school, particularly attendance. We'd walk into town, buy coffee and food from the cheap bakery, and we'd spend hours at the Land Cafe playing Command & Conquer Generals, as well as Battlefield 1942. Yeah, that gives you an idea of what time period this took place in. One day, as I was expecting that we would visit our usual haunt, my cousin tells me that he's heading next door to the primary school, and I should come along. Apparently he'd been granted access to the school to help children read, and he had been doing this for some time. As someone who loves reading, grammar and literature in general, I thought, sounds fun. So we entered the primary school, and the whole time my cousin is leading the way, and we walk up the main stairs through the corridor and into a busy, noisy classroom. The teacher of the classroom acknowledges us, and she just continues on with her work without really paying any attention. Strangely, I didn't even have to explain why I was there. I remember listening to kids who must have been in grade 3 or 4 read and helping them pronounce words, etc., and thinking to myself, surely this all must be legit, right? But how odd is it that we just walked in like this? I happen to notice that my cousin is spending pretty much the entire time with one particular student. He seems to have familiarity with this boy, and he even introduces me to the kid. The boy seemed really happy to see my cousin, and my cousin likewise. This must be his favorite student, I thought, and I went back to listening to the reading. The second time he took me to the school, the teacher of the classroom wasn't expecting us. I can vaguely remember her saying something like that she didn't know anything about it, and it was probably best that we come back another time. Weird, I thought. But maybe there really was just some mix-up, and the teacher wasn't notified of us. In case you were wondering why I kept going, I'd always shown an interest in education, and at one point, I had even studied for 3 years to become a primary school teacher myself. That is, until changing a career choice for something a little less stressful. However, the third time my cousin asked me to join him, I agreed. But this time, it was different, and I never went there again. As we were approaching the main campus building, with him leading the way as usual, I got a strange feeling. It was a different time of the day compared to the last 2 times, and there seemed to be a lack of confidence in my cousin. Upon approaching the door, he seems nervous, like he's really reluctant to go in. He hesitates as he pushes the entrance doors open, and sort of just creeps through the hallway, up the stairs, cautiously looking out for somebody. We make it up the stairs and into the corridor just outside the classroom, and he's just kind of hesitating to do anything, all the while with this creepy cheeky grin on his face. This time the classroom isn't noisy. There's no hustle and bustle, just quiet murmuring coming from outside. I can distinctly remember thinking, we're really not meant to be here, are we? And I asked my cousin what exactly it was that he was doing here. Are they expecting us this time? He still had that disturbing, presumptuous grin on his face. Assuming that they were indeed not expecting us again, and that we're gonna get in trouble, I left. I just thought in that incident that my cousin was just being audacious. I mean, he was an audacious person, stealing money from his parents, hacking the school's admin and so forth. So I just thought that was another aspect of it. That was until one day as we were chatting, he had mentioned the boy from the classroom, the one that I saw him fixated on. He told me that he'd still been going over to the school to see him, to talk to him, not only in the classroom, but also at the playground as well. My cousin also said that he'd seen him outside of school, and that he'd actually gone to watch him play soccer on the weekend, and that he was also planning on going again next Saturday. Yeah, off go the alarm bells. Even more confronting was that he even proposed visiting the boy's house. I can't really remember how I reacted in that moment or what I even said. I think I just did the whole, oh, okay, but in my actual mind being like, what the actual fuck? And I had started to put all of the pieces together. The constant visits to the school, the trespassing and sneaking into the campus. He was never ever meant to be there. There was no helping kids to read. There was no assisting the teacher. None of it. It was all just a cover to see this one boy. My cousin, only 16 years old, was stalking a child, and I was the only one who knew about it. After much thought, I eventually decided to contact our school's assistant principal. It was more of a, this is something to be concerned about, right? And I briefly told her everything I knew, what my cousin had said, and what he was doing and what I had seen. I received a reply email, and she was, well, very interested to talk to me. I can remember sitting in her office, a large room with old portraits and books, thinking that I'm way over my depth here. I was crapping myself, thinking that I was going to get in trouble for being an accomplice or something, and that I just opened the lid of something bigger than I could handle. But the assistant principal was actually very supportive, and after a few face-to-face meetings, the school took action. I don't actually know what they did, but my cousin was definitely banned from even going near the primary school. He dropped out, or he might have even been expelled. I don't know, but he just kind of vanished. I also think that the police were notified too, and subsequently, this must have put him on their radar, because the story doesn't quite end here. A few years later, I had saw an article in the local newspaper. It was concerning a local man who had been arrested for grooming a child and suspiciously observing and stalking the grounds of a primary school on a constant basis. His home was raided and his computers were confiscated. The hard drives were loaded with child pornography, as well as personal photographs, and after numerous charges, he was consequently jailed. Interestingly enough, the man's name was printed in the article, and as you guessed it, it was none other than my cousin. I was shocked, but oddly not surprised. And I thought to myself, did I, without knowing, begin a process all those years ago that led to the apprehension of a predator? What if I had ignored it and not taken action, and in not doing so, prevented something much, much worse? I'm just really glad I took action when I did.
My mother is a primary school teacher in a rural town in Australia. About 10 years ago, she was offered the principal position at a tiny mountain school about an hour away from where we lived. This mountain town was kind of a long-running joke for us townies. Just mentioning it would cause any local to start humming the dueling banjos theme from Deliverance. The population was just under 40 people. Most of them had the same last name, and they were all pretty well known for keeping it in the family. However, being promoted from teacher to principal was a pretty big deal for my mom. We decided we'd all live at the old schoolhouse during the week and come back to civilization on the weekends. When we arrived, I was shocked at just how small this town actually was. One street surrounded by thick scrub and brushland, dilapidated houses tucked away out of sight from the main road. No streetlights, no shops. The school was tiny, with only about 14 kids in total, and all related to each other in some way. I hate to say it, but some of the students had that Innsmouth look, if you know what I mean, that only comes with generations of kissing cousins. But overall, they were all really nice actually. All the kids behaved well, and my mom enjoyed her new job a lot. I had just finished high school and was waiting for university to start, so I spent most of my days alone in the schoolhouse reading or cooking, while my siblings were away at school and my parents were at work. However, as the weeks progressed, I found myself spending more and more time at the school itself helping Mom, because I just couldn't stand being alone there. With no TV reception and only an old Walkman and some shitty cassette tapes to fill the silence, I found myself rapidly fluctuating between bored and extremely paranoid most of the time. There were always a lot of sudden and random old house noises that really didn't sound like they were the house at all. Scratching, shuffling sounds at odd times that frequently sounded like footsteps or perhaps even voices. I tried to pass it off as paranoia for as long as I could, but shit finally hit the fan one day. I had just happened to stop my tape mid-song when I distinctly heard a man's voice quietly whispering random numbers from the front veranda. 40, 40, 9, 40, 17. I ain't afraid of no ghosts, but I am afraid of hillbilly home invasions, so I took off to the school and reported it to my mother, who of course did not believe me. Then I went to my father, who didn't believe me either. My sister did though, at least. She said she hadn't slept well since she was awoken nights before by the sound of a branch scraping on her bedroom window. Only catch was, there was no tree around. She told me she thought she had seen a man standing in the backyard late one night too, but when she mustered the courage to look once more, he was gone. Pretty soon, we were the first teenage sisters to ever insist upon sharing a room together. My parents both thought we were being ridiculous. However, one evening after dinner, we were visited by two of the local men who told them something that changed their mind. After asking if we'd had any trouble at the house, they proceeded to tell us that everyone in town had been experiencing trouble for over a month now. Apparently, these men dressed in makeshift camouflage gear had been wandering down along the main street at night. It came to the town's attention because while the town was used to strangers in hunting gear, these guys were covered in leaves and grass and sticks. No one knew who they were. Definitely not the locals of the town. There were at least 10 different people, always traveling alone, and always dressed in that same weird camouflage clothing. At first, the locals of the town were just having a laugh about it. It certainly wasn't common to see people dressed as walking bushes outside of a Warner Bros. Cartoon, even during hunting season. It was very absurd and funny, at least at first, until these guys started sneaking onto private property. One lady had woken up to find something moving under her house, shining a flashlight up through the floorboards. Another man had come home to find a camouflaged guy hiding crouched on his roof. One man heard muttering from his back porch, only to go out and discover that someone had unchained his hunting dogs from their run and tied them to his back doorknob, then drawn a large X on the door. Pretty much every local had been terrorized by one of these guys in the night, and some of them even brazenly during the day. The local guys were really nice actually, and warned my dad to keep things locked up tight and stay vigilant, and let them know if anything happened. Over the course of the next month, many similar events occurred. My mother even saw one of the men hiding on the edge of the school grounds during the day and called the police. The sightings were frequent, as were the chalk X's. One of the locals even saw a man in camouflage standing on his front lawn whimpering like an animal in the early hours of the morning. The local guy who'd seen him threatened him while his wife called the police, but the man silently stood his ground, smiling at them in the dark. The local man eventually lost his cool and beat the heck out of this creeper, who stood there smiling and laughing through the entire beating, then just got up and walked calmly back into the bush, still smiling and even bleeding before the police arrived. Unfortunately, there's not really a cool ending to this story. The school closed not long after due to government funding cuts, and my mom got a new job closer to home, which meant we left pretty quickly. We moved back home after spending only 5 months up in mountain country, and no one in the family was too sorry about that. I often wonder who those guys were to be out there in the middle of nowhere, and why were they doing all of that exactly? A few years ago, I was leaving my grad school office late, around 10 p.m. to catch the bus home. I walked from the university campus via relatively busy, well-lit streets to the main north-south road in my area of the city. I was waiting for the bus at a shelter, as it was in the middle of winter and snowing. It was fairly cold. The bus ran about every 15 minutes, so I wasn't really worried or nervous or anything, just kind of patiently waiting there to get on my way home. I was listening to my music with my headphones in when I noticed a guy walk up to the shelter. I looked at him briefly, did that little Canadian half smile of acknowledgement, and went right back to listening to my music and reading through Reddit. A few minutes passed by and I could hear him start talking to me now. Well, I assumed it must be me. I was the only one around. I looked up and the man was staring at me, smiling a bit oddly and speaking to me as well. I took out my headphones. Excuse me? He kept on smiling and blathering on, asking me about my day, the weather, what I like to do, etc. I don't know what it is about me, or perhaps people in general, but I'm a perennial people pleaser. I don't like confrontation, and my main aim in life seems to be to keep the peace at all times. So I answered a few of his questions politely and as non-specifically as I could, with one of my earbuds still in. He just kept on blathering on and on though. At this point I just kind of tuned him out and nodded politely. This went on for about 10 minutes, when I just had this sinking feeling in my stomach about this guy. Like I could tell something was just a little bit off now. enough to make me start getting nervous. After about 10 minutes, I could see the bus rolling on its way up, which was a huge relief for me. No one else had arrived at the bus stop that entire time. Luckily, I could see at least 10 to 15 people were already on, which was great for me. I hopped on the bus and sat near the front. The guy sat across from me, so he could keep on talking to me. I had originally intended to head right to my house, to the west of the street I was on, but after this guy decided to be my personal parrot, I decided to go to my boyfriend's instead. Pretty much in exactly the opposite direction. I was still getting an uncomfortable feeling from this guy, so I decided I would push the bus stop button a stop early, just to see what this guy would do. The bus came to a stop at my request, and the man got up immediately. I didn't move.
"Oh, isn't this your stop too?"
He asked me. Oh, whoops. I must have hit the wrong stop button on accident. I'm kinda tired, The man looked at me.
"Oh, well, that's funny. I must have mixed it up too, because this isn't my stop either."
He sat back down right behind me. At this point, I was pretty freaked out. I hit the bus stop for the next stop and texted my boyfriend to come and meet me at 109th Street. I got up to leave once the bus stopped, and the creepy man followed close behind. I crossed the road and he still followed, still jabbering away at me, asking me all kinds of questions. Once I got to the other side of the road, I told him I had to go now, and my boyfriend was meeting up with me. He looked irritated at even the idea of me having a boyfriend, and tried to follow me more. I stopped and told him I was going alone from here on out.
"Well, can I have your number?"
he asked. I panicked. I kind of froze. I gave him almost my number, with the last 4 digits completely scrambled around. I read it off to him, said goodnight, and started walking away really quickly. I had almost started running, and had made it 20 steps away. I could hear him now jogging after me.
"Hey, I think there was a mix-up. I tried calling that number and it wasn't you."
He jogged right up next to me, and was still smiling that same weird smile, staring at me. How weird," I said, grabbing my phone. I pretended to check it for a missed call, and texted my boyfriend that I needed him to come right now. The man leaned in.
"So, what's your real number then?"
he asked. I honestly don't know what I would have done. I think I would have just given it to him. I had no idea what to do. It was extremely cold, it was winter, and it was dark in this tiny residential neighborhood I had entered. I knew I couldn't outrun him. Luckily for me, at that exact moment, my boyfriend came sprinting up. He was fairly large and somewhat imposing. I turned around to the man and said, "Have a good night." I jogged up to my boyfriend and launched myself at him. I didn't look back at the creepy dude, but I did tell my boyfriend to please make sure the doors were all locked and the windows all closed before we went to bed that night. My family grew up in the rural area around where we lived. My parents weren't rich or anything, but we did have a fairly decent life. This was in the 70s or so things were a lot different than they are nowadays. It was a lot more common back then to see someone driving down a country road with an open beer between their legs. Although I don't live out in the country now, nor have I in quite a long time, I at least like to think that things like that don't happen nearly as often anymore. I learned to drive myself when I was about 12 years old. This was not unusual for me or my family. And it wasn't too strange either for one of us to take the car out and go somewhere. I had a lot of friends my age who chewed tobacco as well. I tried it a few times, but I didn't really care for it. Around this time, I was good friends with a guy named Vance. We had grown up in the same general area up on the ridge. Our houses weren't really that close together, but we rode the same school bus to school. We were friends all the way from kindergarten until sometime in high school. The reason the two of us stopped being friends in high school was due to a girl he had liked for years liking me even more. Although I wasn't really interested in her and would never have dated someone my friend had his eye on, this made him really angry. After a while, he just kind of stopped talking to me. A while further after that, he became very antagonistic to me as well, which was pretty horrible because no one wants to lose a friend in a situation like that. It's not like I made the girl like me or something. When I was 17 years old, I was home by myself on a weekend night. I decided to take one of the old cars and see a different buddy of mine who lived a bit further up the ridge than I did. It was about an hour's drive to his house, since it was a dark dirt road the entire way there. You had to be real careful out on some of these roads. They were right on the sides of hills, and there was not anything like a guardrail to keep you from driving off the side and dying. When I left that friend's house to go home, it was already pretty late. I went outside and could see it was actually a little bit foggy out. It was not ideal to drive this path in that weather, but it just meant I would have to take my time and be more careful when driving. However, it was not too long after I'd begun that I noticed some lights behind me. Another vehicle was now coming my way. The road wasn't really wide enough for more than a car and a half, so this person could not pass me by. Still though, he didn't stop at all. He drove up upon me really fast. In fact, just before he slowed down, I almost thought he was going to slam into me and shove me off the cliff. He had gotten as close as possible to hitting me, then backed off just a bit. When this person was about a car's length behind me, he started to flash his high beams on. Then he sped up just enough to almost slam into me again. Just before he'd hit me though, he slowed down. Now, he kept his high beams on, which made it very difficult for me to see the path ahead. I tried to pull my car over just a bit to let this guy pass me by. I was really trying to let him go, assuming that's what he wanted. This guy made no attempt to pass me though. He did the exact same thing, pulled up really close to me, then backed off again. This time, he began to honk his horn angrily as well. I began to get very nervous. Every time this guy repeated this pattern, I got even more scared. I tried to speed up now, which I was very hesitant to do. I didn't like driving fast down these roads, even when there was not any fog. That didn't change anything though. When I sped up, he matched me perfectly. He kept getting close as if he was going to hit me off the side before backing off yet again. He did this over and over while still honking his horn at me. I don't know how long this kept up, but finally we got into the bottom of the hill, so there was no risk of running off the side anymore. We were still in a highly forested area though. Thankfully, by that point, I was not far away from home. I thought I could make it there, and at least I knew my family would be home by then. If this guy followed me all the way home, my brothers would be there to help me kick the crap out of him. No sooner than that thought entered my head, however, the car did its same pattern again. This time, though, it did hit me. I reacted by slamming the brakes, which caused my car to spin and skid off the road. The only thing I remember after that was nothing. I woke up in the hospital 3 months after the accident. My car had slammed right into a big tree. I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt in that moment. The only thing that kept me from flying through the windshield was the big steering wheel that my head and chest had bounced off of. I had some pretty bad head injuries, and I had been out for the entire time. I guess I had opened my eyes after a month, but had not been acting like myself. They told me I was aware, but it was like nobody was there. I don't really remember exactly because it was so many decades ago. I had a violent and sort of feral behavior that required me to be restrained to my bed for a while. Then, suddenly one day, the day I felt like I woke up, I just went back to normal. I never found out exactly who was driving that car that rammed me. However, some other people who knew me in high school later told me that Vance had been bragging that it was him after it happened. Vance's dad worked at the police department, so there was never an investigation to see if he had done it. That, of course, convinced me that he had. I don't live out in the country anymore, but I really hope it's harder these days for crooked people to get away with things like that now. I'm a 28-year-old man from England. Near the end of August, I was out with some friends in a bar to celebrate my birthday. It was near the end of the night, and we decided it was time to go home, having been out for about 8 hours going on this point. We were up to the first floor of the bar, and my friends went down the staircase to the main doors ahead of me. For reasons my advanced drunkenness has caused me to forget since, I decided to try taking a shortcut off the stage next to the stairs instead. I'm guessing I just stepped off the stage thinking it was a short drop to the ground. It was closer to about 5 or 6 feet, and I hit the ground dead on with my legs straight and my knees locked. I heard a snap. Well, I knew instantly something was seriously wrong there. Cue a 999 call and a surprisingly calm ambulance ride to the hospital after being dosed up on gas and air. When we arrived, they gave me a thorough x-ray and discovered I'd broken both of my legs like a dumbass. By this point, I'd sort of already guessed though. Your right foot pointing down instead of up is a pretty good indication something's really wrong. My heart sank even further when the attending doctor told me they'd have to admit me ahead of corrective surgery in the next couple of days. By now, they'd given me quite a bit of morphine. I was still huffing gas and air like a champ as well, so I was fairly out of it. A porter wheeled me up to the ward and introduced me to a nurse, who explained I was going to be put into the men's ward, as they'd had to separate genders the previous day into different rooms. Even out of it on pain meds, I remember thinking that was quite a weird thing to mention. My nurse set me up in my room right by the ward entrance. My bed was one of 5 in there, and was next to the room's shared toilet/shower room. It was around 5 a.m. now, and the entire place was quiet and dark. As the nurse took me through all the admittance procedures, I could vaguely make out a guy in the opposite bed. Unlike the others in the room, he was awake and sitting up in his bed to watch me being brought in. I couldn't quite see his face, but the patchy white hair on his head was catching the moonlight coming in from the windows, so he must have been an older guy. What struck me as odd, though, was how he was just sitting there, completely still like a statue. No movement, no noise. I couldn't even hear him breathing. He was just sitting there focused on me the entire time. Before the nurse left, I asked him to draw the curtain around me so I would be shielded from view, and eventually I managed to drift off to sleep. I woke up the next day to find my parents had been contacted and were sitting by my bed. Standing next to them was the guy from the bed opposite, chatting away like they'd known each other for years. I'm not exactly known as a people person, and given that for obvious reasons I was quite a touch grouchy, I'll admit that I was annoyed my parents were letting a total stranger stand right over me while I was unconscious. Of course, there's no way they could have really known that he'd creeped me out a little the night before. The man introduced himself. Here we'll call him Mick. He seemed friendly enough, one of those harmless old men who comes across as lonely and is just keen to talk to just about anyone. I found out he was in his early 70s, quite short and round, and was on the ward because he'd fractured his collarbone in a fall. When he eventually wandered off, my parents told me he seemed to be a nice man, confirming he just appeared pleased to have any new people to talk to at all. During the course of that first day, my parents eventually left. The doctors came around to fit me up with splints before my surgery, planned for day 3. They made it clear I'd be in the hospital for at least a week or so, and I would not be walking for a few months at the very least. Not what I wanted to hear. During all of these conversations, Mick was always lurking nearby, listening in. When the doctors left, he came right to my bedside. Rather than stand, he sat down in the chair next to me and asked me to repeat what the doctors had said. I wasn't in much of a mood to chat, and because I got it into my head that he was harmless, I asked why he'd need to know. He'd only been standing a few feet away, and obviously he must have heard everything. The second those words left my lips, though, his entire demeanor changed immediately. The sweet old man that had been sitting in that chair just beside me was gone. His face went blank and flattened out. He fixed me with this strange stare, and one corner of his mouth lifted into a lopsided grin. My wife just died, you know. Again, I'm not a people person, and conversations about death are certainly way outside my wheelhouse. I stuttered a little, trying to find appropriate words. I was starting to say how sorry I was to hear that, and asked how long it had been. Given the odd grin, I guessed it had been quite a while. About 3 weeks, just like that, gone. His face never changed the whole time. It dawned on me now that maybe he was not totally mentally present at that point. He never broke eye contact either, just staring at me grinning. One of those looks that wasn't immediately sinister, but goes on for too long, you know. Thankfully, the nurses came in at that point to serve dinner, and Mick retreated back to his bed. He watched the TV the rest of that day. I put my iPod on so I had an excuse to not make any more conversation. Right then, I just thought he was a little left of normal, and it was more weirdness that I could certainly deal with. When the lights out came around, I asked the nurses to draw the curtains closed around my bed for me. Although I was still in quite a bit of pain, I drifted off early. During the night, though, I was suddenly woken up in what had to have been the early hours of the morning. One of those gradual awakenings where you know something's not quite right, but you're not present enough to work out what yet. The ward was almost totally dark and silent again, especially around my bed with the curtains drawn. I assumed the weird feeling was down to, being in the hospital with 2 graphically shattered legs, and turned my head to the left onto the pillow. Then I nearly rolled off the opposite side in complete shock. Standing inside of the drawn curtains, right next to my bed, was Mick, just standing there watching me sleep. Like you do when you've had a shock, I said something stupid. "Hey, this isn't where you sleep." Nothing. That same blank stare, barely a ruler length from my face. I thought he might just be sleepwalking, but he didn't have that glazed over look in his eyes to go with it. He seemed perfectly alert, just happy to stand there observing me. "Mick, how long have you been standing there?" That's when I got a special kind of chill, the kind you get when something really freaks you out. Rather than reply, he smiled so wide. I saw both rows of his teeth. He shuffled back around the curtain to his own bed. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. Because he'd never left the room, and I certainly wasn't going to be going anywhere on my own, I couldn't really mention it to the nurses. I did text a few friends who were visiting the next day, and told them to watch out for him when they came through. He stayed away during their entire visit, though, and acted like a normal old innocent man. As the day went on, I decided I must have made more of it than I should have. Perhaps I was just on edge because of what I had going on, and being in unfamiliar surroundings. That day, I went in for my surgery. I came to about 6 hours later to find myself hooked up to a morphine pump. As a result, I was completely out of my tree high the entire evening, and was in such a good opiate-fueled mood I totally forgot about Mick. Big mistake. It got to the early hours again. I was playing a game on my phone, oblivious. The nurses were checking in every hour or so. They disturbed the curtains around my bed a lot as they'd come and go. The last nurse had left a gap about 6 inches wide where the curtains met, typically right in the part opposite Mick's bed. Mick was normally a very, very loud snorer, so I was reassured by the noises coming from him that he must be asleep at this point. I've got to assume because of the morphine that I stopped paying attention. Suddenly, I realized I was acutely aware that I couldn't hear the snoring any longer. I also couldn't remember how long it had been since I last heard it. Nervously, I looked at the gap between the curtains, but I couldn't make anything out. I was just about to write it off and go back to my game, when just left of the gap, I could hear my name being called out. Not the normal way of saying it, not a whisper, more like a sinister groan almost, low and gravelly and menacing. I froze. I mean, what's the protocol when a pensioner has gotten out of bed in the middle of the night for the second night running to mess with you? I sat there paralyzed, more paralyzed than I already was because of my legs. I was suddenly aware of my sense of vulnerability. I was completely immobile. It's not like I could get up and leave or something. I was stuck in my bed with heavy bandages and braces around both of my legs, hooked up to an IV. I slowly moved my hand down from my phone to push the call button for the nurses. Just as my hand reached it, the long groaning of my name stopped, and so had my hand. Had he seen me reach out for it and gone back to bed? No, he was still there. About 30 seconds passed by, presumably the length of time it took him to notice I was not going to press the button yet. Then came the heavy breathing, low rasping intakes of air, followed by extending groans to expel it, over and over, right from underneath the foot of my bed. That was my limit. I hit the call button and the light went on above my head. I heard the buzzer sound down the hallway at the nurse's station. There was a burst of movement behind my curtains, and I heard the nearby toilet door quickly open and close. Not long after, a nurse responded. Mick was still in the toilet, but because it was close by, I beckoned the nurse nearer so I could whisper. I told her what was going on this night and the previous, and asked if something could be done. She nodded and said she'd be right back. While she was gone, Mick emerged from the toilet. I heard him quietly crawl back into his bed and pretend to be asleep. Thankfully, the nurse had fully closed my curtains, so at least he could not see me now. An hour passed by, and eventually the nurse returned. I was expecting to be moved elsewhere, but instead she told me I couldn't have a sleeping pill due to being on morphine. I tried my best not to be impolite. I calmly told her I had not asked for a pill. I asked for something to be done about Mick. The last thing I wanted in this situation was to knock myself unconscious with even more meds. She just sort of shrugged and half explained that all of the wards were full. Then she disappeared, telling me to get some rest. Needless to say, I could not sleep for hours. Mick's snoring eventually resumed, and the day finally caught up with me. I cautiously allowed myself to drift off. The next morning, everything seemed normal. Mick made small talk, which I didn't really respond to, and eventually left me alone. That afternoon, a guy younger than me was admitted with a broken leg as well. This guy was 18, but looked about 12. It was absolutely ridiculous. Mick didn't seem to think so, though. Suddenly, this guy was the focus of all his attention. I felt sorry for the fresh meat, but grateful I might be able to relax now. That night, I slept pretty well, until about 3 a.m. I was suddenly awoken to the weird sensation on my left foot, the toes of which were poking out of the top of my bandages. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I saw Mick standing there inside of my drawn curtains, playing with my toes, running his fingers along them, brushing them, pinching them, moving them around, like he'd wanted me to wake up and see what he was doing. He was not looking at my feet, though. He was staring me dead in the eyes, unblinking. I'd like to say I lost my shit with him, called the nurses in, and had him moved elsewhere immediately. But the mind's a weird thing, so that's not what I did. I just sat there open-mouthed and watched him as he kept rubbing his hands along my feet. I think it was disbelief that kept me quiet, mixed with fear of what he would do. He might have had more than 40 years on me, but I was completely trapped and totally at his mercy. Needless to say, I didn't want to do anything to piss him off. Eventually, he seemed to get tired of messing with me and disappeared behind the curtains once more. For obvious reasons, I sat awake for the rest of the night, watching and waiting for him to show his face again. Every now and then, I could hear my name being groaned out. By morning, it was a mixture of furious and terrified. I'm not the kind of person who assumes the role of victim very often, so I hated how easily this old man had reduced me to a paranoid wreck. Every time he got up to stretch his legs or get some water, my entire body would go rigid, expecting him to appear at my bedside once more. Instead, he went back to devoting all of this creepy attention to the new guy again. That afternoon, Mick was called away for a scan, so I finally had some time to speak to the 3 other guys in the room about what had happened. None of them had any idea about Mick's nightly visits. One of the guys had been there a lot longer than I had, though. He had been around when the wards were divided by gender. I asked him about what had happened. To cause this. He responded that he wasn't totally sure. He just knew that something had happened during the night, and the very next morning everyone had been in separate wards. For obvious reasons, I had a pretty good idea of what that something might have been. When Mick got back, he glumly announced he had been cleared to go home, and had an ambulance booked to take him there in an hour or two. He started making his way around the ward, saying goodbye to everyone, and he left me till the very last. He placed his hand on my foot. You look after those legs in the future. They're fragile things, you know. I half smiled and told him I hoped he felt better soon. I was assuming the interaction was the last one I'd have. I'd finally seen the last of this man. I picked up a magazine and started reading. No sooner than I had done that, though, I looked up. I was about to yell out until I saw what Mick was doing. His hand was clamped around my foot, squeezing it so hard his knuckles had gone white. Thankfully, this was not the area where the break was, or that might have seriously damaged me. After that, his stare was back, completely vacant. Before I could respond, his mouth opened, and out came the same raspy voice I'd heard saying my name in the night. They're very, very fragile. He let go of my foot and turned around, then shuffled back to his bed to pack. A couple of hours after that, he was finally gone. I did fill the nurses in before I was discharged, but none of them seemed to care all that much. They dismissed what I'd experienced as either partly drug-induced or just misinterpreted behavior.
It's time for another.
Today's episode is sponsored by June's Journey. Find your first clue by downloading June's Journey today. Available on Android and iOS mobile devices, as well as on PC through Facebook Games. Today's episode is also brought to you by HelloFresh. Go to hellofresh.com/BeScared65 and use code BeScared65 for 65% off plus free shipping. I'll do my best to explain what I saw, but it's difficult to paint an exact picture. I was driving across the country with my mum. We just entered California from Arizona a little bit before 11 p.m. It was a rural area and there were other cars around, but definitely wouldn't call it traffic. I'm driving and a bit off-road on the right side, ground level-ish, I see something sort of glowing. It's a fluorescent neon dark blue, very bright, but it didn't light up anything around it. It wasn't just glowing though, it was sort of shaped like some kind of energy cell looking thing out of a futuristic movie or video game. Probably 5 feet tall and 2 feet wide with ribbed sides. I then realized that this thing was moving, and moving very weirdly. It was sort of moving like it was glued to the ground and tracing the slightly hilly terrain, like it was on top of some kind of off-road vehicle that was sort of magnetically held down to the terrain that it was driving on. After a few seconds, it got up a little and disappears into the ground, and we see these two small spotlights pointing in the air appear where it disappeared. They were moving very quickly though, like those ones you see when there's some kind of arena event in your city, but the light didn't reach super far. These spotlights were encased by some kind of, I don't know, like light dome and couldn't shine past it. The light was just stopped in its tracks instead of fading out into the sky, and in the dome it was lit up. It looked like fog inside of it, but not exactly fog, but I could still see those two spotlights shining around in it sporadically because they were shining brighter than the rest of the dome. Keep in mind, I could not see anything else as it was really dark, but I couldn't see the ground or surroundings too. I drove past it speaking with my mum, just trying to figure out what the heck that was that we just saw. All of it looked extremely unnatural. But literally 5 seconds of driving later, my mum screams, "What the heck is that?" I never actually ended up seeing what she was talking about, but she described basically what the internet says are black stick men on the left side of the road now. It was the opposite side of the road that we saw the neon light dome thing, and about 5 seconds of doing 65 miles per hour of distance from the dome. She said that they were about 12 feet tall, built like stick figures or on stilts, and she couldn't discern a head. I saw another story that described how they walked in the same way my mum did, sort of lolloping or had a kind of bounce waddle in their steps. At first there was only one walking, and then another appeared close to it, and they were going towards each other, apparently. I punched the gas though, and I just got out of there because, to heck with that, right? I didn't think quick enough to take a video of the light dome blue thing, but I'm sort of glad that I didn't, because for some reason I feel like that wouldn't have gotten off easy for that. I'm really not sure why I can't shake the theory that this blue light has to do with the government or something going after these things, but I don't know. I'll also mention we then saw flashing things in the sky pretty far away, moving too close to each other to be aircraft, but I've written that off as probably just border patrol drones or something, as they were just too far away to make out. As for the rest of it, I really don't know what to make of it, but as I said, it all appeared completely unnatural. 4 years ago, I trained a new worker who was honestly a nice guy at the time, early 30s, seemingly healthy, very much into yoga, and had a beautiful girlfriend, etc. He seemed very balanced and healthy, to be honest. For the sake of this narrative, I'll name him Coworker A. So we had another long-time co-worker who was sort of Mr. Popular with managers, but honestly super annoying, a really large personality. People mutually could only take him in small doses. He was essentially the embodiment of a TikTok frat boy who would randomly dance on the job and freestyle, and extremely annoying. But anyway, I'll call him Coworker B. Now, before I explain, I should include that this workplace sucks. It barely holds a single star on Indeed. It's a large factory with no windows, toxic management, long hours, and it was very hard on most people's mental health. Anyway, roughly a year into Coworker A's stay, things started changing. He and I were mutually friendly to one another. We would have long civilized discussions about interesting things, but something was really out of place when he mentioned that his new beliefs about the world being flat and a hologram moon theory or something. It was really unlike the old version of him who was super rational, but I sort of shrugged it off and said it's probably just a phase or he's trolling or something. Fast forward a few weeks, and Coworker A has seemingly took a lot of interest in Coworker B, and sort of developed some of his mannerisms, but in a more endearing way, I guess. Kind of copying his silly dances and laughing. Seemed harmless at the time, but as months go past, he continued to dance more and more to the point that he had to be asked to stop by supervisors. He would even be moving around at the morning meetings, using all the same mannerisms and phrases as Coworker B. This really started to creep out Coworker B a bit, to the point that he actually switched shifts, and we theorized that maybe he was on drugs. But Coworker A was very vocal against all substance use, including alcohol and weed. He was also a vegan, so I don't know, that just didn't fit. Where things change for the worse, though, is when Coworker B ends up getting with a new hire at work. She ends up becoming his girlfriend, and they move in together. This is when Coworker A shows up to work using Coworker B's name, even signing himself in on the logbook as him, referring to himself as B all morning. Then, later that day, A stands up on a work table screaming, "I'm in love with Coworker B's girlfriend" by name, with his arms spread out in a cross like Jesus formation, face to the ceiling, and the whole place just went silent. And after he ended up standing in a corner with a broom sweeping nothing for the next several hours, he wouldn't turn around from the corner either, not even when tapped on the shoulder or called by name. The only time that I saw him away from that corner was when it was time to go home. He was the last one out, and unfortunately, my job being QC, I'm always among the last ones out as well. Despite both of us being the last in the building, I did my best to act normal when passing him in the hallway. I glanced at him. He was looking directly at me, head tilted down, making a sort of pseudo-snarling dog face, eyebrows in a V, tongue and teeth out. The next day, though, our boss decided coworker A needed to go to the hospital, so we actually made an appointment and got him in with an Uber. He was put on leave for a week as well. The security guards who I was friends with told me that A was showing up in the middle of the night trying to sign in for work at the card reader, apparently, sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning. Anyway, surprisingly, a week later, coworker A comes back and seems somewhat normal, almost like he has no recollection of anything that he did. He even wrote an entire album on his phone apparently in that time, which surprisingly was better than I thought that it would be. But I noticed that it was all like love lyrics, sort of like country love songs. As things seemed to normalize with coworker A, he stated that he really wanted to hang out with me, go for a hike and throw axes at trees, etc. I sort of didn't agree or disagree and told him that I'd get back to him on that, as I secretly was a little on edge. He asked me later that day if I was still down, and I said unfortunately I had other obligations. He said, "Well, I guess I can't throw an axe at your face then." And I sort of laughed, not really knowing how to react to that at all. I told the manager about that though, and he kind of just scratched his head uncomfortably and shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, coworker A ends up finding coworker B's address due to a work get-together where everyone was invited and someone leaked it to coworker A. They eventually find rocks and bricks in weird formations on their doorstep, like shrines almost. And we all collectively knew that it was definitely A. Things got really weird though when they actually found A looking through their windows at night. He was also scratching the windows with his nails, calling out B's name, repeatedly whispering, "B, I need to tell you something." This is when our manager finally decided to take action and agreed to fire A. And 4 years later, coworker A still stalks coworker B's now ex-girlfriend, who had to get a restraining order against him. He annually makes new Facebook accounts and adds all 200 plus workers who used to work there as the place got shut down. He uses a new name each time with a different selfie. He sends a message to each one of us as well saying, "Hey, you, it's B from work." So, I guess my question is, what would this behavior be called? And how did such a normal, likable, level-headed person turn into this? Is there a term for this behavior? What would your diagnosis be, and how do I keep myself and other people safe? One of my friends had the balls to actually ask him in a reply if he recalls anything, which apparently he doesn't. But he sure remembers B's ex-girlfriend and says some extremely concerning things about how she's the one and the only one. I'm the bigger one and she's the smaller one. He was put on this earth essentially to save her, apparently. He also seemingly has no support at all from family or anything and is working a new job and living alone unattended. I feel like this is sort of a risk, yeah? Anyway, I'm interested in some of your feedback about what he might be dealing with, and again, what do I do about this? So some folks don't stop searching until they find the truth. And if you've got the eye of a detective, June's Journey is the game for you. Play as the intrepid June Parker and follow her story to solve the death of her sister. You'll hunt for clues in hundreds of beautifully illustrated scenes to uncover new clues in this thrilling murder mystery set in the Roaring Twenties. I've actually really enjoyed playing this game in my spare time. It sort of reminds me of those old school finder books where you have to look for a bunch of different things or people. But the really interesting thing about this particular game is that you're doing this in the midst of a murder mystery, so you have to find clues that assist with solving a crime. I also really like some of the unique features like the ability to build your own island estate with expansive gardens and beautiful buildings and whatnot. But I especially love the contest for short stories, which allows you to win prizes. I know some of you listeners are rather gifted writers, so for you guys, it's worth checking out for sure. All in all, it's a really fun game that has kept me coming back for more during my downtime on my phone when I'm between tasks and chores and have a spare minute or two. I'm on chapter 4 now, and at the moment, I'm continuing with Claire and Harry Van Buren's homicide, and it's getting pretty juicy now too. It's free to download and is a great way to unwind if you enjoy puzzles like I do. So, find your first clue by downloading June's Journey today. Available on Android and iOS mobile devices, as well as on PC through Facebook Games. I grew up in a very small town of about 1,000 people. There really wasn't much to do, so my friends and I spent a lot of time walking in the spring and summer months. The town was small, but Route 2 runs right through it, and it's a highway that is the northernmost east-west major US highway, spanning 2,571 miles. It was and is a quiet town, but you definitely see some out-of-state cars passing through. And when I was about 13 or 14 years old, I was walking along Route 2 to go to my best friend's house. There was a wide spot off to the side of the road where I was, and a man on a blue motorcycle with a matching helmet pulled into it. I could only see his eyes through the helmet, but he seemed kind and had a nice, non-threatening sounding voice. He seemed young. If I had to guess, I would say that he was probably in his 20s or early 30s at the latest. I remember our conversation very well, even though I haven't given it much thought over the years. I remember him being very flattered and sort of naive, I guess, but when he pulled in, he asked me where the nearest bridge was, and I told him that there was one about 7 miles north in the next town over, or about 20 miles back from the direction that he came from. He thanked me and proceeded to tell me how pretty I was and asked to take me to lunch. I thanked him for the compliment and told him that I was going to a friend's house, but this went on for quite a long time. I would say every bit of 5 minutes, I would guess, but he kept telling me how great of a time that we would have and that he didn't know his way around and could use my help picking a place to eat. I was trying to be nice, but kept reminding him that I was on my way to a friend's and also saying things like he only had one helmet anyway, and he said that I could wear his for a short distance and that he would bring me right back into town after we ate and that it wouldn't be long at all. He only gave up when I pointed out my friend's bright blue house that was about maybe a block away and that she and her family were expecting me any minute. This was kind of truthful, but a small lie too. She knew that I was coming that day, but I always told my friend that I would walk down after I woke up the next day when we had plans, and I never gave her a call to tell her when that would be. I always slept in late during the summer too, so she wouldn't have expected me. My friend's mum was always smoking on the porch though, but her back was facing my direction, so she didn't see the interaction, but I could see her. She would have absolutely been there fighting off this man in a heartbeat if he had actually tried forcing me onto his bike. All I would have had to have done was yell for her and she would have been there. I thought that I was invincible at the time, and so grown up, I thought that I was tough and that nobody would ever harm me. Like I said, I remember being very flattered, which is really stupid of me, I know, but I remember thinking how fun it sounded and that I would get to ride on a motorcycle for the first time. I actually considered getting on the stranger's bike at one point because I thought that I could take on anything and that it sounded sort of exciting. The only reason that I didn't go was because I knew how angry my parents would be if they found out. I now know that my parents wouldn't have been angry at all, to be honest, but relieved if I had actually gone and made it back. It's funny how you process things at a young age, but regardless, I'm just really happy that I didn't want to make them mad. It could have actually saved my life, I know that. Looking back, there was no way that he didn't think that I was a kid. I was still in my awkward stage and looked very much like my age at that time. But what freaks me out looking back is that he asked me to go to the nearest bridge and wanted me to go with him in that direction, and that he was just so persistent. He could have been out of state in 7 minutes too, and nobody would have even realized that I was gone until much later that day. I, a 30-year-old female, live with my wife and our sweet orange tabby cat. We own a home in an old neighborhood in a college town. The neighborhood is mostly families and older people. Right around 2 in the morning, Monday morning, my wife and I are both woken up by our cat. Immediately after we hear him, we distinctly hear someone rattling our door. To make the sound, they would have had to have been holding the handle and trying to open it. We rushed to the living room, and my wife, wielding her aluminum bat, smacks our leather recliner and screams, "I have a bat." Our cat is crouched on the ground and growling, his hackles raised. I got 911 on the line, and we all got into our bedroom with a lock while we wait for the police. They came by, and they didn't see anything. That night, though, my wife didn't get any more sleep, and I only got a little myself after our cat curled up next to me. We both called out to our jobs at the university on Monday and wound up getting locked bars for the front and back doors, and replaced the back door lock with one that requires a key on both sides. This thankfully went as well as it could have, but was just so out of the blue and upsetting for us. I mean, it was just something that we never expected living where we live. More than anything, though, it's just a good reminder to stay vigilant and invest in that security measure when you can. We never imagined someone would try to break in during the dead of night when there are 2 cars in the driveway after all. But some people out there, they just don't care if somebody's at home or not. With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. Looking for an easy way to eat well, save money, and enjoy a delicious meal while listening to scary stories? Well, cut back on expensive takeout and delivery and get started with HelloFresh. You'll love how fast, easy, and affordable it is to whip up a restaurant-quality meal right in your own kitchen. You can customize select meals by swapping proteins or sides, or even adding protein to a veggie dish. And now, you can even upgrade for organic chicken or organic ground beef. Personally, I'm a bit of a sucker for a good burrito, and their Southwest pork and bean burrito is seriously delicious. I also found their ingredients to be really well packaged and the instructions easy to follow, and that is a win-win in my books. Quick, fresh meals that taste amazing, and I don't need to take that extra trip to the grocery store, saving me a ton of time with my busy schedule, has been a lifesaver for me. So, go to hellofresh.com/BeScared65 and use code BeScared65 for 65% off plus free shipping. That's hellofresh.com/BeScared65 and use code BeScared65 for 65% off plus free shipping. America's #1 meal kit. So, I'm in my early 30s now, and much of this happened between the ages of 10 and 14. All of it started shortly after my family and I moved into a new home in town. The house that we moved into was fairly new construction at the time, and I don't believe that there was anything interesting about the land that it was built on. But within a couple of months of moving in, I had my first experience with sleep paralysis. I'd gone to bed late at night, roughly 5 minutes after shutting the lights off and closing my eyes. I felt a cold presence touching my chest. I opened my eyes and saw nothing. Naturally, I was creeped out and ran into my parents' room for comfort. My mum convinced me that it was just a bad dream and that I should go back to bed, which I did. But immediately after closing my eyes again, I felt the same thing, except this time moving through the center of my chest with force. That feeling that expanded throughout my torso. Upon opening my eyes, I realized that I could not move or speak. At this point, I could feel something watching me directly to the right of my bed. I laid there for maybe 5 to 10 minutes trying to scream before regaining the ability to move, and as soon as I could, I jumped up and I ran back into my parents' room. Needless to say, I slept next to them that night. Lucky for me, though, I've only had to experience sleep paralysis a couple of times in my life. But there were several other odd encounters to follow, though. You see, a couple of months after that, at night, is when I had my next experience. My grandmother was watching my brother and me that evening, and she was on the first floor with my brother. I was on the second floor, and from my window looking down into my backyard, the house borders a small forest and river, I saw a bright white figure walking from one end to the other. It looked like a fully grown man, but glowing, and I never really saw a face. I was obviously a bit freaked out by the sight of this, so I ducked to ensure that whatever it was didn't see me. I briefly peeked out of the window a couple of seconds after, and whatever it was gone. I ran downstairs, though, immediately to find both my grandmother and my brother in the same room. No one that I know of was in the backyard at the time, so it definitely wasn't somebody in the house. Those experiences, though, piqued my interest in the paranormal, and roughly a few months after that, I convinced my mum to buy me a Ouija board. I then convinced our babysitter, who was a few years older than me, to use it with my brother while my parents were out of the house. We turned off all the lights and lit a couple of candles, and we tried to talk to the dead. At the time, I was definitely skeptical, and I assumed that it was our babysitter who was the one manipulating the planchette. But it was moving, and it was definitely responding to our questions. We eventually decided that we were done with it, and put the board away. Again, I just kind of laughed this one off, but I don't know. Thinking back on it, the frequency of these encounters went way up after this experience. The fact is that after that, I never really felt alone in this house, especially when I was the only one home. But fast forward to middle school though, I was usually the first one home and would remain home alone for a couple of hours every day. I generally spent most of my time in the basement where the TV, video game console, and computer were. During this time, I would regularly hear kitchen cabinets slamming shut. They weren't open to begin with, mind you, and dining room chairs being dragged across the floor. And I always felt as if there was something watching, like I said. I did at times wonder if some of this was just in my head, only for the thoughts to be validated by both my brother and a few friends that would come over at various intervals. There was another standalone event around the same time where my brother and I were playing games in his room. We were both sitting on his bed, and to my right was the door to the hallway, which was wide open. The lights were off in the bedroom, and there was some tertiary lighting sort of coming from the hallway. Out of my peripheral view was, again, a fully formed person, a white figure that appeared to be walking past the doorway out in the hallway. And as I turned my head right, my brother to my left sneezed and blood came pouring out of his nose. Again, I saw just enough to be creeped out, but not enough to fully validate exactly what I saw. And the whole blood coming out of the nose thing was really random and weird. There were a few other events to follow though, more or less the same as some of the stuff described above. But all of this came to a head one night, and this is also where I saw some of the most vivid stuff to date. I was 13 at the time, and my best friend was sleeping over. It was Friday night, and we were the only ones in the house at that point. We were on the second floor playing video games when all of a sudden we heard the cabinet doors slamming and the chairs moving. I was honestly used to it by now, but my friend got a bit freaked out and asked what it was. I'm paraphrasing, but I said something to the effect of, "It's those ghosts again, those ghosts." And this is when things got weird for us. Shortly after that, my TV just turned off. The room became very cold all of a sudden, and it was almost like the air became heavy. I don't know. It's hard to describe, but it took much more energy to get up and move around. We booked it from my room and went downstairs to the first floor. We calmed down afterwards and figured that we had just overreacted to what was probably just an odd coincidence. We then decided to go back upstairs to play video games. As we're walking up, it became very cold again, and we began to feel weighed down again. We ignored it this time, as again we just thought that it was all in our heads. We got to my room though and turned the TV on, along with the video games. And after about a minute or two, the same thing happened where the TV turned off. Only this time, I saw what looked like what I can only describe as a floating orb or two out of the corner of my eye, and at that, we again ran downstairs. Like an idiot, I tried going upstairs a third time. Same cold and heaviness as before. This time, as I approached the door of the stairs, I looked into my parents' room from the hallway. The door was open and the lights were off. and to the right of their bed, I saw an all-white figure standing with no torso or head. I again booked it downstairs, and at this point, we went into full-on paranoia mode. I tried calling my parents, but there was no answer. We were stuck at home feeling terrorized and not sure when the adults were coming back. At some point, we actually started chanting or praying out of desperation, which I actually think made things worse because the air on the first floor became extremely heavy, and we felt the cold rush down the stairs towards us. I also started to see the same small orbs fly into the room from upstairs, only this time directly in my field of view. This brought my anxiety to the next level, and I finally yelled out and apologized for saying what I had said earlier. And in a very candid way, I pleaded with whatever this thing was to leave me alone, pointing out that we both live here, and that I wouldn't mess with them going forward if they just didn't mess with me. As I was apologizing, I saw 2 or 3 more of those small orb things, and one much larger, a dark one or purple or black sort of, all come into the room and just hang there for more than a few seconds. What's odd though is, after my apology, the orbs just sort of dissipated and the air sort of cleared up a bit. My friend and I just sort of stood there looking at each other, absolutely dumbfounded of what we had just seen. Coincidentally though, my mum came home maybe 20 minutes after the whole thing ended, and everything just went back to normal as if nothing had happened. Weirdly enough too, I haven't seen anything since then. The noises that we regularly heard on the first floor continued, although they didn't bother me much at that point. I do think my friend may have been a bit traumatized from that experience though, because he claimed that he felt as if he was being watched for a good while after that night too. In any case, I'd be interested to hear some of your thoughts. Some of this stuff was downright terrifying in the moment, and I would love to understand what the heck I was dealing with. Something really weird happened today. I got home and found that there were deep scratches on my bedroom TV, and before I left this morning, it was fine. But that's not the weirdest thing. The night before, my girlfriend and I were home and we ate pizza, and we're 100% sure that there were 3 pieces left in her box that she couldn't eat. In the morning, she got up and left before me, and when I woke up, I looked to see if she had finished them, and found that she still had 3 pieces. However, when I came home this afternoon, there were only 2 pieces in the box, and she confirmed to me that she had not eaten and that there were definitely 3 pieces. A similar food incident happened to me last week when I returned from holiday. Just before we left, I left half a sausage and a box of fries in the fridge, and when I came back, they were gone. I thought that I must have thrown them away before or something, or my aunt had dropped by and picked them up. Today, my aunt confirmed that she hasn't been in town for over a month now and hasn't even been by. I also noticed a little later that the microwave settings had been changed too. I have other stories of missing items and lights being left on and things like that, but I always explained it away as me just losing it or something, and now I just don't know what to think. I don't know what to do either. The only people who have a house key are my aunt and my uncle and my dad. My uncle has absolutely no reason to come home, especially while I'm gone. My dad is on vacation, and like I said earlier, my aunt is out of town. But just the other day, something else happened that now I'm 100% sure that someone has access to my apartment. I saw a hole in the wall that was absolutely new, and also someone had opened, again, a completely new box of sweets. Also, there's another missing sweets like 1 chocolate and 2 bars of Kit Kats. In any case, I'm going to change the locks tomorrow, and we'll sleep with a big knife by my side tonight too, while the front door is blocked. I lived in my childhood home from when I was a baby until 13. My family is very religious, and as a child, I was taught that when you die, you either go to heaven or hell, and that's it. I was never told about anything supernatural, so in a lot of these moments I had no idea what I was experiencing. It wasn't until I was older that I guess I understood. Also, because I was so young for some of these, well, I didn't understand in the moment. I only remember some details. But the last story is probably the scariest, and I honestly tear up sometimes when I talk about it. So, I want to do this chronologically, but I honestly can't remember which of these happened first, so I'll kind of combine them because they involve the same, well, entity, if that's what you want to call it. In elementary school, I walked home from school every day since it was only about a 15-minute walk. The house next door to us was abandoned for quite a few years after the last neighbors moved out, and I walked past it every day. Pretty frequently, I would see this girl in the top floor window, and she looked to be around the same age as me, maybe a little bit older. Curly, dirty blonde hair, pink bow in her hair, wearing a pink and white frilly dress. I never really thought much about her and just went home. But there was one time, though, that made me really confused. I was with my sister in her room playing with Barbies. She had a shuttered window in her room that faced the backyard. We were playing, and I'm really not sure why, but I just had the strangest feeling that I needed to open the window, so I did. And the girl was in our backyard, standing in front of the slide. I wasn't scared and was just sort of staring at her. She continued to stand there, and I'm not sure how long we were looking at each other, but she eventually began to just fade away. The best way that I can describe it is like when you stare at a light bulb and you look away for a moment and you can still sort of see the outline. It was kind of like that until she was just gone. It sounds stupid now, I know, because if I saw that now I would freak out, obviously, but after she was gone I just kept playing with my sister like nothing had happened. I would see this girl pretty often too, but she never scared me. This one is short, but it was the middle of the night and I was asleep. I was maybe 5 or 6, I guess, when I was suddenly woken up to a hard punch to the stomach. After recovering and calming down a bit, I went to my parents' room and they told me that it was nerves, so I just believed them. But I absolutely hated my parents' room. The feeling and the energy in there was so heavy and dark. The feeling of panic would wash over me every time that I was in there. On multiple occasions, I would see things in there when walking to and from my room as well. The scariest entity I ever saw, though, was standing to the right of their bed. It had skin that just looked like tar or something, and it was taller than the ceiling, so it had to bend to fit into the room. I don't remember that it had a face or anything. I eventually stopped looking in their room entirely because of this. I hated when my parents would ask me to grab something for them in that room too, and I would sprint out every time. One time, though, I had walked home from school and it was really hot that day, so when I got home I threw my hair up into a ponytail to cool off a bit. I walked into my room and I immediately felt fingers grip my ponytail and start pulling me back to my parents' room. Context too, all of our bedrooms were in the same hallway and mine was directly across from my parents' room. My dad and I roughhoused a lot and my parents knew that I was terrified of their room, so I honestly thought that it was him. It didn't hurt, and like I said, I just thought it was my dad messing around with me. He's a big guy, so I went to elbow him in the stomach, but I hit nothing. Confused, I quickly whipped around and saw no feet behind me. Just as the panic started to set in too, whatever it was, it dropped me right in front of my parents' door, and I whipped my head around to see what it was, but there was nothing. I sat in shock for a few moments before the tears started to fall. I eventually got up and found my dad talking to my grandma in the living room, and I just didn't know what to say or do. The next one, though, happened about a week before we moved out. It was only me and my grandma home. My mum took my sister to practice and my dad was out grabbing dinner. I was in the living room doing my homework, I think, on the couch. My grandma was watching TV in her room, which was to the left of me. The kitchen dining room and the hallway with all of our bedrooms was to the right of me. The hallway is out of sight from the living room since it goes behind the dining room. I was focused on my homework when I started to hear footsteps. They were going up and down the hallway and into the bedrooms, it seemed. I thought that it was my sister wearing her Disney princess costume heels at first. The footsteps kept going for a while, and then I realized that my sister wasn't actually home. It was just me and my grandma, and she was on the opposite side of the house. My cat was also by my feet, and my heart sank when I realized what it was, but I just decided to ignore it and not give it any attention. It eventually stopped, so I felt more relaxed, but after a few minutes of quiet, I heard the loudest slam that I had ever heard coming from a few feet away in the dining room. It sounded like someone picked up a boulder and just slammed it on the hard wood. I was looking on the ground for what might have fallen when I heard it speak. It sounded like multiple voices hissing and groaning my name all at once. It was honestly the most terrifying thing that I've ever experienced, and I currently have full-body chills just remembering what it sounded like. I just sat there frozen in silence with tears rolling down my face. I was too terrified to move or make a sound, and I finally managed to squeak out a little grandma, and nothing happened, so I started to sob, calling for her. She eventually arrived, but after that, it just went away or whatever. We actually moved out later that week, and the first night at the new house, I had a dream. I was standing in the street outside the old house at night. It was quiet and all the lights were off, when all of a sudden, all of the windows opened and it was so bright inside. It looked like a lighthouse, in fact. It sounded like a party was happening. Multiple conversations going on, and you can see shapes of people moving around the house, sort of manipulating the light, and just as quickly as it started, it stopped. The windows, they all slammed shut, everything was quiet and dark again, and then I woke up. Now, I haven't experienced anything close to this since moving, but a few years ago, the current owners of the house invited my family over for a Super Bowl party. We continue to know them. We knew the people living there. I decided not to go, but my sister did. She talked to the owners and asked them if they had had any experiences of anything weird since moving in. They were shocked that she asked, and apparently they were seeing shadow people in and around the house looking in the windows, which obviously was not very reassuring for me. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed hearing about all this. Sorry it's a bit all over the place. It's hard to summarize 13 years of stuff like this, but these are some of the more scary things that I can recall. If anything doesn't make sense and you want more clarification or have any questions, then do let me know and I'll do my best to answer in the comments below. This past weekend, my parents had an experience. I didn't make much of it, and neither did the rest of the family, but I'm going to use general terms to protect some privacy. This parent got up in the morning for work. However, they were washing some dishes from the night before. I woke up and was able to hear them washing the dishes and everything. Nobody else was in the home or awake besides one of our pets. My parent came into the room and asked for my sibling. I mentioned that they were sleeping upstairs. We have a single room upstairs, somewhat like an attic but used as a bedroom, with my other sibling. At this point, my parent told me to swear that my sibling was upstairs. I explained that yes, they were, and I hadn't seen them come downstairs. They then said that she had seen my sibling run around the house and could feel the feet and items move as they ran. They were so sure that they walked over to peek around the couch to scare them, play hide and seek or whatever, and we didn't discuss it more, but more recently, I have also seen the same sibling at home, despite everyone being away. This sibling is still in grade school, so they wake up and get taken to school by one of my parents. I was also getting ready to leave for work, and as I was heading out of the bathroom, our cat ran and hid behind the bed. He is still a kitten, so he's very playful. The hiding is not suspicious to me, as he's been running around and playing by himself throughout the morning anyway. But I was leaving the bathroom and heading towards the bed to play with the cat, My bedroom door is in front of the door that leads to the dining room or common area. And out of the corner of my eye, I see this sibling sitting on the dining table, eating breakfast with only hair covering her face. I've made out the clothes that they were wearing, and as I went to play with the cat, it occurred to me to tell this sibling to stop playing with the cat and hurry up or else they'll be late for school. And as I walked out of my bedroom, I remembered my parents had already left with them, which means that I should have been the only one in the house. I quickly went out there, but when I did, there was nobody there. These experiences haven't felt malicious, I guess. The only common denominator between the two times this occurred is that the cat seems to be playing with them, which is really weird, just like he does with my sibling. That says to me that I'm not going crazy either, because when I came out, that little cat, it was acting as if something was there. I was reminded recently of this really scary incident involving a manager at one of the old jobs that I had. This happened about 5 years ago when I was 20. I believe he was around 42 or so, give or take a few years, plus or minus. But to paint you a picture here, the manager in question, who, his name was Tim, was a short sort of Viking-esque guy. Red beard, red hair, bright blue eyes, stocky build, not muscular though. Tim was also a heavy smoker and a known racist as well. He dropped the N-word at least 4 times a week for shock factor during conversations. He also used to refer to indigenous people as Indians. He stopped once he found out my ethnicity and confronted him about it. He was mostly bark with little bite, I guess, but still someone I was cautious around nonetheless. He also had a girlfriend who was also 20 at the time. She was like an alternate reality version of me. Like me, she was a bigger girl, size 24, 26-ish, piercings, tattoos, the works. I looked like the replicant tall version of her, I guess. It was pretty surreal, but he never outright told me that he had feelings for me, but on several occasions, he'd comment on how much I reminded him of his girlfriend, and would ask if I was into women in 3 ways. I was bisexual. He didn't know that, though. I gave vague answers every time that he asked me something of the sort, but one day he made an off comment about bisexual women being greedy, to which I reacted negatively, and I guess that he must have put the pieces together from there. Anyway, a couple of weeks went by of him asking me questions about my interests, my hobbies, what I do in my off time, my favorite music, etc. Normally I'd just chalk this up to office banter, but with the creepy undertones, I had a hard time engaging him about my personal life. At this time, I had also started seeing my now partner of 5 years. But when my boss asked again what I was doing after work, I informed him that I was going to see my boyfriend. This sent him into a question tailspin, mind you. He asked how we met, how long we'd been dating, where he lived even. It was a bit unnerving, to be honest. But once again, I kept the answers vague. This time, though, I went on and on about how much I loved my partner and how excited I was to have such an amazing partner in my life. I wanted to be crystal clear that I was not interested in my boss. That same evening, as we were closing, he told me about his favorite music. He specifically mentioned a band called Immortal Technique, and a song of theirs called Dance with the Devil. I shrugged as I really wasn't familiar with the song, so he put it on the store speakers while he swept and I closed the cash register. For those of you who aren't familiar with that song, it's a very graphic and disturbing song that has a rather intense twist at the end. If you like the song, well, that's your taste, whatever, but personally as a woman, I find it difficult listening to graphic depictions of extreme violence like that against women, period. But before continuing, I'd suggest that you read some of the lyrics if you can stomach them, specifically the last half as it pertains to this story. But anyway, Tim turns up the music to an almost deafening level while I count out the cash and get our computers closed up. As he's sweeping, he's actively and loudly rapping along word for word, dropping N-bombs, of course, all the way through. He hadn't been looking at me until the latter half of the song where the lyrics began depicting a woman. being sexually assaulted and killed by a group of men. It was visceral, violent, and terrifying. But Tim turns to me at this point of the song and stares into my eyes while pointing and dancing to the lyrics while still rapping along. He was making violent gestures while doing this in my direction. A motion of a head-stomping gesture with his hands thrusting. It was horrifying, but I quickly closed the cash register, quicker than I ever had in my life. I felt like I was in danger at that point, to be honest. So I grabbed my bag and jacket as the song finished. He turned it off and goes, "Isn't that something? It's poetry. The storytelling is just amazing, isn't it?" I remember my whole body was really tense and I muttered, "Not my cup of tea," and I just left. Now, I know that I should have given him my notice right then and there, but I was in a rough employment situation and couldn't up and just leave like that. After that, though, he actually stopped scheduling him and I together very often, and about a month later I gave my notice after finding a better job full-time. He was furious when I left, of course. The company actually ended up closing that location a few months later because Tim apparently lost it, according to our common connection. It was a friend of mine, a worker of his. But this friend of mine also told me that he upped and moved to the other side of the country to be with his ex-wife, which was a bit of a yikes. But what made me remember this story was that a few months ago I was running errands in the outskirts of my city. I happened to stop by a random Taco Bell, and guess who walks in with a very young-looking woman on his arm? It was Tim. I was with my partner, who also recognized him when they made eye contact. My partner and I were already seated and eating by this point. Tim looked at us, though, like a deer in the headlights, and booked it out of there faster than a kite on the wind. Before he left, though, I noticed that he had shaved his head, and had gotten some suspicious-looking tattoos on his arms. And when he turned around, there was also a distinct white power symbol patch on his jacket, and his girlfriend's jacket too. So not only was this guy a creep, but also a predator, and also now a white supremacist, apparently. I don't go to that area anymore unless I'm accompanied by my partner at all times. Tim is also very much a part of my past, and I have no desire to run into him ever again. My husband and I live in a beautifully restored 100-year-old craftsman home in the oldest neighborhood of Houston, Texas. We've lived here for about 3 years, and in this time have experienced odd occurrences that we're unable to explain. Until today, we would joke that it must be a ghost, but never really believed it. But now, I don't know, I'm not so sure. I would like to get your opinion on these things. But is there a way that we can test for energies or anything in our house or something? I feel a bit silly asking that, but I would really genuinely like to know because I would like to get to the bottom of this. So first, about 2 months after moving into the house, I was in our upstairs guest room in our large, 7-foot-tall, heavy wood frame, maybe 75 pounds. A mirror, which was securely leaning on the wall, fell on top of me and pinned me against the bed. Thank goodness that my husband was home to help me get out from under it, because otherwise I would have been completely stuck. I wasn't hurt, but I definitely was really confused as I was just walking by, and in the past, when I've unleaned it, it took a lot of muscle to move it. On 2 occasions, with different guests, staying in the same guest room as where the mirror is, maybe 9-ish months apart from the previous story, they have told me while they were wide awake that they felt like someone sat on the bed, or like a cat jumped on the bed or something, only to realize that they were alone in the room. On another occasion, while I was outside gardening this past fall, I felt someone firmly push my back, which caused me to stumble. I was certain as I was turning around that there was going to be someone there, but when I did, I was completely alone. My husband thinks that I simply lost my balance, but I very clearly felt something touch my back. That I'm sure of. But there was nothing around. I couldn't have actually bumped into anything. It was clearly behind me too, but again, there was just absolutely nothing there. Like I was just in the middle of a field, basically, where there was nothing around me. And this brings us to today, which for me is the hardest one to ignore. So this morning, around 7 a.m., I heard two thuds about 10 minutes apart. After the second thud, I got up to let my dog out since they also woke him, and while he was outside, I investigated the sound. The cat was in our bedroom asleep with my husband, and there wasn't anybody else in the house. But I briefly looked around downstairs and didn't see anything, so I assumed it must have been something outside. I got my dog and went back to sleep, and fast forward to around 7 p.m., I went upstairs to get my stepson's 10-month-old bedroom ready for his arrival. His dad was picking him up. He's with us every other weekend. And I had found that 3 of his books had fallen off of his bookshelf. I believe that these were the series of thuds that I heard this morning, but there are some things that just make it extra peculiar. Like firstly, the books were a series of 4, and I had organized them in order when I placed them 2 weeks ago. Books 1, 2, and 4 had fallen, and the third book remained perfectly intact and erect on the bookshelf. The second thing is that they fell in at least 2 series minutes apart, not all at once. Thirdly, they fell pretty far out from the bookshelf. As a former physics major, I'm pretty certain it would have taken quite a bit of force to get them to land as far away as they did, and nothing had fallen behind where they were on the shelf that could have knocked them over like that. And lastly, for those who are curious, the bookshelf is securely attached to the wall and has many books and nail tacks and didn't appear to have been moved. The books also have an inch of clearance between them and the edge of the shelf, so I don't know. None of this makes any sense. This is strange, right? A few years ago, I had one of the most strangest experiences that I've ever had. So, I exited my train onto the station platform late at night and realized that the only other person there was a tall, thin man with a hood pulled over his head who stepped out of the train car behind me. I didn't like this. I didn't like the idea that he could sneak up on me, so rather than run ahead, because I knew that with my short corgi legs, anyone could easily overtake me, I looked around the platform for places where I could brace myself against something if he tried to throw me onto the platform, like a trash can or a stairway. When I saw some benches ahead of me, I began to slow down, hoping that the best-case scenario that he would just walk past me was going to be the case, so that I'd no longer have a potential serial killer attacking me from behind. Or worst-case scenario, I would at least be emotionally prepared for whatever came next. He, unfortunately, slowed down as I slowed down, though, and when I realized that he was unlikely to walk past me, I just stopped suddenly and did the, "Oh no, did I lose my keys?" pat down, thinking that I could force him to walk past me. He walked until he was directly next to me, turned, and just said, "Are you smart?" He didn't ask, he said. His delivery was sort of flat, I guess. No inflection. It sort of sounded a bit like a statement, not a question. His face was expressionless, and I thought of the Japanese slit-mouth ghost who would ask you if you thought that she was pretty, and if you said yes, she would kill you for lying, and if you said no, she'd kill you for being so rude. The only way to wriggle out of possible death was to give a confusing answer, and while she stood there racking her brain, you could make your escape. I stared back at him and said, "Huh?" I made my eyes as wide and as vacant as possible. He scoffed and repeated, "Are you smart?" I blinked and repeated, "What?" He got a little closer and said, "You look smart, so are you smart?" I shrugged with my palms up. I literally made the confused emoji pose and squeaked a noise that sounded like the Scooby-Doo whine or growl. He abruptly turned and walked angrily away. I stood for a while watching him, and to keep that same safe walking distance behind him, I did my pocket pat-down again, loudly slapping at my pant legs for a minute before I resumed walking slowly, and at a safe distance, too, behind him. I made sure to keep him in my field of vision while I walked the rest of the way down the platform, up the stairs, through the station, up the stairs to the street, finally tearing my eyes away when I saw that my bus had arrived. I basically ran across the street, leapt inside, scanned my fare card, found a seat, and I sat down. I looked out the window and, to my horror, he was walking alongside the bus. He slowed down as he got closer to where I was sitting, and when he was directly by my seat, he seemed to sort of pause for a bit but didn't look up, and continued walking. I was tense the entire ride home, and even when I reached my stop, I was sure that he was going to be waiting there. To this day, I'm honestly haunted by the thought of what he would have done if I'd answered yes or no to this question. It was just such a weird experience, and I just don't know what to think about it. So before talking about this, some backstory is that growing up, my parents never entertained the idea of paranormal activity or ghosts. They would always tell me to say my prayers whenever I felt uncomfortable, and that was it. But I've always been able to feel energy around me, and I'm a very intuitive person. Growing up Christian, I was never allowed anything to come in the way of that, and I myself never thought much of ghosts or supernatural beings or anything. Deep down, though, I did know that there was truth in them, as there have been things that have happened to me as a child even that I just cannot explain. Until recently, however, when I had a whole crisis about my religion and I stopped going to church and stopped praying as much as I used to. Not that I don't believe in God, I just hated the brainwashing that used to happen at my church. I've started to rethink things. Anyway, at the start of the pandemic, I had a friend who was a very spiritual person and still is, although she doesn't practice as much anymore. She would do tarot readings and give me details of my life and people around me if I asked her for it. And at the same time, I began to discover spirituality for myself. In fact, I was sort of obsessed with tarot readings on YouTube, although I never practiced myself. But this friend would give me more information, and I found myself becoming more interested in it. And I would find myself becoming more interested in it, to the point where I started becoming more aware of my surroundings, and wondered to myself if those things that happened to me as a kid were things that I imagined, or if they actually happened. Regardless of those things, of note is the ongoing, inexplicable incidents that occur in my dorm room, and the constant nightmares and weird feelings that I get at night. I'm a university student, and in late 2021, I moved back into my dorm after being home during the pandemic. We had classes as usual, but whenever I came home, I would always realize that my cupboard door would be open, even though I definitely would have closed it for the majority of the day. The door to my cupboard has a metal locking too, so it can't be opened unless force is applied, and my windows are always closed for privacy, so there's no wind that could have blown it open or anything. Additionally, when I would study at my desk, my cupboard doors would creak or my bed would creak as if someone had just sat on it. Trying to be as logical as I can, I initially passed this off as just the building being very old or something to do with the pipes, and honestly, I just chalked it up to me imagining things, but these things also started happening when another one of my friends would come over. I told her about it because, well, it was freaking me out, and it would only ever happen at night too, which was weird. The way my room is oriented though, my bed is against the wall, so when I sleep I can either face the wall or face my desk and have my back facing against the wall, and I usually tend to sleep in the latter position because I could constantly feel a sort of tickling or prickling sensation on my back, and it would always prevent me from falling asleep. I would also feel a presence if I ever slept facing the wall, or sometimes my entire scalp would sort of get the same prickling sensation. I would feel absolutely insane when this happened and wondered if there was something wrong with me in terms of my health, but after constant searching, I just couldn't find anything. As I said, this would only ever happen at night, never during the day if I took a nap, and it would never really happen if I spent the night at my parents' house. It was only ever in this room, and it freaks me out because it still happens sometimes too. I I ended up telling my friends about it, and they believed me because weird stuff has happened to them too. But here's the really weird part. So, recently, I've been having terrible nightmares, and I've been waking up between the hours of 3 and 5 a.m. And I would wake up gasping or wake suddenly, sort of. But previously, there have been nights where I would wake up in the middle of the night for no apparent reason, even though the room would be dead silent and dark. In one of these nightmares, I dreamt of a white tiled floor and somebody that I knew getting their head bashed in, and there was just blood everywhere, and it was so red against the white tiles. Or in another dream, I felt as though I was being choked and couldn't scream, and I thought that this was all just sleep paralysis. Until last night, however, which is when I had the idea of sharing this story. So I had finished studying with my friends, and I was extremely exhausted as I'd already had a long day. I was laying in bed replying to messages and just scrolling for about 10 minutes, when suddenly I felt this presence above me, and I looked up, and there was this thing leering down at me with a smile on its face. It was black and shadowy with long spindly fingers. I don't know how else to describe it, but it freaked me out. I was so tired though that I didn't know what to do, and I panicked, and I hid under my blanket, and I looked out a few times and it was gone, and so eventually I just fell asleep and didn't wake up until 7 a.m. A third friend who stays on my floor who has seen and heard ghosts before, she tells me the next day that she had really bad nightmares last night and tells me each of the 3 dreams. I was shocked because she explained that she never really had nightmares in the past, but last night she felt something in her room and she was unable to sleep. This all has me really freaked out, and I'm not really sure what to do about it all and how to protect myself. If you have any suggestions, then please do let me know, because this is all very new to me, and to be honest, I'm just a bit lost. So this happened about 4 months ago. I, a 22-year-old male, was waiting for my turn at the clinic with my mother. We were supposed to be next in line to go in after the patient that was already with the doctor at the time. However, that person was there for so long, almost 2 full hours, and for some reason, that's when I just had a really weird feeling that something bad might happen. While we were still waiting outside, all of a sudden, a teenage girl walked in the door with her mother, who was coughing blood and looked to be in really bad shape. Couldn't walk on her own, bloodshot eyes, bruises all over her body. The girl then asked us, there were like 3 middle-aged women there. There were like 3 middle-aged women in there and an old man in addition to me and my mum, if someone could help her mum. One of the other women that were waiting for us explained to her that it isn't a hospital and that the clinic doesn't have the proper equipment to help her mum. Then someone else told her that there's a hospital nearby with emergency services and gave her its name and location. We then quickly started gathering some money for her before they went. All that while, the mum was still bleeding on the couch near us. Once I tried handing her the money, her mum, who didn't speak a word until then, pointed at me and screamed with all the blood coming out of her mouth. It really spooked me for some reason. It sounded like one of those animal screams that you hear when an animal gets severely hurt. Once the girl had collected enough money, I then asked her who told her to come here in the first place. She said the janitor, the short man by the building's entrance, which was super weird, since the janitor that we just passed by before we used the elevator and went into the doctor's office was a strikingly tall man, and he's always the only one here. But of course I didn't think of it then. Anyways, she got the money and she was leaving with her mother. I tried helping the girl, but as soon as the mother saw me, she started screaming her lungs out again. This time she was crying as well, while still pointing at me. The girl asked the old man to help her get her mum downstairs instead, and at that point, the patient that was with the doctor had finally got out, and I immediately went in. But about 15 minutes when I was with the doctor, we heard that agonizing scream again. I was still creeped out from what had happened before, but I brushed it off. And when I was done with the doctor, I got out of the room and asked one of the women that were waiting there what that scream was, and why did they come back again. She said they came back shortly after when they couldn't find the taxi outside. Then she said the poor woman was shouting nonsense. When I said, like what? She said something along the lines of, "Where is he? Why is he hiding from me?" Again, there were only 2 males in there. I was in the doctor's office while the old man was still outside, and then the old man went out with them and got them a taxi apparently, but when I discussed that with my mother when we got home, she suspected that it may have all been a hoax by the girl and her mother to scam people for charity. I guess I still don't know for sure if that was the case or not to this day, but that woman's look and the scream while pointing at me like that, man, it still gives me the creeps. When I was 14 or 15 during the summer, we used to travel up to Pennsylvania to visit my aunt and grandma. It was usually my mum, myself, and sometimes one of my sisters that would go with us. My brother and other sister would stay with my dad at home. But we usually only stayed there for maybe a week or two. Where my aunt lived, it was country, like the closest neighbor was a good ways away. And when I was up there, I would hang out with my older cousin who was 17. They lived near a huge abandoned rundown building too. You could actually see it from my aunt's house, and it had a huge amount of land. My cousin says that it was a mental hospital at one point, but my aunt says that it was a hotel, but it shut down. I've tried looking it up, but I can't find any information on the building. But what I do know is that I remember this night very well. My cousin had a girlfriend. This girlfriend had a younger sister that I was interested in. My cousin was going to sneak out and visit her, and I asked if I could go with him. He said no, but reluctantly agreed after a few pleases, and to explain the path, we went through the dirt road that was lit up by a few streetlights. It was an easy 30-minute walk. If we walked through the land by the building, it was a 10-minute walk, and he took a flashlight with him, and we made our way towards his girlfriend's house. Mind you, it was close to like 1 in the morning at this point. The way that we needed to walk, though, we had to walk by that old building, and don't know why, but it always gave me the willies walking by it. It felt like you had eyes on you, sort of. On the path there, nothing happened. We got to the house, and we ended up leaving at almost 3 in the morning, and I had a lot of fun. But when we were walking back, my cousin commented how eerily quiet it was. This was a rural area where you could hear bugs and the nocturnal animals. He told me to walk fast, and I made fun of him for being scared. He told me to cut it out, and I remember kicking a rock on the ground. We were probably, 100 feet away from the building when he palms my chest in a sort of stopping motion. I look at him, and he has a sort of shushing motion and points forward. His face said it all, though. In fact, I'd never seen him like that. He was not an easy person to frighten, and I look up, and all I can see is something white spinning, like as if a person was wearing a dress and was spinning, like they were dancing. It was dead silent. I moved the flashlight from the ground towards the white thing, and it was a lady. Super pale, black hair. But as soon as the light hits her, she stops and she kind of just evaporates. She looked like she was heading towards the front door of the building. From where we were at, we could see the streetlights on the dirt road, and as soon as this happened, we just booked it down the road. My cousin and I didn't speak of it on the way home, but when we got to his room, I asked what the heck that was, and his response shook me to the core. I don't know, man, but I saw it staring at us from one of the windows of the building when we first passed by. I just didn't want to scare you. That explained why he was so serious and didn't want to joke with me on the way back, too. I have other experiences with that building, but I'll probably share those another time. Let me know what you think of this one. The house was built in 1922. Unsure exactly of all of its past history, but when I was little, I had oftentimes had these dreams where I would wander through my house in the nighttime, trying to find something or perhaps someone. The dream would always end when I find a tall, dark figure, nothing but a silhouette standing in the middle of my kitchen, exposed by the overhead light over the kitchen sink that hadn't even worked for years before. It was always in that dream, though. I would wake up sometimes hearing these voices. Not angry or any emotional, but usually just 2 to 3 voices talking mid-sentences of audible English words that were distinguishable but didn't make sense of much really. Sometimes I would even wake up frozen, like I couldn't breathe or move, but simply lay there with my eyes wide open for a few seconds while still hearing the voices speak briefly. My mother has always experienced things as well as my older sister. My mum hearing a jingle or eerie hymn coming from the back of the refrigerator, or maybe the pantry late at night sometimes. Things would turn on or off, and it was just a series of weird stuff. The year was 2001 though. I was 8 years old, when one night my mother woke up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. She was frozen in her steps in the hall when greeted by a deep, hollow and loud voice right in front of her, that of a man saying slowly and forced out, "Don't worry, everything will be alright." She turned on the lights and looked around, but didn't see anything. It was a snowy night, and she took a look outside, and there were no fresh footprints where anyone would have been around the home. She woke my dad up, though, to go investigate the voice, but my dad didn't believe in ghosts or anything of the sort. He came into my room and grabbed my wooden baseball bat, and it woke me up. I remember worrying for my dad and what was happening and wanted to go downstairs. I hadn't heard the voice in the hall myself. I just sort of stayed awake and listened, but eventually I fell back to sleep. I only heard of this story later on when I was a bit older and had finally knew that my dad came in for the bat that night for the reason that he did. My dad found nothing out of the ordinary, mind you, but my mum's father had passed away that previous year of a heart attack, and my dad's mother was suffering and dying of cancer at this time too. My mum seems to think that the message was in reference to those events. Throughout the years, my mum and sister would experience, most of which was lights on and off, and sometimes an eerie jingle from the kitchen at night. But fast forward to 2018, my parents are divorced and the house has been vacant for 2 years now, just to be heated during winter months. My wife and I decided to move in to rent from my dad since we were tired of the apartment living lifestyle, and the first night that I moved in and was unpacking, I immediately felt a strong presence of being watched. I couldn't shake the feeling too, and as my wife was working overnights at the coffee shop and I was alone, it happened a fair bit. The next day is when it started to all happen again as well. I got up for morning shift at 4:30 and I was brushing my teeth just in the other room. My wife woke up to a voice that said Earl. She asked me if I had said it, and I in fact didn't. Like I said, I was brushing my teeth at the time. I thought to myself though, oh no, here we go again. But I didn't tell her that. The next morning my wife was wide awake watching Netflix on her phone. 4:15 comes around, I snooze the phone. Not long after, we hear this bizarre jingle or hymn at the foot of the bed for like 8 to 10 seconds. It was long enough for her to shake me and say my name, and I still heard it. It kind of reminded me of Take Me Out to the Ball Game from one of those little teddy bears or something. So terrified though, we both threw the lights on and searched the room, but there was nothing but boxes of clothes in our room and nothing that could have possibly made that sound. We did get the house blessed the next day, and we hadn't experienced anything too far out after that. Occasionally a light would work itself, or the stove range fan would turn on by itself. It didn't work when we tried, mind you, which was really weird. But there was also another time where me and my wife were both standing right next to each other, and I was getting a phone call from her cell, but she was using her phone and it didn't even show that she was calling me. To be honest, I was too afraid to pick it up, but sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I did pick it up. later on, we got home and my sister moved in and had one night experienced a disembodied voice at the end of her bed, just whistling the tune to the TV show that she had just finished watching. She had also taken videos and several orbs just floating around. I just asked her the other day if she experienced anything lately, and she says that she doesn't anymore. Her and her boyfriend are in a good and happy place in life for the moment, and she seems to think that this could be why she isn't experiencing weird things anymore. She also told me that she thought that the house was some sort of portal where many spirits would come through. I'm not sure what to think about that, but after me and my wife both hearing that hymn, it definitely must be something. Have any of these events ever happened to you? And what did you do about them? My boyfriend's uncle lives 2 to 3 hours from us, so we barely see each other, but maybe once or twice a year I guess we do. But he's just giving off some weird vibes, I guess. Not necessarily super creepy at first, but definitely weird. I sort of notice him checking me out sneakily, but I've been the victim of other things a few times in my life, and I brush it off as me being overly cautious or sensitive. The way that he talks and his accent are quite unique, and you recall it pretty easily, even without knowing him better. I know that he was addicted to alcohol in the past, but claims that he's sober now. Anyway, this happened twice, last year and the year before. Mind you, I have social anxiety, so unknown callers are a huge issue for me. The year before first. It was a rather quick event, but an unknown number called and a male voice very similar to his asked if I'm fine and what I'm doing right now. I was immediately stressed out and kept stuttering until he said that he had to hang up. And though it was super weird, I brushed it off and forgot about it after a few days. But last year, the phone rang around nighttime, maybe 9 to 10 p.m. Very unusual. Only a few family members call us in general, and never that late. Since it was an unknown number, and my mum calls with an unknown number, I picked up thinking that it was probably her, not even remembering the creepy call that I got a year before. But there was a male voice, speaking with the same accent, rather unusual where I live, and sounded very similar to him, but with slurred speech as if he was drunk. I panicked and didn't ask for his name, which I regretted later, but once again he called me by my name, asking how I've been and saying that he missed me. At this point, my anxiety is through the roof and I'm actually almost in tears. I now remember the last call, but I'm not able to ask any questions that would confirm his identity because I'm just frozen at this point. But he was breathing heavily and kept talking, which was hard to understand. He then asked me if I was bored and if I'm alone right now, as he would love to visit me. I immediately said no, my boyfriend is here, and he answered, "What a pity," only to hang up again. He didn't call me again, but this all still lives in my head, I'm not gonna lie. I avoided him when he visited and tried to talk to my in-laws, but they think that I simply confused him for some random weirdo. But I'm absolutely sure that it was his voice, his accent. Also, I wrote my boyfriend's aunt about it on WhatsApp, asking if he called at night by accident. I tried to approach her slowly before opening up about the story, and she just blocked me without even saying a word. And everyone in the family thinks that that's just normal somehow. They're like, yeah, she's weird. Don't worry about it. She's always been a bit weird. But I mean, like, what the heck, right? I didn't do anything. I think her reaction, though, clearly was proof that I was right. I'm still creeped out today, the way that he talked to me on the phone like that, breathing heavily, and it honestly sounded like creepy guys in movies who call a woman and play with themselves or something. It was just disgusting and really triggering, and everybody behaving as if a complete nut job like this is normal, honestly, really sucks. So me and my boyfriend, we like going out dancing on the weekend, which always ends up with us stumbling into our favorite pizza place before joining the taxi queue. We've done this most weekends for over a year now, so we've become somewhat friendly with the guys who own the pizzeria. They know us by name and always make a big fuss over us, and offer us discounts every time too. But here's where it gets a little freaky. You see, last night, a Sunday night at 11 p.m., my boyfriend and I were in bed because we both had work this morning. My phone started ringing, which was weird for that time of night, and I saw it as an unknown number, so I just ignored it. But the next thing that we know, there's someone knocking on the front door. All the lights in the house were off, so we were clearly in bed and not in. I had another call from the same number, and then the person knocking started hammering on the door and flicking the letterbox, even though I was a bit shaken and warned not to. If I had been alone in the house, I never would have answered. So he goes downstairs to answer the door, and lo and behold, it's one of the pizza guys from the pizzeria, holding 2 freshly cooked pizzas that we didn't order. He said not to tell the other guys at the shop, apparently, but they were a gift from him to us, his favorite customers. My boyfriend took them from him and thanked him, but we couldn't get back to sleep for hours. We just felt really odd about the whole thing. We have ordered from them once for a takeaway, I think, so that's clearly how he got our address and my phone number, but it's still very weird, right? So I've had a stalker for about 4 years now. He was never aggressive or sent me proper threats, so stubborn as I am, I did my best to ignore him and not give him the satisfaction of showing him any fear. To be honest, after a while, I also wasn't even scared anymore since he almost never came close to me. I know being stalked can affect people severely, even in a case like mine, and that's totally valid, but I guess I just got lucky and was never really psychologically affected by it. His stalking behavior mostly just consisted of sending me letters and gifts such as photos of my own apartment building from the outside, things that he dug out of my trash can, and so on. I called the police many times, but they weren't able to, or really tried, to be honest, to catch or identify him. But about 3 weeks ago, I discovered the German version of the subreddit r/IMA, and thought that people might want to know about what it's like to have a stalker. Since I barely use any social media, aside from Reddit, and have no personally identifying information here, I didn't think that he'd ever see it. One person even asked, "Does he know that you're putting him on blast on Reddit?" And I answered, maybe it would make him angry, maybe he'd be turned on. I don't know, and I don't really care. Well, I know the real answer now. He did see it, and he did not like it. Like I said, he was never aggressive and never came close to me. The closest that I know of was when he sent me a picture of myself unlocking my apartment door, taken from the corner of the steps above. Sorry if that doesn't make sense. I really don't know how else to explain it, but I consider myself a pretty vigilant person, and I'm thinking that he might have hid a camera there instead of being there to take the photo himself. I think I would have noticed him if he did. Anyway, I don't know how he got wind of the AMA, but he did. The next week was quiet, no letters, and I didn't see him anywhere. Then he left me letters with printed out questions and my answers from the subreddit. He also left me a long, hateful letter towards my boyfriend about an issue that I had posted. His letters were never hateful like that before, though he never seemed happy with my boyfriend. He wrote about how I should share the spotlight with him since I got so much attention thanks to him. A few days later, I got a gift, but this time he didn't leave it in my mailbox or at my car like he usually did. No, this time he left it inside the apartment building right in front of my door. I didn't take it inside my apartment, but opened it outside. It was a pretty big box, which was also unusual, and it was taped shut. As I'm sharing this, I realized that it wasn't a good idea at all and could have ended very badly for me, but luckily he didn't send me something terrible or anything. He did, however, send me several zip ties, a roll of tape, a TV remote with most buttons picked off, a pack of Band-Aids with a few used ones, and a framed picture of me. I could tell the picture was taken a few days ago, and my boyfriend was next to me but cut out of the photo. The frame was shattered, and the package was full of glass shards, clearly more than just what could have fallen out of the frame too, and they were also intentionally put inside the crumbled newspaper that was stuffed in there and to keep it all in place and stuff. Anyway, I called the cops right away and gave it to them. They were more concerned this time, finally, thankfully, and told me that they'd send patrol cars more frequently. He didn't show up or leave me any letters or gifts for about another week and a half after that. But 8 days ago, it started again. I found letters in my mailbox where he wrote about how he wasted his time on me, how I haven't been appreciating his effort, how he was wrong about me being special. 5 days ago, I left my apartment in the morning and heard a crunch sound as I stepped on my doormat. He had put broken glass under it in the night. I went off to work because I was in a hurry and was just going to make my boyfriend call the police, but then I found my car had also been vandalized. The sides were scratched, the lights were smashed, and the windshield had a phrase painted on it. "It's time soon. Miss my last name." I went back inside and called the cops myself. They found the same phrase on a note under the doormat. This time they really took me seriously, which might have been because I was just, angry at this point, which I made very clear. If for some reason you're like me and just too stubborn to be afraid of a stalker like mine, then all of this, the letters, the gifts, the photos, even the glass under my doormat, are just really annoying and inconvenient. But my car was useless to me now, and the threat, it scared even me. I did, however, have a dash cam in my car, and it caught everything. The police said that they would take the footage as evidence, even though the dash cam footage wasn't of high quality, and I had given them photos of him that were just as good before, but they said that it wasn't enough. And they told me that they'll look into it further and promised to send more patrol cars again. Then it was quiet for 2 more days. Until 2 days ago. Someone rang the doorbell at just after 4 a.m. My boyfriend and I got up, but we were both hesitant, but I saw blue lights outside, and just as I got up, I heard them shouting, "This is the police, please open the door." They told us that they were called by one of the downstairs neighbors, who came home from his night shift about an hour earlier, and heard someone else enter the building after them before the door fell shut. My neighbors actually know of my situation, and I've asked them to make sure that they don't let strangers into the building. This neighbor then went into his own apartment and looked through the peephole. We have motion-activated lights in the stairway, so he waited to see if they turned it back on, and they did. Then he saw a middle-aged man walk upstairs. Above this neighbor, there are only me and my boyfriend and a single mum with 3 kids who probably won't be getting any visitors at 3 a.m. So, naturally, he called the police. They came, and they found my stalker 1/2 floor above me on the stairs. He should have been able to see the cop car since there's a little window up there and they had their lights on, but he either missed them or wanted to get caught. They found a pocket knife on him, and he confessed to being my stalker right away. He was finally caught. They got him. It took 4 years, a provocative Reddit post, and one very vigilant and caring neighbor, but he's finally done. For now, at least, he's facing several charges, and I've collected every single piece of evidence over the past 4 years. I don't know what kind of outcome I can expect, but for now, at least I finally have some peace. I work a very early morning schedule at my job. I go in at 2 in the morning and work until noon, 4 days a week. I used to sleep in until about maybe 7 o'clock on my days off because of just how exhausting my schedule is. But recently, I found it easier to just wake up at my normal time at 1 o'clock in the morning every day of the week. It's not easy, but I get paid good money at my job, and waking up at the same time every day assures that I won't be exhausted all the time trying to balance my schedule out every week. I'm very disciplined though about my health and well-being, so I've always been a bit of a runner. I always try and get about 15 to 20 miles of running in every week. I've always preferred running outdoors rather than on a treadmill in some gym somewhere, but where I live, it can get a bit hot outside, so I've always ran earlier in the morning or late at night. Ever since getting my job, I've went for my runs at 2 o'clock in the morning on my days off. I actually find it very relaxing, and I love the emptiness of the streets at night. The atmosphere provokes a lot of deep thoughts within me, which always makes my runs easier. Now, I'm a very tall and muscular guy, so I've never been too terrified of running into some creep at night on my runs. I also used to take karate when I was in high school, so I always feel as if I can defend myself if a situation of sorts ever presented itself. Basically, if someone ever tried to get tough with me, I'd be more scared for them than I would myself. However, my self-confidence and courage recently disappeared after encountering, well, whatever that thing was on one of my runs. A couple of months ago, I was on my morning run, running the same route as I always do. I was about 2 miles into a 5-mile run, meaning I was 2 miles away from home. I always run on the outskirts of the giant park that borders the north side of my town. It's filled with trees and bushes and a lot of animals, so it isn't uncommon to have some encounters with badgers or possums or birds at night, and I've grown used to all of the weird noises that I hear coming from the trees. However, this night was different. The oddest thing was that I didn't hear anything out of the ordinary while running along the path next to the park, but I got this deep sort of dreadful feeling in my stomach. I'd never felt anything like it before. Fear arose within me, and I had no idea why. I guess my sixth sense kicked in that night or something. I didn't know what I was feeling or even thinking, really. I just knew that I had to get out of there as fast as I could. My jog turned into a run, which then turned into a sprint. My senses knew that I was being followed by someone or something. I felt the leaves crumbling at my feet with each step that I took. I didn't even think about where I was running or where I was heading as long as I got out of there. I wanted to look behind me just to know if I was actually running from something or if I was just being paranoid, but my body just wouldn't let me look. I was too afraid to know the truth, I guess. The dread and the fear only began to grow within me too. Even after running for a good couple of minutes, I still didn't feel safe. Suddenly, too, I found myself trying to shout and yell for help, but I couldn't. I couldn't even make a sound. I was hardly even breathing. My vocals seemed to be drowning in my despair, and I was about out of breath at this point, so I made the mistake of turning around in hopes to find myself alone with no one chasing me. But as I turned around, my foot kicked into a rock sticking out of the ground, and I fell to my face. In fear, I looked behind me. In fear, I stood up and prepared myself for whatever came my way. My flight reactions were about to turn into fight reactions, I think. I clenched my fists and stood up straight, making myself appear as threatening as I could. But surprisingly, I found myself alone. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Nothing. Why would I be so afraid, though? What was I running from? Was I that paranoid? I had a hard time believing that this was all my imagination, but that's what my eyes were saying, because nobody was there. Nothing was there. I felt relief, I guess, and I began to slow walk home on a bit of a limp, trying to catch my breath. I was farther from home now than I was before, and the only way back home from where I was back on that path next to the park where I had just come from. I decided this time to walk directly through the park to avoid the same path that I was just on instead. I soon regretted this decision, however. I had never walked through the park at night before, so I had no idea that there were no lights on this path. In fact, it was pitch black, the darkest black that I'd ever seen all around. But I couldn't turn back now. I had to get home, and I wanted to put all of this behind me. I kept putting one foot in front of the other and only looked forward. As long as I felt the pavement below me, I knew that I was going in the right direction. Suddenly, though, I felt my stomach drop yet again. That same feeling and the same fear grew within me. This wasn't the exact same, though. I knew that I was in real danger, and it wasn't just paranoia this time, because this time I saw something, and it's weird. Bear with me here as I try to explain this. In this pitch darkness, the darkest black that I had ever seen, I saw something. How is hard to explain though, but I saw this figure moving in front of me, and it was darker than the Black Night. The deepest, darkest thing that I'd ever seen in my life was moving toward me on a path that I was walking on. This time I didn't fight. I didn't run. I completely froze, dead in my tracks. I couldn't make myself move. I tried, but I was just completely paralyzed. I had to watch the darkness of whatever this thing was approach me. The dark black of this thing grew closer and closer until everything was darker than black around me. I felt immersed in darkness all of a sudden. I opened my mouth to make a sound, and this time I actually could. I let out a fearful cry and closed my eyes, and I felt nothing. I can't explain this feeling, but I just felt nothing. I honestly thought for a moment that I was dead, but the sounds of birds chirping slowly faded in. Too afraid to open my eyes, I continued to listen to the chirping of the birds, and in the distance I could even hear the voices of people. I felt a soft breeze touch my nose, and I finally worked up the courage to open my eyes, and now it was daytime, and the morning dew covered me. I was laying in the park, on the path, right where I was, attacked or whatever by this thing. But how could it be morning already? A few seconds ago, I was just in the darkness of these woods, and all of a sudden it was daylight? Whatever the case, I felt completely exhausted and confused, and I headed for home without question. I'm still confused about this experience every day that I think about it. I've never slept a walk in my life that I know of, or have had any other occurrences like this ever since. I still can't explain what happened to me that night, but it's safe to say that I don't run at 2 in the morning any longer. Several months ago, I had a bit too much to drink with some friends one night. I arrived back to my car at around 12 in the morning, and I decided that I was not in any condition to drive. I grabbed whatever blankets and jackets that I had, curled up in the back seat, and I fell asleep. At around 4 in the morning, though, I woke up sort of hungover, but much more sober than before. I reached to the front and started my car to warm it up. As I sat down and looked out the rear window, I saw a man. He was wearing a dark hoodie with a red backpack on. He was standing under a streetlight, just staring at me from the middle of the parking lot. I was confused. It was dark, and I thought that I was just seeing things at first. But then he started walking towards my car. I have never, ever jumped in that driver's seat with such swiftness in my life. I swear my heart felt like it stopped too. He proceeded to stop and just stood there watching me drive away, and I thought that I caught a glimpse of something shiny in his hand, but it still makes me feel uneasy to this day. I like to believe that he was just watching me sleep, but needless to say, I will not be sleeping in my car ever again. So, this is our last resort, because I've looked on a bunch of forums, I've looked all over the internet, but I don't see much in terms of results. I've read that it could possibly be an incubus, but that just sounds a little too mythical to me, I guess. I've never been a paranormal believer or a religious person, but I do respect it because of my grandmother. She believes heavily in this stuff and even has CDs full of supposed captures of demons and angels and whatnot. Lots of orbs, mysterious figures and the like. I admit too that they are a little bit strange. She's had them looked at, but was told to stop taking pictures because there was apparently something following her and it was not a good being. She also reports experiences where she's seen my great-grandma and grandpa. My aunt, her daughter, who has lived with her, confirmed some of her own experiences as well. The four were very close when my great-grandparents were alive. And well, now I live with my grandma, but this thing has me on the fence of belief, I'll tell you that much. I say on the fence, though, because truly I could be just going insane. I don't know. I don't want it to be real, to be honest. The only mental problems I've ever had, though, is depression and anxiety, so there's that, I guess. My grandma does have a prescription of schizophrenia that she'd stopped taking a while ago, but it's the cleanly worried about mess kind of schizophrenia. My aunt is mentally stable is what I'm getting at. Never took a drug. I have also been having dreams of a sexual nature. I rarely remember dreams, but they've been vivid recently, and also one where I was being told some type of secret, and that if I told anyone I was done for or dead or something by a vague blonde man in robes. He was bringing me in to show me something, and I blurrily remember some type of necklace with an eye symbol on it. But the weirdest thing is that every second of the day I feel something near me or touching me inappropriately. I work from home too, so I have to really focus, and it really gets to me. I've prayed, bought religious candles, put a pillow between my legs, put my hair up from my neck, worn tight clothing or no clothing at all, turned off all wind makers, closed windows, held my breath to stop making any moves, to check to see if I was just being paranoid, if it was a draft or just my clothing moving or something when I was breathing. But no, I feel it. I feel someone touching me sometimes, and it's still here. I think I maybe accidentally called it one time as well. My boyfriend is on a Navy boat underway currently, so I've been more wanting for certain things lately, and one night, about a week ago, it was particularly bad, so I was doing maintenance, I guess you could call it, and that's when it started. I let it happen because of obvious reasons, but I was really confused and thought maybe I was just dreaming. I now go to sleep bundled up around my groin area. That makes it go away, but it wakes me up either way around 2-ish or 3-ish every time without fail, in which I'll be in completely different positions on the bed with whatever it is touching me. Whatever it is, I don't feel that it's evil. It just has a one-track mind, I guess. I tried talking to it once, and I know that sounds crazy, but it doesn't really respond. So I stopped talking to it entirely, ignored it for hours. Same thing though, it never leaves. Also, just on the touching stuff, it's not always sexual or anything, but there's like a caressing of my face, my back, my neck, or my legs sometimes. Sometimes it even seems to get angry with me or something and pinches my nose. Sometimes, too, I get a really odd pressure on my ear, and it makes it ring a bit. Also, depending on the temperature in the room, it's been a very warm touch or a very cold touch. 50-50, really. I thought traditionally that their touch was only cold, or so I've been told, so this came as a real surprise to me. To be honest with you, though, I really don't know what to believe about any of this. I sort of hope that I'm just sort of crazy now, I guess. I think I'm going to go and get an assessment, but I would just like some theories and possibly some help or something. Or do I need to be admitted into a psych ward? What do you guys think? Also, we stopped using gas for heating, so it's not hallucinations from a gas leak or anything, and it's a brand new tank as well. Again, I just don't know what this is. I don't know if it's a ghost, if it's just all in my mind, or maybe if it's something evil. A couple of years ago, my buddy and I were bored one afternoon and decided to explore an abandoned house that I'd spotted earlier that week when I was out on a drive. We live in a town that is mostly suburbs, but if you drive 5 minutes north, it's all country roads, farmland, forest, etc. The abandoned house that I spotted was in the middle of a field. There wasn't a paved road or gravel driveway that led up to it, so we parked as close as we could on the side of the road and walked through the tall grass to reach it. The house looked pretty old, most likely built in the early 1900s. There were plants engulfing the entire home, and part of the roof was missing from what looked like fire damage. It had obviously been abandoned for some time at this point. My friend told me that he was going to hang back when we came close to the house. He just couldn't shake the feeling that something was off and said that he was getting bad vibes. I, though, decided to keep going. But when I reached the house, I looked in through the windows and saw lots of weather damage and signs of neglect. The door, however, was locked. I walked around the perimeter of the house and found a cellar door, unlocked. I entered and slowly started walking down an old wooden staircase. I got about halfway down and squinted, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. The only light source was the sunlight coming in from the open cellar door, and it was full of old belongings, furniture and junk. But then, in the far right corner, I saw what looked like a figure standing in the darkness facing me. My stomach sank. It was a tall person just standing there, straight, with their arms at their side. I couldn't make out what they were wearing or any facial features. I stood there for a few seconds staring back at them in shock. I thought it had to be my mind playing tricks on me at first, so I squinted harder trying to make out if what I was seeing was actually a tall figure, when suddenly it moved slightly and made a deep grunting sound. At that, I panicked and I ran up the stairs as fast as I could. When my friend saw the look on my face when I exited the basement, he started running towards the car. He said that it looked like I'd seen a ghost or something. When we drove away, I kept looking back to see if we were being followed or anything, but nobody was there. So I, a 41-year-old female, have had a sleep condition called REM, sleep behavior disorder, that causes me to occasionally continue dreaming after part of my brain is woken up. So I can look around my room and see things that are just not there. This is common enough for me that after the initial panic wears off, I get over it pretty quickly. That is, until the night my partner at the time saw it too. So I woke up in my bed, flat on my back. Above me was a solid black humanoid creature with smooth features, long, thin limbs. Its mouth was open, very close to mine. I felt like it was studying me, maybe. My heart was racing, as it always is when I have these sleep disturbances. I jolted in fear, and the thing vanished. I took some big, deep breaths and thought to myself how messed up that episode was. It felt really real. I felt its curiosity in its expression, and it was so close to my face that it was almost touching me. My dreams are usually vivid, but man, this was different. I felt my heart, which was beating like crazy, and took another breath to help slow it down. Then my partner in the bed beside me said, "Did you see that too?" I hadn't yet said anything out loud at that point, except for gasping for air, so I asked him what he saw. He said that he saw a black creature leaning over me. He said that it skittled down to the foot of the bed and over the edge. He said that it was a shadow person or something like it. I never heard of them, but I was freaking out at this point and turned on all the lights. I made him go look under the bed, and there was nothing there. He was into supernatural stuff. I never was, and other than this event, I still am not. I prefer science, I guess. I like things that I can measure and explain. But this experience, him seeing something that I rationalized in my mind as a dream gone bad, just did not line up with my worldview. I didn't sleep that night. Everything just sort of buzzed with creepy energy, and I wasn't having it. I mean, where did this thing go? Where the heck did it come from in the first place? What was it doing on my bed? Why was it looking so intensely at me? I have a son too, and at the time he was about 14. I didn't tell him what I saw for obvious reasons. But when he was 2, he actually had a fever that induced a seizure at one point. It was a terrible experience for me, more than him, I guess, but he was back to normal within maybe a few hours, and I was traumatized for years. But any time that he got a fever after that, he tended to become disorientated and easily confused. So he developed a fever in the night. I don't even remember what it was from, and I didn't know about it until the morning. He tells me, shaken, that he had a horrible, horrible night sleeping. He said that he felt like something was in the room all night. He told me that he saw a creature, a little black guy in his room. Every time that he opened his eyes, it would sort of back off, but when he closed them, it would always come closer. He said that it happened all night and he barely slept. It's important to note, too, that I'm not into supernatural things at all. I don't really believe it in fact. Like I said, I sort of lean into science, but when my son told me this story, I leaned into whatever I could to clear out space of this unwanted guest. A friend recommended that I contact an elder from a local First Nations community and asked if she could help us. She came and did a ceremonial cleansing and blessing of our home and family as well, and asked the ancient spirits to protect us and keep us safe. After that, we didn't see the shadow person again. I still cannot explain what happened that night. The elder said that there was a portal open near the center of our home, apparently, and she politely asked the being to leave, and I don't know, I guess it did. We eventually moved out of that house, and to be honest, I really don't miss it. When I was younger, 18 to 24 years old, I worked at my family's trucking company. It was a small operation with around 17 trucks. I did the dock compliance and log auditing. One Friday, as I was preparing to go home, I was informed that they had decided to open a warehouse as well, and I would be responsible for setting it up and the daily operations. They handed me a set of keys for the building and an address to report to on Monday. Guessing, being the youngest member of the family working there meant I was the first one to get moved around to other jobs. So, Monday comes and I show up to the building at 8 in the morning. It was an old metal manufacturing building that was built in the 60s. The company that originally built and occupied the building had closed years ago, and the new owner had divided the building into 50-foot wide by 200-foot long sections that each had a long front door, a rear door with steps, dock door and plate, and 2 small bathrooms built in the front left corner of the unit. After we had been open for a couple of weeks, they built a small office in the right corner of our unit so that I could have a space to set up a computer for inventory control and invoicing. As this was a small warehouse operation, I was the only employee. When we needed something shipped out to one of our customers, they would send our local delivery driver over with a tractor, a sort of trailer thing, to deliver the product. And at first, everything was good. I would show up and wait for orders to come in and then pull the pallets and let dispatch know that I needed the driver to bring the tractor trailer and make a delivery. It was a pretty boring job, if I'm being honest, as I was the only one there, really. One day, though, after we had been open for about 6 months, I was rotating pallets in the aisle, and as I backed out of an aisle with the forklift, I saw an old man out of the corner of my eye. As I was supposed to be the only person in the warehouse, and I was certain all the doors were locked, I turned to cuss out whoever was standing there, but when I turned, there was nobody there. I chalked it up to my imagination, and I went on about my business. It was probably 2 weeks before I saw the old man again, I think. I was getting pallets pulled for an order, and I was backing out of the aisle, and I saw him again out of the corner of my eye. He would always just be standing there in blue jean overalls and a red button-down flannel shirt. When I would turn to look at him, he was always gone, though. This happened off and on for about a year when I was told that I was moving back to the main office and that they were hiring someone else to run the warehouse. I worked at the main office for about 1 year after that, and they decided that they wanted to expand the warehouse by getting the section next to ours that had just been vacated. So now we had 2 identical sections, and the owners were going to cut and frame a hole in the wall by the dock area so that we could use our forklift on both sides. So, come Monday morning, I start working at the warehouse with Jonathan, the guy that was hired to take my place. As this was an on-demand shipping warehouse for manufacturing companies, we had a lot of downtime there. I had been there for about a month, and we were sitting in the office goofing about, just talking about this and that, and I mentioned how the warehouse was kind of creepy. Jonathan replies with, "Yeah, especially that old guy who you'll see standing at the end of the aisles as you're working." Now, I had never met him before working together and never mentioned seeing the old man to anyone. I mean, I would sound crazy, right? We started trading stories, though, about seeing this old guy, and 30 minutes later, we went back to work. after we had discussed the old man is when things started heating up, though. We'd be working in the warehouse, and we would hear the bathroom doors on the opposite side of the office wall open and slam closed. You would hear footsteps, and when you went to investigate them, there would be nobody there. To try and stop the bathroom doors opening and closing, I even put padlocks on them. And this stopped it for a while, but one day as we were sitting in the office, I heard the bathroom doors open and slam close so hard they shook the wall, which was made of 6 layers of fireproof sheetrock. We ran to the other side of the warehouse, and both doors were closed, but the locks were laying on the floor still locked. I don't even know how that's possible, to be honest. Fast forward 6 months, and I get a call at midnight that one of our customers has an order in the morning and needs to have a count of all their product in our warehouse by 8 a.m. So I get dressed and drive to the warehouse. I get there at around 1 in the morning and have to walk 200 feet in the pitch black to the back of the warehouse to turn the lights on. I start doing the inventory when I hear 3 loud knocks on the back door. I just froze and listened. Then 3 more loud knocks on the door. I said to myself that there's just no way I'm answering that. Then the roll-up dock door, which is a good 4 or 5 feet off the ground, started shaking violently like someone was trying to rip it off. I threw my clipboard on the ground and I ran out the front door and jumped in my car. I was about 3 miles down the road when I pulled into a church parking lot and talked myself into going back to the locked doors. I drove around back to see if maybe it was a truck driver that had showed up early, but there was nobody around back in the dock area. I drove back around the front and I locked the door and went home. Now, the final experience was one night as I was going to bed. My wife always went to sleep before me as I'm a bit of a night owl. I had laid down in bed and just sort of started falling asleep when my wife goes, "Why are you standing at the foot of the bed?" I say my heart stopped beating. I am not exaggerating. I sat up in bed and at the foot was a shadow figure just standing there, and as I share this, I still get cold chills just remembering it. I jumped out of bed, and as soon as I did that, it was just as if this thing just disappeared. Like, it didn't fade out or anything, it just sort of vanished right before my eyes in like milliseconds. As this was during the age of the internet, I started looking up information, and the main thing that I kept seeing was, if it isn't trying to cause you harm, then just try speaking to it. So the next day, when I went to work, I stood in the middle of the warehouse and just said out loud, "I'm not sure who you are or what you want, but I acknowledge that you're here. I mean you no harm, I just work here and am here to do a job. You're welcome to stay here if you're friendly, and I'll leave you alone if you leave me alone." I did similar when I got home, except I stated that this was my home and that they were not welcome. I wanted them to leave, and since that day, I surprisingly have never experienced anything else at the warehouse or my home ever again. I no longer work for my family or at our warehouse, but I still drive by there sometimes, and I think about the old man in the overalls. Hopefully, whoever he is, he's doing all right. So this story takes place back in the late summer of 2007. I was 18 years old, had graduated high school, and was looking forward to starting college in just a couple of weeks. I'm a tall guy, a bit over 6 foot, and was lanky in build back then. My dad and I had a yearly tradition of going on a trip to Reading where we'd stay at a hotel for the weekend and go to the water slides, see a movie, grab dinner from a fancy restaurant or two, and just generally have a good time away from home. It was Saturday and we'd gone to the water slides all day. Once the sun was setting, we decided that we'd go to an In-N-Out for dinner and then had planned to go to the movies later in the evening. We were going to go and see Rush Hour 3, but on this particular occasion, my dad had gotten pretty wiped out and decided that he would just relax at the hotel. I still wanted to go to the movies, and he said that it was okay. So he dropped me off at the movie theater, which was only a couple of miles from the hotel that we were staying at, and I told him that he didn't have to wait up for me. I just walked back after the movie. While I was was waiting in line, I noted that there was a surprising amount of people around my age, all going to see a movie called Superbad. It was starting 10 minutes later than Rush Hour 3, and I was so curious to see what it was about that I changed to that movie, and it was a great time. The movie let out close to midnight, and I was full of energy. The moon was full, and it was warm at night in Reading, low 70s, so I was in good spirits as I started leisurely walking back to the hotel. Now, on my way back, I noticed a silver car pulling out from a nearby street. It was late and on a quieter part of the city, so there wasn't a whole lot of traffic at that time, so it was definitely notable. It sort of slow rolled up to me, and the passenger window rolled down. Inside was a guy who might have been in his late 20s or early 30s if I had to guess. He was clean-shaven with dark hair and decently dressed. He asked me if I needed a ride. I thought it was a little bit odd, but he was smiling and seemed friendly enough. I'd had such a good day and was still full of energy though, so I said no thanks and told him that I was just going to walk back to my hotel. His smile faltered for a moment, and he asked if I was sure. I nodded, assuring him that I'd be all right. He shrugged his shoulder and asked one last time if I was certain, and I said yeah, and then I began to walk. He drove off, and I honestly thought that was the end of it, but it wasn't. About 2 minutes later, I was still walking along the street, and I saw a car coming on the opposite side of the road. There was a cement driver on the center of the road, and it only had a couple of areas where cars could turn around, and I'd been distracted with my thoughts. I wasn't looking for it, but I thought that it might have been the same car at first. I glanced back, and I could just barely see where the road curved, and the car turned around at the same intersection. It turned around, came driving back down my way, and I knew that it was the same car with the guy that I'd talked to earlier. I saw him looking at me as he passed by me again. Chills went down my spine too for some reason. I began to walk faster, but not too much, as I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he thought that he'd forgotten something, but then realized that he hadn't. Either way, I was paying attention now. Sure enough, as I walked forward, I saw him drive by on the opposite side of the road again. Any doubts that I had disappeared, and now I was on edge, ready to bolt if I saw this car slow down next to me. I saw him drive by again, but also some other truck drove by on the opposite side of the road, and his car passed me by. At this point, I couldn't see where he could turn around, but I knew the streetlights he could use weren't too far ahead either. I looked around, and across the street from me were some businesses, and they had bushes in front of them. I waited until I couldn't see the silver car anymore, and I ran across the street and hid behind the bushes, using them for cover. I watched and waited. I tied my shoes tight as my heart was pounding, hoping that he wouldn't come by again. But he did. I saw his silver car drive by my hiding spot, and let out a sigh of relief as he didn't suddenly decide to drive into the parking lot where I was. But I didn't move either. I knew that he could turn around again, so I kept waiting. He drove by again on the opposite side of the street. I then started counting for 10 minutes, or 600 seconds. I decided that if I saw his car drive by, I would start again and would still be ready to run just in case. The 10 minutes went by and I didn't see this car again, so I got up, shakily made my way back to the hotel, keeping an eye out for any new cars coming my way, and thankfully none did. My dad woke up when I got back to our hotel room, and I told him what happened. He got up and took a look around the hotel parking lot before saying that we should probably lock the door, draw the curtains, and get some sleep. And we left early the next day. I'm really glad that I didn't get into that guy's car that night, because I just recently heard that there had apparently been a number of kidnappings in that area around that time, with people getting taken after getting into seemingly friendly strangers' cars at night. And who knows, maybe I met the kidnapper that night. My family and I went on a trip to the Hocking Hills area of southern Ohio a few weeks ago. There was a place that I always wanted to visit, the abandoned ghost town Moonville Rail Tunnel. I've never been to this area, so I didn't know what to expect, but I did know that it was pretty deep in the woods. We took a trip from our rented cabin using Google for GPS to the location. We start driving and it's, for lack of a better word, real impoverished where we're driving, sort of hills have eyes-esque. We literally only see a few cars on the way there and are on the back roads. We get to a point where we need to enter into a forest and we're close to the tunnel. There was a sign that said that we were entering Bubblewood. For a little bit of additional information too, I drive a Mercedes that I'm just lucky to have, and I have my husband in the car, a black man with dreadlocks, my 10-year-old son, who is non-verbal autistic, and my 6-year-old daughter as well. We drive down this really creepy stone road into the forest, and there's really nothing back there. No houses, no cars, nobody. We see signs that we're close, and we pull into the parking lot. There's a footbridge with some stuff on it that people put there. We walk over the footbridge and make our way toward the tunnel, which is a lot larger than I expected. We hear this sound coming from the other side of the tunnel that goes into the woods away from the parking lot, and soon a truck comes driving through the tunnel toward us while we're on foot. Whoever's in the truck, he gets out of it with a chainsaw, and it's a white guy in his 60s. He walks with my entire family everywhere that we go, and even through the tunnel. I tried to make small talk with him and pull some info about if he worked for the Department of Natural Resources or something, but he really wasn't budging. We turn around to walk out of the tunnel, and he starts using a chainsaw behind us, and the sound is just echoing through this tunnel. At this point, we have no cell phone service, and literally nobody knows my family is out there except us. I was already worried my car was sending the wrong idea to people, like we have money or something, which we don't. But we rush to the car and get the kids in their booster seats, and this guy comes driving over the footbridge in his truck towards us in the parking lot. I honestly don't even know how this truck fit on it. He stops again and gets out of his truck and starts walking the other direction, much to our relief. But it was about this time that I then noticed that there are dusty handprints on my car. I asked my husband if they were a match. I don't know who could have touched the car, honestly, because we were with the chainsaw man the entire time that we were there. But at that, we get out of there as fast as we can. Just a few minutes later, I look into my rearview mirror though, and there's a bunch of dust kicked up behind us, and there he is. He had to have driven pretty quickly on the stone road to catch up to us like that. I mean, there's nowhere to go in these woods. The road is basically one lane, and we have no cell service or GPS or anything now. Every time that I think we lose him as well, he's there again. I'm waiting for my tires to get popped or something, or for this guy to ram me off the road into a ravine in the woods, but finally we get out of the woods and I turn out and he's still following. We were following printed directions to get back, and I ended up making a wrong turn in the excitement, I guess you could say. But the guy in the truck was finally gone at this point, and I turned around to go back past the stone road that goes into the forest. The guy in the truck was finally gone at this point, and I turned around to go back past the stone road that goes into the forest. There's only one lone house near this road, and there is his truck, parked there. And I mean, he had to have seen us drive onto this road into the woods and taken some back way to the tunnel or something. To this day, I don't know if he was just trying to protect the site from more graffiti or what, but he really creeped us out. It was like every scary movie trope rolled into one single event, and it was terrifying, to say the least. So every year, my friends and I go on a week-long canoe trip in Algonquin Park, usually just to drink and fish. The past summer, we had decided to stay on Tom Thompson Lake, if you know it, for our main site, which ended up being on an island in the middle of the lake. There were 6 of us in total, with one group of 4 in a large tent, one guy in a solo tent, and myself in a hammock between them. Now, one night, we had been huddled around the fire at about 1 in the morning when we noticed a flare in the sky over what we assumed was an adjacent lake. We didn't think much of it until an awful scream came across the lake about 20 minutes later. I was the only one left sober at this time, and there wasn't much that we could do, so we assumed that it was a problem bear in the area that we'd been warned about from the outfitters. But the strange part came after everyone had gone to bed. At 4 a.m., the other 5 guys went into their tents and passed out while I lay in my hammock listening to them fall asleep. For reference, the group of 4 were about maybe 30 feet to my right, and the other guy about 100 feet to my left on the far shore. As I watched the stars and tried to will myself to sleep, I noticed everything had gone incredibly silent. Suddenly feeling creeped out, I slowed my breathing and stayed as still as I could, thinking about the possible bear and how I was a neatly wrapped up meat sack hanging there. But then, I heard a voice call out about 20 feet to my left, by the remains of our fire. It was the voice of my friend Seamus, who was one of the guys passed out in the large tent, or so I thought. 4 hellos, with each one sounding sort of more, like emotionless, I guess you could say. The 4 hellos all said within maybe 6 seconds, and although I immediately recognized his voice, every instinct that I had was on high alert, telling me not to respond. I stayed as quiet as I could for the next 5 minutes, listening for any movement, until I felt the tension leave the air, and it disturbed me a lot to know how normally you can hear every movement in the site, and yet that night, at that moment, I heard absolutely nothing. Not one thing. Not even crickets or anything. The wind even seemed to die down. Anyway, the next morning, everyone told me that they'd heard nothing, but we agreed to move sites early since we'd all gotten an eerie vibe from that night. This was our 6th trip there too, and we've never had any creepy experiences before, so this one was out of the blue. I hope that what I heard that night was just some camper with a very similar voice to my friend who had come to see if the site was free or something, or Seamus had somehow stealthily slept walk out of his tent, but I don't know. Neither one of them really seems plausible. I mean, I 100% would have heard someone moving for sure. I can only hope nothing happens on future trips for other people, I guess, or for us if we go back there. But it will be hard to forget the fear of this event. So I, a 16-year-old female, found out recently that my grandmom was in the graduating class at Revere High School of 1978. At that time, she was 18, and this story came out because she said something when I told her about the new series on Netflix. Now, you guys should know who I'm talking about. I told her about it, and she goes, "Oh yeah, I remember him," and I obviously told her that a lot of people know him because, of all the things that he's done and all that. And she stops me and goes, No, I actually graduated with him." I stood there completely frozen. Now, she showed me the yearbook picture, but I don't know if I'm comfortable sharing that on the internet because I don't want people to find out information about my family and all that. But I couldn't lie about this, especially this. I mean, it would be terrible to do that. So, I'll tell you some things that she told me though. This was about 2 weeks ago, so I'll try and remember what she said word for word. This is how it went. Now, I did go to high school with him, but there were so many kids in that school. I barely even talked to him. Everything you hear about him from high school is basically the 100% truth. He was the definition of weird. He would actually come to school drunk on some days. The only reason that some people started to notice who he was because he would spaz out as some sort of a joke, and he would act like a kid with special needs almost. I don't remember if I had any memorable conversations with him, but I do remember one specific time I saw him in the hallway. I'd only heard about what he's done, but I didn't know if it was actually true, so I asked him, "Aren't you the boy who puts on those acts in the hallways?" "Yes, I am," he said. "Why? Do you find me funny?" "Well, sure, everyone does. I've never really seen you, though. I've only heard the stories people tell. Just wanted to know if it was you." Well, you're right, it is me. Glad you find my jokes enjoyable. And he smiled at me. Not a toothy smile, but a grin, I guess. I don't remember talking to him again after that. That was towards the end of the school year. Then the school year ended, and to my luck, he actually appeared in my college. He got kicked out shortly after for, I think, a drinking problem. I never knew of his family life, frankly. I didn't want to know, but I could tell that it wasn't good, and perhaps that's why he was drinking. I never saw him again after that. Well, actually, I did, but it was on TV. When I found out what he did, though, I can't even begin to describe how I felt about it, being the fact that I knew him a bit and went to school with him. I'm not saying that he was normal. I mean, with anybody that turns out like this, people normally say, I could never see them doing this. But it disgusted me in ways that I can't describe. The first thing the news said was that they caught somebody who they described as a murderer. And later on, they let out the details of what he actually did, and that's what really shook people. Seeing the new series really helps people understand how disgusting that man is. And well, it shows you what he went through, I guess, as well. It doesn't make you feel bad for him, which nobody should. I'm glad that he went out the way that he did. Maybe if I didn't ask him the question that day, I wouldn't have felt so uneasy about the whole thing, but yeah, I did, and that's what happened. So yeah, that's basically it in a nutshell from my grandmom, and that's what she told me. I can tell that my mother feels uneasy when she talks about it too, but I'm guessing my grandmother has told her already, and anyway, it's weird how small this world is, and how you just know people who know people, and I guess you just never know that somebody could be a serial killer. I want to start by saying that this isn't the first bad experience that I've had dog sitting, but it's definitely the worst. So, I started dog sitting back when I was 13, and I made some good money doing it. I'm currently 19, and this happened when I was 18. I set up an easy way for people to contact me about dog sitting. I put out posts on Facebook and Instagram about it often, and would sort of get people in my messages asking to dog sit and whatnot. And I got a notification from Instagram one day stating someone was trying to message me. I accepted it, and the message said that me and my wife are looking to find a dog sitter while we go away for a week in Florida. You'll have to do the work from the 4th to the 11th this month. We'll pay you $300 for the week. You're welcome to stay at our house or go back to your own home. I started talking back and forth with this man, and his name was Mr. Brown. So I agreed to take the gig and told him that I would stay at his house for the week. Once I got to his house, I was introduced to his two dogs, Mina and Letty. Mina was a little Yorkie and Letty was a blue hound. I was shown around his house, which was surrounded by 76 acres. I live in a farm town, and I live on 32 acres myself, so staying here didn't really freak me out or anything. The closest neighbors were pretty far away, and you would actually have to drive there if you wanted to talk to them, to be honest. They told me the rules and when to feed them and blah blah blah, and then Mrs. Brown told me about the nearest neighbor, and in her words, she was a nice person, just a little drugged up and confused apparently. She mentioned how sometimes she would pull into their driveway instead of hers and would end up mistaking Mrs. Brown for her dead daughter. Hearing this made me feel pretty bad for her, to be honest, and I know all too well how hard it is for parents to lose their child because of how my parents were after losing my brother in a car accident. Mrs. Brown said that she shouldn't do anything bad, though, and if she came up to the house, just point her back home and she would leave with no problems. After they left, I was down to watch movies and just chill with the dogs, and the first 2 days were fine with no hiccups. The third day, however, Miss Rose did pull into the driveway. I came outside as she was getting out of the car, and she looked up to see me, and immediately she got back into her car and left. I thought that was weird, but I chalked it up to her realizing that it was the wrong house when she saw me and went back inside. Later that night, though, I got a call from Mrs. Brown asking if I was okay, and I said yeah, and I asked why, and she then went on to tell me about how she got a call from Miss Rose and that she said that there was a robber at her house. I explained explain what happened, and she just laughed and said that she must have been confused and forgot that they were out of town. I ended the phone call, making a note to go over there tomorrow to clear the air about me being a robber and all that. Once I went to bed that night, though, things got crazy. I woke up at around 2, hearing a sort of light scratching sound that almost sounded like, I don't know, ticking coming from outside the window. At first, I thought that it might have been a bird or some sort of, a creature, and I left it alone. But the noise kept me from falling asleep, and I wanted to scare it away, so I got up and went to open the blinds, but screamed when I lifted the blinds at the sight of Miss Rose trying to pry the window open with a pair of pliers. Once she saw me, though, she started banging on the window with the pliers. The dogs started barking now, and I quickly got up, told the dogs to follow me, grabbed my phone, and ran to a room with no windows, which was the bathroom, locking the door in case she got in. I called 911 and explained the situation quickly, giving them the address from what I could remember. She said that the police would be there in 10 minutes, which for the area was actually pretty good considering their house is pretty rural. I had gotten the dogs to be quiet and put them in the closet, connected to the bathroom to make sure that she didn't hear them. I was trying to stay calm, and I could still hear the pounding on the window, though. As I continued to talk to the operator, I then heard the glass shatter. I cursed under my breath, trying not to cry. I was really scared and pretty much ready to cry from the fear of being beaten to death by someone who was clearly not in the right state of mind. I was whispering what was happening to the operator, hiding in the back of the bathroom in the tub, and after about 4 minutes of pretty much silence, I then heard footsteps, and I could see feet under the other side of the door, and I cursed to myself again. I then see Miss Rose get onto her hands looking under the crack, and I mistakenly let out a gasp. She gets up quickly, pounding at the door. I can tell that she's still using the pliers. I am at this point crying, asking the operator where the police are, to which she responds 3 minutes. And those 3 minutes, man, they felt like forever. I screamed at Miss Rose to please go away, and she screamed back that I shouldn't be here. Once I heard the sound of police cars, and about a minute later them trying to kick the door down, I felt a little bit better. I was told to stay on the line till the intruder was caught, and that police were not trying to get into the house. Eventually, they did get into the house, though, and I yelled to get their attention, not that they needed it. She was still banging on the door at this point. Once they got into the room, she was told to drop her weapon, and she obeyed, saying that she didn't do anything wrong. They got her in cuffs, and a police officer told me that it was okay to unlock the door, to which I slowly got up and unlocked it. After being taken to the police station and giving them my story for their report, I went to my parents' house because I was just too scared to be alone at this point. The next day, I called Mrs. Brown and explained the situation. I got full payment even after telling them that I wasn't going back to the house. They called me a few days later saying that Miss Rose was under the influence of drugs apparently, and in her words, she told the police that she decided to take care of the robber, me, herself, and that she did nothing wrong. She was charged with breaking and entering, which is kind of ironic. But after that, I quit dog sitting for good, and am a lot more paranoid and always make sure that my doors and windows are locked these days. So, just a fair warning, I don't live in the best area, but it's close to my kids' school and it's really all that we can afford. Now, I was in line at a stoplight waiting for it to change so I could get to school to pick up my older kids. I had my toddler with me. While I was waiting, I heard my passenger side handle move like someone was trying to open it. I always lock my car doors out of habit. My car is older, so they don't lock automatically when I start the car like newer ones do. I look over and there's an older woman aggressively trying to open my door. My window is cracked a bit for fresh air, but not all the way down. She reached up trying to get the window to go down, but couldn't get her fingers in. The woman then says, "Excuse me, I need you to help me out. I need a ride." Now, I'm all for helping people, but not when they're trying to get into my car with no explanation like this. You just don't do that. I say, "Do you need me to call 911? She says, "No, you need to help me. Just let me in. Come on now, help me out." Pulls on the door again. Lucky for me, the light changed, and I told her, "Sorry, but I have to go. I can't help you." I drove off, and after that, thankfully, I haven't seen her since. It is, unfortunately, though, the only way to get my kids to school, so I have to drive through that way about every day, and I just sure hope that I don't run into this woman ever again. So I have a friend, a 27-year-old male, who told me a fascinating story about lucid dreaming one day. He explained that his father had taught himself to lucid dream every night, a skill that I was highly envious of. His father apparently taught him how to do it when he was 15 or so, by drawing dots on his hands and looking at them throughout the day so that eventually when he was dreaming, he could look at his hand and not see the dots, allowing him to realize that he was dreaming. This is a common technique for inducing lucid dreams and something that I tried but never for long enough to actually stick to it. As a teenager, he learned to lucid dream on command, just like his father every night. He explained that it was more thrilling than any drug that he had ever taken because he had full control over every scenario and could construct any environment of his wildest imagination. He could have his way with any person that he imagined, obtain superpowers like flying, invisibility, teleport to any place that he wanted to, or visit alien worlds, etc. It was pure bliss, and he explained to me that he ended up sleeping all throughout the day at times because his dream world was more exciting than reality. He did this every night for more than a year or so until things started to get a bit strange. You see, he told me that he started to notice a hooded figure in the periphery of his vision, but whenever he tried to look at the figure, it would walk out of his field of vision. The figure first appeared very far away in the distance from him, but every night after the first sighting, the hooded figure would return to his dream, but closer to him and still always outside of his central view. He could never really focus on the figure or see its face, so he couldn't tell if it was supposed to be human or something else. Once the figure started appearing closer to him, though, he would be filled with an overwhelming sense of dread and felt less control over his dream environment. Eventually, too, he finally felt terrified to fall asleep, knowing that the figure would get even closer and seemingly harm him, as he sensed the evil nature of this faceless figure. He ended up fighting sleep every night to prevent dreaming and turned into an insomniac, which he still is to this day. He told me that he doesn't lucid dream anymore, and I'm not sure how he unlearned it, but he hasn't seen the hooded figure since then. It's a pretty creepy story that really stuck with me, and a caveat to trying to learn to lucid dream every night. You might grow to regret it when things get out of control, like they did for my friend. I'm still in contact with this friend, so if any of you guys are interested in questions for me to ask him, then I'd be happy to. Just leave them in the comment section below and I'll see what I can do. So I'm guessing on the timing, but around 7 years ago, I would say, my older brother and several of his friends went on a camping trip in rural Maine. When they drove up there, they decided to stay in a random motel nearby the skiing trails. He said that it looked pretty run down and sketchy, but being college kids at the time, they didn't care too much and just wanted a cheap place to sleep for the night. After a nice day of skiing, they got some drinks at a local bar and headed back to the motel to get some rest. As they were all hanging out in their motel room, my brother opened a desk drawer to store some of his things in, and what he found inside the drawer made his jaw drop in horror. There was a coiled Ethernet cord with dried bloodstains all over it. And as if this discovery wasn't terrifying enough, about an hour later, all the lights turned off all of a sudden without any warning. My brother walked outside and saw that there wasn't a single light on in the entire motel. He went to the front desk and the guy working there explained that the power had went out. It was nighttime at this point, so everything was completely pitch black. My brother spent the rest of the night awake and scared, and the power didn't turn back on until the next morning. My brother took a photo of the bloody Ethernet cord, but sadly I just texted him asking him if he still had the photo, and he can't find it on his phone or iCloud. I really wish I could have shared that photo here because it really was quite disgusting to see. From the look of it, I could imagine that someone was brutally stabbed and strangled in that room that he was staying in, perhaps. I mean, there was a lot of blood. I also think that it was pretty stupid of him that he didn't call the police and at least fill out a report about any of this. I've never really had any experiences in my life besides this one, and I have a skeptical mind, but am very open to the idea of the paranormal. I guess you could say that I want to believe. However, I have no explanation regarding this incident. It happened to me and a couple of friends in 2011, and I've never really told anyone other than my significant other. We were 19 and in a ghost hunting phase, and had been to some reportedly haunted sites, and didn't have any experiences to speak of really. But we had heard of a small abandoned village or hamlet a short way out of the city that we were told was very creepy and unsettling. Side note too, my grandma, it turns out, was actually born there of all places. It was a very small town with maybe 50 to 100 people that had abandoned it, reportedly overnight in the 50s. But we decided to go there after dark one evening. All that remains there, apparently, is the collapsed general store, one house, and a perfectly preserved Ukrainian Orthodox church. The small house had the windows and the doors removed. We explored inside, and there was still wallpaper in the bedrooms and the living room, and some old kitchen items in the kitchen, too. It was creepy for sure, but mainly because it was dark in the middle of nowhere. We took some videos of the inside and left shortly afterwards. When we got home, we watched the videos and we didn't see anything, but we picked up something that sounded like a girl saying, "Please no." It wasn't clear, so I didn't really think too much of it. But something compelled us to go back a few weeks later, and this is where everything got very real. So, I decided to print off some questions in Latin because I saw a YouTube video saying that an inhuman spirit would respond to Latin, which I was like, what the heck, but hey, I'll give it a go. It was mostly to creep out another friend that tagged along this time. I was trying to be funny, if I'm being honest. But the second that we drove up to the house, the feeling was just different this time. I felt dread is the only way to put it. The three of us, our one friend refused to get out of the car, decided to go back into the house and discovered that it actually had a dirt cellar this time, so we went down. It was your average dirt basement, really. Absolutely nothing in there except a few old broken jars, really. When we went back upstairs, one friend went back to the car, and I stood out on the porch leaning into the window, while my other friend stood on the grass maybe 10 feet behind me. And this is when I decided to start asking the questions in Latin while recording. I asked things like, is there anything there? Who or what are you? And lastly, show yourself. And it was at this point that there was a sound from inside the house. I said it again, and before I could even finish, 4 massively loud booms just came from nowhere. It sounded like something perhaps coming up from the basement, I would guess, and really fast. I screamed at this loudly, as did the friend who was behind me, and at that we ran to the car, and my one friend who was already in the driver's seat, but we barely got into the car before she was peeling down the dirt road. I cried a little bit that night, and I don't think that there was a word spoken by anyone after that. Now, there was no way that it was an animal or a person inside the house. It was tiny and nowhere really for an animal or a person of that size to hide. Plus, we had just been through the entire house ourselves and we for sure would have seen something that big. But there was nothing on the video other than me screaming and telling my friend to go when I got in the car. I have no clue what happened that night, but it scared me to my core, although I must admit that it did make me curious too. I've been to other allegedly haunted places since then, but have never had another experience or encounter like this. I haven't been back there since then, and to be honest, I don't really intend to return either. I've been a long-time listener, and I thought that it would be a perfect time to tell my story. And I would love to hear what you guys might think and what your theories might be. So it was about 8:30 p.m. While taking out the trash at work with a co-worker or roommate, a large dog approached us at some point. But the strangest thing is that it seemed to be galloping almost. It wasn't walking normally like an animal should. Despite the many surrounding lights, the dog appeared to be entirely black as well. It was sort of silhouetted just enough that you could see its muscle definition, but not much more. I could also see a slight reflection in its eyes, and it seemed to lack a shadow as well, I think. My roommate and I, upon noticing this, both expressed having different experiences and visions of the dog though. When I initially saw the dog, I interacted saying, "Oh, a dog," in excitement. For me, I proceeded to sit entirely still on the cement, staring like a statue. But what I saw was a large, fluffy black dog, lazy ears, similar to a Newfoundland dog. My roommate expresses seeing the dog as a large, very muscular, aggressive-looking black dog that stood rigid the entire time, staring like it wanted to attack us. It was sort of haired, muscled, and had pointed ears. I jokingly stated that the dog looked like a skinwalker, not really anticipating that anything would happen. But then we immediately felt a wave of dread fall over us. Something was wrong. We both saw the dog's jaw open, almost as if it was about to bark at us, and then we heard a distant, yet extremely clear, high-pitched, "Come here." The dog immediately turned to take off. We turned around the corner. The creature was unreasonably far up the road for the short amount of time that it was not being observed. It was wobbling too, crossing its paws, walking oddly. When it turned left around the corner, it seemed to nearly stand up on its hind paws as well, like on two legs, just before passing around and out of sight. The rest of the night too was just as interesting. We had trouble with certain objects slightly moving place, nudging a bit, settling again. It quickly became more aggressive as well, but then, just as we were about to leave, we heard a loud and persistent knocking coming from the front of the store. We had a brief look, but we quickly went to our cars upon hearing it. It was such a weird night that we just thought that we should get out of there. On the drive home, I tried to blast music and ignore what I had just seen, but I heard a whispering coming from my back seat. I couldn't quite make out any of the words, but it just sounded like whistling almost. But get this, I saw a random antique clawfoot bathtub on the left side of the road in a field, and it was definitely not there the day before, or even that morning on my drive there. And the kicker is that I was watching the sidelines of the roads for the animals, and I most certainly saw a buck. He was leading out in front of the road, a good 50 feet ahead. I slammed on my brakes, but when I got closer, it was merely a bush. I have a hard time explaining any of this, and perhaps I was just paranoid, but everything that happened that night was really weird, strange, and I don't know how to explain any of it. So last night, me and my friend decided that we wanted to go into the woods to get a little scared, so we brought some flashlights and a knife and went down to a creek in our woods for Halloween. To get the best experience, we turned the flashlights off and stood there. Both of us had an overwhelming feeling that we were being watched, so we got out of the woods. Later that night, we were hanging out on a small street near our houses, and we wanted to get scared again, so we went to a dark corner of the road where it gets a little bit suspicious with the houses there and the woods and whatnot. We both felt the same feeling from earlier, though, that we were being watched, so we looked down into the woods about 50 yards away and noticed a certain part of the woods was pitch black while you could make out the rest of the woods. The feeling started to get more ominous, and we started to feel surrounded and heard walking in the woods and leaves and stuff being crunched and twigs breaking. The silence was deafening as well, and without even speaking to each other, we both had an overwhelming feeling of dread, and we sprinted back up the street. While I I was sprinting, I turned to look back, and for a split second I saw a girl in a white gown in the dark spots that I had mentioned earlier. She didn't have a body though, and the only thing that I could make out as a body, I guess you could say, was that she sort of looked like a grey aura outlining the body. What I do remember though are her incredibly black eyes. We ran back to my house and couldn't even describe what we were feeling, but I know that I'm staying out of the woods for a while after that. I won't be going back for quite some time. This is actually my stepmom's best friend's story. I do have my own, but I'm very hesitant to drag some of them up. I'm hoping that telling somebody else's will open me up to a little more. Anyway, my stepmom didn't like us much, but she told my sister, 3 years older, and I this experience growing up to scare us out of being stupid, I guess. It was my family's stranger danger story, I guess you could say. My stepmom, her name's Macy, grew up as a kind of a privileged teen in the 70s, and her mum had moved their family over here, the States, from England when she was about 9. She went to a pretty nice high school in a really nice town. There, she made friends with a girl, Lily, who didn't exactly run with Macy's type of crowd. Popular, stereotypical, etc. But they really hit it off, and Lily would take Macy out to do her type of stuff like hiking, fishing, sailing. There's even a hilarious set of pictures of them camping, but my stepmom has raccoon eyes and looks like she hates everything. Anyway, because of Lily's influence, the two of them would do stuff like that a good amount. And one Sunday, they decided to go hike in some hills about maybe an hour away. Macy put on what I'm sure were her extremely expensive hiking shoes, and the two of them drove off to the hiking trails. Lily parked in this big clearing with makeshift parking spots. You know the thing, like a piece of wood marking the head of a space. But there were no other cars there, and this was only important in hindsight, I guess. So they started hiking up the hill, off the path, because Lily fancied herself as something of a rebel. But the hike was nothing extraordinary. If you asked my stepmom, she would just lament for 15 minutes how sticky and buggy it was. They reached the top of the hill, and my stepmom was done. The polished and pampered side of her was coming out, and she groaned until Lily begrudgingly said okay. They would rest and then walk down again, slower. They'd been heading down the hill for maybe 10 minutes when Macy started whinging again. Lily conceded to walking down the side of the road instead of the rough hiking trail. So there they are, probably looking like a couple of tools geared up for hiking and walking down a terrible road, and after not even 5 minutes, a truck pulled up next to them. It was red and rusty and just generally looked like an old clunker. The guy driving rolled down the window, and the girls looked in through the passenger side window. He had a big beard, a baseball cap pulled down, and long brown hair. He greeted them and even smiled through his beard, asking if they needed a ride. Macy described him as charming and even cute. Lily still says the moment that he greeted them, her heckles went up. Despite her better judgment, though, my stepmom convinced her to get into the truck. It must only be a 10-minute drive down to the car, tops, she said. The two girls opened the passenger's door to this rusty old thing, and the guy directed them behind the seat to get into the back. They settled in, and the truck started rumbling forwards. Lily always says that this was the point that it hit her what a huge mistake they had just made. The back seat was clean enough, but there was a rope on the floor behind the driver's seat, and 4 boxes of saran wrap half hanging out from under the passenger seat. It seemed creepy and weird, but Lily didn't want to freak my stepmom out, so she just kept her mouth shut. After 10 minutes, the woods didn't look any clearer, and they hadn't seen another car the whole time. Lily asked how long he thought that it would be, and he said that he was taking a different route down the hill and had to stop somewhere to get something first. That was it too. The girls were 16, 17, and Lily didn't want to press the issue. She was scared. She can remember his hair because she was sitting behind him. He looked like a woodsy guy, but his hair was super tangled and dirty. She noticed crusted mud on his collar and tried to find something identifiable about him, but just got scared the more that she picked up on all the little details. He was youngish though, strong looking, and had about a foot on both of them. They didn't ask any more questions, and he didn't offer any more information, and they drove on. Several minutes after that, they reached a tiny shack or a log cabin looking place, right there in the clearing of the trees too. There was an old stump there, someone had been chopping wood, and a huge axe stuck into the log. Lily was definitely on red alert now. The guy turned off the truck and slipped out of it, saying, "I'll be right back, don't get out," and he disappeared into the house. Lily, she tried to talk to my stepmom about how she was incredibly uncomfortable, but she mostly just dismissed it. Lily started begging, increasingly freaked out, and finally put her foot down, demanding Macy exit the truck with her right now. So they got out and walked around the front of the vehicle. The house was about 50 yards in front of them. Why this guy would have left two young girls in the truck alone while going into the house is beyond me, and they wandered around, looking at it hesitantly. If this guy really was decent and just trying to give them a ride, it would be super rude to just run off, right? My stepmom had this strict upbringing when it comes to manners and public persona, and she saw it as an issue of that nature. So she actually started to head back to the truck, opening the front door to climb in behind the driver's seat, and Lily was ticked off and followed her to yell some more. On the driver's side floor, half hidden under the seat though, there was a big hatchet there, and it had dried red-brown stains covering the blade and stuck to the floor under it. Lily, understandably, lost it at seeing this. My stepmom started getting hysterical too, and so they decided that leaving was by far their best option at this point, and just booked it off the side of the property into the trees. They bumbled around in the trees for a little while, until Lily was fairly confident that they were on their way back down the hill. My stepmom cried all the way down. Lily did feel bad about it, but was also completely freaked out that he would hear it and kept trying to calm her down. When they finally got back down to the bottom and saw the old wooden fence that surrounded the original parking area, they were relieved. But as they got closer, they saw it. There was the truck. It was parked on the other side of the gravelly makeshift lot, and it was just sitting there, facing the other way, innocently. They couldn't see if anyone was in it, and of course, Macy wanted to run for the car, but Lily was super hesitant. She managed to calm my stepmom down, saying that she wanted to wait a bit before running out into the open to see what was out there. Remember, this is in the 70s too, so there's no cell phones. In fact, there was no ranger station or anyone around. The parking lot was big and empty and open, and who knows what would have happened if they decided to stroll across it. Thankfully, Lily convinced my stepmom to chill, and the two of them sort of hunkered down against a big tree for a bit, hidden by bushes and other trees, and waited it out for what seemed to be a couple of hours. Then, dark started to fall. All the animals started coming out at this point and making noises, and my stepmom, predictably, started getting antsy about this and bothering Lily, who was tired and moments away from giving in. She was just planning their dash to the car when they heard a clunk. Across the twilight-lit lot, they watched as one of the back doors of their car swung open, and the bearded guy slid his way out of the back seat. He got out, shut the door, looked around at the surrounding woods for several moments, and then walked back to his truck. The truck lumbered past their car and out of sight. Several minutes after watching him drive away, they sprinted to their car as fast as they could, jumped in, and they peeled out before they had even shut the doors. If this guy is still alive, then he's really old, but still, be careful out there, guys, and don't make the same mistake that they did. So this happened several years ago. I was home alone one evening when I heard a knock at the back door, and this really confused me, as no one ever used that door. My husband and I lived in a fourplex at the time, and all of the units had a back door at the top of a narrow staircase. These doors were a little bit inconvenient to access, as you'd have to go around the building and up the narrow stairs, as opposed to the wider main entrance at the front. So, It just didn't make any sense to use the back entrance, and I couldn't think of anyone who would go to that door to visit. Anyway, as I approached the back door, I saw two tall men in the window standing at the door, and a chill instantly went down my spine. I didn't feel safe opening the door, so I called out hello. One of the men, they tapped on the window. Yeah, hello, may we come in? We're with Bresnan. At the time, my husband and I had Bresnan for cable, but didn't have any issues with it. I replied, we're not having any issues. Is there a problem? Ma'am, the man said, can we come in? We're servicing the area, and it's important that we look at your cable. I shook my head. But we're not having any issues, I repeated, so there's no need to stop by. Ma'am, we're visiting every resident. Let us in so that we can do our job. I noticed the man grab the doorknob and try to open the locked door at this point. I slowly grabbed a knife from our knife block and held it at my chest. We're not having any issues, I repeated, trying not to convey shakiness of my voice, so you don't need to be in here. The two figures appeared to shuffle and then sort of straighten. Ma'am, let us in. We're on a deadline and we need to do our job. I glanced at the clock, gauging when my husband would arrive home from work, and I gripped the knife tighter. Ma'am? Ma'am? I saw him try the doorknob again. I closed my eyes and felt overwhelming gratitude of always locking my doors. And just then, a thought came to the forefront of my mind. I'm sorry, I can't help you, but could I please get your names and badge numbers? I can give your supervisor a call to let them know that our cable is fine. I heard another shuffle, and one of the men replied, no need to, ma'am. We're sorry that we wasted your time. With that, both of the men exited the staircase and disappeared into the night. Shaken up, I held the knife tight and tried to get my bearings. I remember making a mental note to call the cable company or the police, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't even hold my phone. With the knife still grasped to my chest and the phone falling out of the other hand, I sank to the floor and cried. When my husband returned home, I told him what had happened. I was still very shaken up and started crying again after he came home, and he immediately called the Bresnan Cable Company and spoke to a representative, who informed us that no one from their company was out on an assignment in our area. The next day, we asked our neighbors if they had a visit from the company, but nobody had. So I'm a male, 31, and I purchased a home roughly 2 years ago after living in an apartment that was located right behind a cemetery. I have videos on my profile that show two of my many things that happened there. But here at the house, seems like we were either followed or what was already there just kept doing its thing. Me included, my 3 children, female 12, female 10, and male 5. I'm a single father. This thing does not bother them, only me for whatever reason, but it all started out about 3 days after we moved in. I was in the kitchen, and you can sort of see the hallway that leads to the kids' room from there. I saw what looked like one of my kids run down the hall and into one of the rooms. Right after that, all 3 of my actual kids came running in from the front door from playing outside. I just thought, okay, whoa, that was weird. But after that, I would sleep in my room on the opposite side of the house from my kids' rooms, and I would feel like one of them was coming in and laying on the bed. I would look over to ask if they were okay, and when I did, nobody was ever there. On one particular night, the same thing happened, only this time I felt a kid's arm lay across my back. I rolled over, and what looked like a girl smaller than my daughter's jumped out of the bed and went into the bathroom. When this thing moved, I mean it moved too. It was like lightning almost. It went around 12 feet in a matter of roughly a second. Since then, it doesn't fail that at least 2 times a week, something paranormal happens here. You can hear a door in the house close when I'm at home and the kids are at school, the occasional voice of a man or a woman having a conversation somewhere in the house, and of course the bed incidences. In fact, it got to the point where I had 3 paranormal investigators come and we all saw the girl run behind the kitchen island. And I guess it's not the scary things going on, it's more that I feel uncomfortable sleeping in my own room, so I just lay on the couch with the TV these days and a few lights on. At the corner of my eye, I could still see something darting in the hallways, but man, it's better than something climbing into your bed at like midnight, 3 or 4 times in the week. So I can't really say that I believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but I did have this experience a while back that I just cannot understand. Ever since I was little, it would take me a long time to go to sleep. I'm talking like laying in bed for 3 hours before actually falling asleep. And this one night, a few years ago, I remember getting very annoyed because I just couldn't sleep. I'd been laying there in bed for at least 4 hours already. It was around 1 in the morning, and I had to wake up at 6 for school, so I was really trying to fall asleep. At the time, for some reason, I was terrified to sleep in pure darkness, so I had an antique lamp on during all the hours of the night. I was well past the age where a nightlight was acceptable to have, but hey, it was my thing. I was finally drifting to sleep too when I then just heard a loud slam. I slowly opened my eyes, still very drowsy, being seconds away from peacefully sleeping. When clear as day, I watched my bedroom door, which was formerly closed, swing open and then slam again. I watched as my door opened and slammed shut faster and faster, and there was nothing I could really do besides just watch it. My lamp was on and illuminating the door, so I was able to see that nobody was grabbing the doorknob or anything. After at least 2 minutes of me watching my door rapidly open and close, I got kind of fed up by it, and I wasn't scared at all, which is odd, I know, but I just ended up mumbling, "Can you, stop?" The door slammed one final time, and that was it. I rolled over towards the wall, my back to the door, and I fell asleep. In the morning, I checked my wall, and I saw a hole that the doorknob left when it slammed into it, so it definitely wasn't a dream. And like I said, I'm still not sure what to think about all of it, but nothing like that has happened since then, and yeah, it was really strange.
Compilation. So here's over 5 hours of scary Native American stories from previous episodes. When putting these together, I was looking for stories about Native American folklore and monsters, Native American people, and Native American land. So these stories should contain one of those elements. And remember, you can read and submit stories for narration at eriecast.com/forum or darkstories.org. You can also listen to all of our shows, such as this one, called Unexplained Encounters on podcast platforms, and Freaky Folklore, at eriecast.com. Basically, you can do everything at eriecast.com now, so add that to your bookmarks or favorites after you like this video and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Curse of the Desert Draggers, from Burning Sands. We called them draggers. It's a legend passed down from generation to generation on my reservation. And yet, almost all the people on our reservation today have never heard of the legend. Only a few remaining families still tell the story to their children and their children's children. To be honest with you, it's a story even I nearly forgot. Having been told by my grandmother as a small child, I hadn't heard the story told again until I went searching for it in my late 30s, after experiencing the most horrific moment of my life. There exists a few miles of desert in one direction of our reservation. As the story goes, the people of my tribe roamed these parts far and wide for centuries. They knew to never wander the desert, as the dreadful heat of the day and the polar cold of the night would likely be your end. But there was another threat that often exited that desert, but always returned, dragging one of the tribe into the dunes. Coyotes. Modern coyotes are so docile that even though I was young and impressionable at the time when I first heard the story, I immediately refused to believe that coyotes, of all things, would be as aggressive as the story portrayed. And yet the legend goes that coyotes would stalk the village at night, looking for unattended children or infants to grab and drag away, whilst the coyote's companions would growl or attack or distract the family members that attempted to stop the dragger coyote. That is why they called them the draggers. These starved and desperate coyotes dragged infants into the desert, where they were never seen again. And often, those who followed, in an impassioned attempt to rescue their loved ones, would also become lost to the extreme temperatures of the dunes. Believe the legend or don't, that's up to you. It is simply the tragic and terrifying story that my family continues to share to this day. As kids, my cousins and I thought the story nothing more than a cautionary tale, an attempt to keep us from wandering around at night, and to keep us from exploring that desert. It's funny how a place so obviously dangerous and treacherous is somehow tempting to a child. There were times in my youth where we would ignore the warnings, and we would adventure into the dunes after nightfall. Usually, we would hear the howls of coyotes and turn back, reminded of the story of the draggers. But on one brave occasion in which we went a bit too far, we stumbled upon coyote tracks and ran back laughing at our bravery or stupidity. Now, growing up usually brings with it wisdom and experience, but that is not always the case. After all, it was my sober decision to set out into the dunes myself for a camping trip, to be alone with myself after a particularly rough year at work. I had a few days of vacation to use, and I used it to return to nature. The legend of the draggers was but a distant memory at that point. Even if the legend had been recalled randomly in my head, I wouldn't be able to recall much detail about it. Coyotes or something, I probably would have said. Memory is a fragile thing as the years go by, frustratingly so. I set out on a clear Thursday afternoon. I paid close attention to the weather forecast for the area. I wanted clear weather and moderate temperatures if I could help it. Any foul weather in a place of extreme temperatures would force my outing to an early end, I was afraid. Luckily, it was supposed to be clear. I settled in an area that wasn't too far from a frequented dirt road. That road wouldn't be more than a mile out, if I recall correctly. That particular spot would also make remembering the direction of the road simple, due to the shape of the dunes around me. The plan was not to sleep on the sand. Rather, I'd set up my Jeep with a snug little covered sleeping area in the back. It was a 4x4 with nearly new tires, so traversing the dunes would not be a problem either. Well, I spent the remainder of the daylight reading from my Amazon Kindle, listening to the wind blow through the sandy mounds. When the sun began to dip, I built a fire from the logs I'd brought along. Dinner was deer steak that my mother always cooked so well, fried squash, and some beef franks that I roasted on a stick. Sounds like a lot of meat, but I would not go camping without having a camping snack. But maybe I should have brought marshmallows. As night approached, it was a far more refreshing trip than I even expected it to be. When the day got too hot, the night came along to cool it down. And when I got too cold, I'd just sit a little bit closer to the fire. That night, the desert seemed to be the least dangerous place I'd ever been. Crossing a street in town would be infinitely more risky than this, I thought to myself, thinking back on all the warnings my family had given me as a child over the years. On the other hand, it still made sense. After all, I wouldn't allow my own child to explore the desert on their own. Perhaps growing up into a more understanding and skillful adult had allowed me to enjoy and respect the desert more. I lay back on the sand near the precarious fire pit. I closed my eyes for a while. I wasn't tired yet. I was just thinking about my childhood for a bit. Nostalgia had come flooding my heart and mind as I sat in a familiar yet wondrous setting. Even still, I found myself dozing off. Guess I was too comfortable. My eyes tore open at the sound as it echoed and bounded over the dunes and into my campsite. The jitter of my heart, my sudden rapid panting, it felt as if I had awakened from a nightmare. But as I recalled, I hadn't had a nightmare. No, I recognized the sound that woke me. Coyote howls, dog-like brethren calling out under the moonlight, signaling each other some unknown information. I placed my palms on the sand, gripping it in my fingers. Squeezing my eyes shut, I reminded myself that coyotes were no danger to people these days, that a case of someone being attacked by a coyote in my tribe had never happened as long as I'd been alive. My heart rested and my breathing slowed. Nothing to worry about. I shook some sand from my hair. I didn't mean to fall asleep on the ground. Then I picked myself up and carried myself into the back of the Jeep Wrangler. The rear of my Jeep had no glass windows, so I would be very much exposed to the cold night air. But that was fine. I was overheating from the fire anyway, so I wanted to cool down some. Plus, I had a number of blankets, one of which was heated and plugged right into my Jeep's power outlet thanks to a handy adapter. Fire still crackling near the Jeep on the ground, I lay my head down onto a pillow and closed my eyes. Despite my rest having been interrupted before, and feeling more tired than I'd been in weeks, I could not go back to sleep. I must have lain there, tossing and turning, eyes remaining closed for a few hours, before I just gave up and stared up at the stars. As I wondered if I should put my headphones in and play some music from my phone, I heard a new sound from the darkness of the desert. A crying child. A single eyebrow raised, I lifted myself up and looked around. It sounded fairly close. Was some family out there, camping as well? The crying didn't stop. Instead, it drew closer, ever so slowly, as the sounds of coyotes roared around it. As the minutes ticked past and I began to grow annoyed by the unwanted chorus of the night, I made a startling discovery. Though the crying came from the same direction and slowly seemed to approach, the coyote howls were steadily converging, fusing together behind the sound of the child's cry. I stared into the darkness, toward the direction of the sounds, until, maybe 20 minutes later, they all had combined into one harmonious sound of layered voices. Many coyote howls, one child's cry, all coming closer by the second. My mouth had fallen wide open as I jumped from the Jeep and nearly tripped when my foot caught in a blanket. I wasn't sure why, but I felt as if I desperately needed to put out the fire and drive away in my Jeep. Something deep, something primal in me demanded that I stay no longer here. As I started to kick sand awkwardly onto the fire, to no avail, thanks to one of my feet being asleep, I found it was too late when a figure emerged from the dark at the side of one of the nearby dunes. I saw paws first, 4 paws leaving slow, deliberate tracks in the sand beneath it as it traversed down the steep mound. It seemed to be approaching the fire. I was happy that it didn't seem too interested in me. But I had never heard of wildlife approaching a person next to a fire without any caution. I thought to myself, shouldn't it be scared of the flames, scared of a human? Taking a step back, I kept a distance from the coyote as it approached my campsite at a frustratingly slow speed. It took another minute or two just to reveal the rest of itself into the light of the campfire. And when it did, I screamed and fell to the ground. My hands flew behind me, searching as I grasped at more solid ground to pull myself backward, yet all I found was a sea of loose, soft sand. The coyote's furry body ended, or rather began, at a disturbing point. Its face was not coyote at all, but human. Specifically, its face was that of a newborn baby, yet the bottom half was still the lower jaw of the coyote. The human face seemed to replace the top half of the head and snout, where the nose and eyes would be. I could see its mouth open in a pant as the human face looked into the fire, the flame dancing across its tormented newborn eyes. With each step, the lower canine jaw opened and a baby's cry came dribbling out of it. Behind it, as if somehow miles back in the desert still, dozens of coyote howls accompanied the cry. The creature approached the fire at a snail's pace. Over the course of what must have been 5 minutes, it made it close enough to the flames to where it seemed satisfied. Then it sat as a dog would on its haunches, its panting slowing as the heat apparently pleased it. It had wandered a freezing desert to find solace and comfort in the heat of my fire. I soon remembered that I was still struggling to make sense of the situation from my position on the ground. I swallowed hard, forcing bile back into my stomach that desperately wanted to rise up out of fear. As I stood, causing the sands beneath me to falter, the coyote thing took notice of me. The baby's eyes looked right into mine for the very first time. I'll never forget that moment. Its lower jaw slacked open and became motionless as a childlike voice whispered from it. It said, "Mama." I left the fire ablaze, scrambling like a madman into my Jeep. I wanted to scream. I wanted to call someone from my cell phone, but I could not pull my mind away from its focus. To escape. And so I did. I drove as fast as I could in the direction of the road, coming disturbingly close to flipping the Jeep on a few occasions. When sand turned to dirt under tire, I began to cry and smile. Though I no longer lived there, I floored it back to the reservation and stayed the night with my mother, who still called the place her home. She asked what brought me to her house so late in the night. She queried me why I looked so tired and scared, and why I was covered in sand. I sat down on her couch. I spilled everything to the elderly, loving woman. After bombarding her with the most unbelievable ghost story that was my night camping, she nodded and seemed almost unfazed. "Your grandmother spoke to me of such things when she was still with us. You remember the legend of the draggers, don't you?" Covered in a cold sweat and mouth agape, I nodded repeatedly. "Well, then you should understand this encounter entirely. Here, let me get you some tea." She sat up and walked into the kitchen. What did that mean? I wondered. How could I understand something so out of this world? After a few seconds, she returned with a hot cup of tea and sat down again. I drank as she smirked at my still confused expression. You still don't get it. I shook my head. Our people have always believed in the spirits of the land. Spirits of water, wind, fire, even of the earth and desert. When someone was taken from this world too soon, when a person passed away suddenly and in pain or torment, sometimes a part of them would stay behind. It only makes sense that you would see what you saw out there. After all, it was likely the remains of a child stolen from its mother, devoured alive by the draggers, abandoned on this earth, and forced to wander the colds of the desert night alone. And there you were, with a source of heat in the desert hell. My mind reeled. She made my crazy story sound sane, even poetic, and it actually made sense. My fear began to wane, and a feeling of deep sadness replaced it. That creature meant no harm, I think, despite its frightening appearance. Then again, I can't help but wonder what might have transpired instead if I had successfully put the fire out, or if I had worn my headphones in the Jeep like I tried to. What would have happened if I never knew it was coming? My first encounter with the Wendigo. From Greg M. My nephew and I still talk about this experience from time to time, about something we witnessed one night. We are Native American from a reservation in Canada. It happened quite a while back, maybe 14 years ago, maybe more. I can't recall when exactly, but I know it was a long time ago, when we were younger and we had the house to ourselves. While I was watching TV one night, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, as if I was sensing something that wasn't right. My nephew came knocking on the door and allowed himself into the house. He then said to me, "Uncle, I heard someone crying by the road. I was just walking along the driveway. Maybe they're drunk or something." Now, we did have the occasional drunk visitor, which was really annoying, and I don't drink myself. So I went outside to have a cigarette and to check this out. My nephew came along. I asked him whereabouts he heard that crying coming from, and as he pointed in the direction he had heard it, I heard it for myself. It was coming from a field that led close to my uncle's house. My uncle was a cattle farmer. Now, I didn't have a gun or a bow at the time, so I decided to grab a baseball bat from the storage room and my bear spray. I do a lot of hiking, and the area has bears. From time to time, they do come into the yard or get too close, and the dogs would chase them off, or they would bark nonstop, letting us know that they were there. I gave my nephew the bear spray and a Maglite flashlight. I mentioned it could be a lynx, as they were seen there from time to time as well. When I was going to tell him to keep an eye out for eye shine, we both saw eyes shine, and whatever those eyes belonged to, it wasn't a lynx, nor was it a normal animal. Wendigo is talked about in our culture, but many assume it is just a tale to tell around a campfire. But upon seeing this, it may just be true, because what we saw in front of us, no less than 30 feet away, sitting like a frog would, was something that was grayish or pale and thin and looked like it was starving, as its bones were noticeable through its emaciated frame and had fairly large eyes that appeared black with no pupils. More curious than afraid, and likely just plain stupid, I chuckled to myself writing this now, but I approached it. It backed up in a way that resembled a crab, going backwards into the tall grass with cattails. It was a marshy type area. I went to the spot it had been moments before, but noticed where in the water I stepped, the mud was kicked up and disturbed. But where the thing had been, it had left no signs of which direction it went. All I could see was the bottom of the pond water. I went back to where my nephew stood, and we stood back to back watching out. We didn't know if we were fine, or if we were about to get ambushed by this thing. I was still in that moment of disbelief of what I had just seen. My nephew began to shine the flashlight around, to try to find where it might have went. He stopped when he shone the light on it. He found it, and we saw it standing upright by a fence line that bordered off the farm from my dad's. It was standing sideways from us a bit, hunched over and slowly tilting its head our direction to look at us. Despite us shining the light right on it, it just vanished. We didn't even see it run or move. It was gone. We shined the light everywhere again, trying to see where we would spot it next. I then told my nephew we should get back in the house right now. We literally walked backwards together the entire way back, looking to the last area we had seen it. We stood on the veranda having a cigarette, again trying to calm our nerves and trying to make sense of what we saw. Just when I was about to say Wendigo, and I mean I got as far as saying, "It's probably a wind," we heard something screaming right by the driveway. The sound made us freeze in our spots. It was a scream we had never heard before, and mind you, we know what mountain lions and other animals sound like. But this wasn't no earthly animal. We stayed in place, once again trying to find it with the flashlight, but we couldn't. We didn't see much of anything. We saw no movement, and we even flinched when the dogs had suddenly showed up out of nowhere. But that's when we realized something. The entire time, we hadn't noticed the dogs weren't around. After all, they usually followed us when we walked around. We took the dogs coming out as a sign it had left. My nephew and I agree that we hope we never see it or hear it again. And I don't blame the dogs for hiding. If I knew what was in that field, I would have hid too. All my life. From Anonymous. All my life I've been plagued by strange and paranormal events, some terrifying and some not so much. My great-grandfather was full-blooded Native American. I vividly remember visiting him on the reservation and city. I remember sitting in his lap while playing with his braids. The women in my family are what most people call sensitive. Some of them can sense spirits. Some have had conversations, and, well, me, I've unfortunately inherited all of it. From the age of 8, I've been sensitive to many things. When my mother was married to my stepfather, he had a new home built for us in a new housing development. It was a nice ranch-style home with a roommate floor plan. Although the house was brand new, I still was terrified and even outright refused to sleep in my room. Whenever I did, terrifying things would happen. One night, while being forced to sleep in my room by my mother, who was tired of me sleeping in their living room, I was on the verge of falling asleep when I was jolted awake by what any 8-year-old would call a terrifying event. I awoke with my body halfway off the bottom of my bed, and my covers on the floor at the bottom of the bed. I had been snatched at my ankle from the top of my bed and almost completely pulled off the bed by an unseen force. Well, that wasn't even the half of it. Before my parents were divorced, that room gave me more nightmares than I could possibly count. Not only having physical interactions with things that I couldn't see, I would wake up in the middle of the night and see pale faces staring at me from the wall. Literally half of a see-through human form protruding from my wall, silently watching me. It scared the living daylights out of me. When I was 13, the most terrifying event up to that point happened. The pretense to this event was a few days before the big event happened. I was napping on the couch in the living room when I felt someone slap me. Now, this wasn't a slight slap. There was force behind it. It felt as if someone slapped me with all their might, and when my eyes snapped open, I sat up, crying, and yet there was no one around. Fast forward a few days, my mother and I had gotten into an argument. I don't remember what the argument was about. Probably the normal things young girls and mothers argue about. But I stormed off to my room. Now I'm a very even-tempered girl at that age. Not much made me angry, but I was unusually angry then. Like I could snap someone's neck angry. I remember sitting on my bed, cursing my mother in my head. I felt a force literally enter my body, and my arms went stiff. My head snapped down. I began to growl. This growl was not something I could reproduce even if I tried. It was a guttural growl that one would hear from an angry, rabid dog. I was terrified, but I had control over my thoughts, but not my body. So I could not open my mouth to yell out for help. I remember wanting to scream for help, but I couldn't. I remember my legs kept swinging off the bed as if my body was trying to get up. The only thought that was racing through my head was if I get up, I'm going to seriously hurt my mother. I concentrated as hard as I could. I forced my mouth open to scream, "Mom!" That was all I could get out before my mouth snapped back shut and the growling continued. My mother, who's religious, made it to my room in seconds to see me on the bed growling, and she began to pray. I don't remember much. The only thing I remember is the beginning of her prayer and going into convulsions. I'm not sure how much time had passed, but when I came to, I felt as if all my energy had drained and I could sleep for days. That was just the beginning of what has been a life of extremely terrifying events. I would have never been here. From Anonymous. If you ever meet my mom, she can be stuck up. Sometimes it's embarrassing, but I'm glad she's like that. If she wasn't, I would have never been here. Back then, around the 1980s, my mother was on her own, living in Phoenix. She would frequently go back to the Navajo reservation in New Mexico because her dad, my grandfather, lived there. One night on her way back to my grandfather's, she stopped at a truck stop in Camp Verde. As she got out of her truck, she was walking into the store. She saw a guy, and in her words, she said he was handsome. As she got closer to him, he spoke to her, saying, "Hey, I need a ride to New Mexico. Can you give me a ride?" My mother ignored him and made a disgusted sound as she walked by him. Before she went inside, she took one more look back and saw another car coming, so she blew it off. She did her business and came back outside. The man was gone, and so was that other car. She shook it off and went back to my grandfather's. In the morning, she and my grandfather were watching the news. She literally spit out her coffee and yelled, "That was him! He tried asking me for a ride!" My grandfather trembled at the realization of what that meant. The newscast on the TV stated, "Breaking news. Serial killer Ted Bundy has been seen in numerous places around Arizona." My Grandpa's Ghost. From Little Rez Kid. This story takes place on the Blackfoot Reservation in Montana. My dad would often tell this story to me. It's not terribly scary, but maybe a little eerie. My dad's grandpa, Bumps, died when my dad was about 11 or 12. They owned a saddle shop and would make saddles for people. After my dad's grandpa died, if you sat on the porch late at night, you would be able to hear the noise of a hammer striking something coming from the saddle shop. My dad, my two uncles, and my grandma and grandpa both think it's my great-grandpa Bumps. Skinwalker in New Boston, Texas, from N. Dean. This happened at the beginning of August this year. My grandmother set up her childhood home as a rent property down in New Boston, a bit over 3 hours away from Dallas. My father regularly checks the property during the day, about every other month or so. The last time he checked it, it appeared we had squatters on the property. The police were of no help either. You see, the police chief at one point tried to buy that property from my grandmother for much lower than the value of the property. And when my grandma said no, it caused some bad blood, telling him to screw off and try again when he wasn't being cheap. My grandmother believed they had a grudge against us. My father had some harassment issues with them for a while, but him being an ex-con doesn't help. So on this occasion, my grandmother asked me to go check the property. A new face, I guess. I mean, personally, I don't have any enemies. She gave me some gas and food money, as most of my time would be spent on the road getting there. $300 is what she gave me, as my Tahoe at the time ate gas like crazy. I left by 9 p.m. that night, letting my dad know that I was heading out. I had my Henry all-weather rifle in case I had any problems that I couldn't solve with words. I made it to New Boston by 12 a.m. I pulled up in the driveway in my 1999 Tahoe. I got out and surveyed the front and backyards, and nothing strange was afoot. So I used the spare key to get inside the house. I checked each and every room slowly. I had just finished my rounds of the entire house when a god-awful smell hit my nose like a ton of bricks. The smell of death and decay was in the air. I thought to myself, the house is clear, so what is that smell coming from? Before I could have even one more thought, I heard a blood-chilling scream. The sound of a woman in pure agony, and it was coming from right in the backyard. As goosebumps popped up on my skin, I jumped up and crept, in a stalking position, to the window. Ever so carefully, I parted one of the blinds, hoping not to announce my presence any further. To my horror, I saw this emaciated thing in the backyard. To be completely honest with you, it reminded me of one of those werewolves from Dragon Age Origins, but far, far skinnier. So skinny, in fact, it looked strained over its bones. Imagine seeing something like this. Your first thought is that those bedtime stories you used to hear are real, and then you start to question whether or not you were drugged somewhere along the way. I had no idea what I was looking at, but I knew I was in trouble. The creature had the appearance of coyote and man, but with no tail. I could feel myself going ghost white. When I noticed the creature beginning to turn its head, I quickly ducked behind the wall. Then I heard the creepiest thing of my life. Coming from the exact same position that creature was standing, I heard a girl's voice. Mommy, I'm sorry. I darn near soiled myself when I heard it. It kept apologizing over and over, mumbling the words but slowly increasing in volume. I'm sorry. I sat at the right of the window as I now heard scratching on the glass. The creature was growling as it spoke like a human girl. I closed my eyes tight as I thought to myself, if you're real, God, I need you more than ever. I hadn't spoken that out loud. You're scared, it said to me. So it did know I was there, and it somehow knew what I was thinking. Or perhaps it just knew that I was terrified. I mean, it knew that I was hiding after all. Every inch of me was trembling. My eyes shot open, and I made a run for the car. I got there and locked the door behind me immediately. All the while, that thing was screaming again. I peeled off down the driveway, managing to get on the highway as fast as I possibly could. When I got off the highway, I must have been doing 80 still, down residential streets. I'm sorry, but I'd never been more scared or disturbed. I cried to myself the entire way home. That night has left me scarred. I still have nightmares about that thing's voice. I see its vile face looking at me in my head. It's this fear and paranoia that drove me to actually submitting my story here, because I began to look for similar sightings of things like that in Texas, hoping I wasn't alone, hoping that I'm not insane. I've lived here all my life, and I never thought that these legends were more than just legends until now. I wish I had someone to help me with this, because going through it alone is hell. Campsite Wendigo, from Anonymous. My boyfriend and I love to try new things all the time. One thing we hadn't done yet was camping. Though I wasn't a huge fan of the idea, I agreed to go. We live in a pretty preppy and basic town, so nothing out of the ordinary ever happens. We also don't live by any kind of dense forest, so that meant we had to travel a bit to find a good camping site. I was not in any way prepared for what was going to happen within the next day. We decided to leave the weekend after my 17th birthday as a little getaway gift. We stopped by the nearest store that sold camping supplies and stocked up on the basics. We had plenty of food and water for a night. The trip was about 2 hours from our hometown, and the drive was quite straightforward. The park we were staying at was in a very desolate area, which creeped me out the second we arrived. We parked at the entrance of the trail, unpacked my car, and headed into the woods to find a spot to settle down in. After about 15 minutes, we came across a small clearing, just big enough to fit our tent and other supplies. As we've never touched a tent before in our lives, it took us a little too long to figure it out. Getting it to successfully stand up was irritating, but we did it in the end. But by the time we were done, the sun was beginning to set. We threw open some chairs, started a quick fire, and relaxed for the night. I kept my back facing the tent, as I was extremely uncomfortable with my back being exposed to the dense forest surrounding us. About an hour or so passed, and it was around 10 p.m. The only light we had at the time was the faint moonlight and our slowly dying fire. Almost the entire time that we'd been there, I would keep hearing movement right outside the campsite, where the light didn't reach. To keep myself calm, I just told myself it was rabbits or deer. Soon we decided to turn in for the night, tired from the trip and our struggles to set up camp. We climbed into the tent and settled into the warm blankets, quickly falling asleep. I woke up at an unknown time later, to near complete darkness. As I was about to close my eyes again and go back to sleep, I paused for a moment, listening to the woods around us. There was nothing but silence. The only thing I could hear was the ringing of my ears, desperately searching for some kind of sound to sense. I found this unnerving. I never imagined then that the woods could go quiet like that. I mean, there were millions of insects out here at least, along with a population of nocturnal animals. I lay there for a few minutes until I hear my boyfriend calling out to me from outside the tent. I'm about to get up and leave to check on him, assuming he needed me for something, when I feel him grab my arm just as I reach the zipper. I jumped and turned around to see him still laying there in the tent next to me. He looked at me, mortified, telling me that he heard that too, and that I needed to stay put. He grabbed his flashlight and left the tent on his own, looking around the campsite. At first, I didn't want him to go out there, but I knew that he was fully capable of handling himself. Scared as I was, I probably would have gotten in the way. Being curious though, I did poke my head through the mesh opening in the tent to see if I could see anything from inside. I scanned the tree line. I saw him with his back facing me. He seemed to be looking at something. Then I saw what it was. A deer looking right at him, almost barely behind a tree. As I look at it more closely, it didn't take long to notice that there was something wrong with it. Its head was abnormally long, and it seemed to be a bit taller than the tallest deer I'd ever seen. It began to move behind a tree closer to my boyfriend, and just then, as it did that, I got a closer look. The thing appeared starved, and it was tall. It had to have stood around 7 feet. Its fur was matted in places with what looked to be dried blood. It had a curve in its back. It wasn't until I looked at its front legs that I realized it wasn't a curve in its back. It was a hunch, because it was standing up. It didn't have 4 legs, because the things in the front were arms. I froze, unable to move, unable to call out to my boyfriend. I watched in horror as it stared at him, and I prayed that he would run back to the tent. It drew closer and closer to him, until I was desperate. I panicked, unzipped the tent flap, and screamed at him. This broke him out of his trance, and he ran back inside the tent. At the same time, the creature jumps and runs off into the forest. I look to my boyfriend and tell him that we need to leave. For some reason, I'm whispering. He nodded. Without packing up our things except for the most valuable stuff, we made a run for the car. Along the way, I pretended not to hear the rustling in the woods around us. By the time we got inside the car, my lungs were burning, and my legs felt like they were going to fall right off of me. We began to drive away, but as we took off down the trail away from the campsite, our little friend poked its upper body out from the bushes on the side of the road. In plain sight in our headlights, it stared at us as we drove away, but the two of us kept calm and pretended that it wasn't there. My boyfriend and I only rarely discuss this traumatizing event when we're alone. I really didn't think we would get home from this. I thought we were doomed out there. Who knows what that thing was, but considering just how many other sightings I've read online of things similar to it, I now know there are things in the woods of this world that we don't understand, and probably never will. Payson, Arizona Skinwalker, from Jacob LMAO. I just recently moved to Arizona. I've never once believed in something that couldn't be caught using modern technology. It was 2018, and I believed that if I wanted to find something, we would find it eventually. It was the eve of Christmas Eve, 2018. My friends and I live in Payson, Arizona, and we'd gone out north of town about 5 or 6 miles onto a trail. It was a secluded area from the rest of the town. It was quite cold that night, so I was layered up pretty well. We were all set on building a bonfire and having a few drinks. I felt uneasy the whole drive up there. I'm a fan of nature. I've never been scared of the dark or being away from people. But that night made me feel very weird. It was eerie. I was setting up the fire, but the whole time I felt as if I was being watched. Granted, there were several of my friends around me, but that's not what I meant. I was being watched by something else, something that wasn't supposed to be here, from the distance. But first, let me take this back a couple of weeks. It was a day or two before Thanksgiving. We ventured out to the same area to have a bonfire and to drink. I didn't drink at all that night, so keep that in mind. I was curious to what the area around us was like, so while attaining firewood, I decided to go on a stroll past the bonfire, just to see what I was up against. Before I could even make it out of the area, I noticed something moving behind a tree. I asked if people were commonly up here, but no one answered me. They kept on drinking instead. My eyes would not leave that figure. It was standing behind a decent-sized tree. I could tell it was bobbing its head back and forth like a buoy in the water. I kept thinking, man, whoever this is, they've got some problems. I wanted to call out to them, but as soon as I opened my mouth, I found that I could not speak. I felt weird. Then, whatever this was shot out from behind the tree, running into the distance. It was so unnaturally fast. I immediately fell on my back. I started kicking away and backpedaling in the dirt, scraping and cutting my hand as I did it. Everyone around the fire noticed me fall and began to laugh at me and thought that I was drunk. I managed to get up and asked, "Did you guys see that?" They looked at me like I was dumb. For the rest of the night, I felt on edge, always staring near the fire. Now back to that night on December 23rd. Usually, I don't drink. I'm not a fan of alcohol, but tonight I decided to let loose and drink a couple of rounds. Captain Morgan rum was my go-to. I was having a good time. We were all singing, just letting loose. What I experienced weeks before was not even on my mind anymore, and it was a good night. I got up to go take a leak, and I walked past the truck about 300 feet out near a big rock to urinate. I could hear everyone back at the fire talking and having a great time. I then heard my friend Corbin say my name. I was tipsy by then, I won't lie, but I wasn't drunk, that's for sure. "Hold on, man," I told him, while I was still peeing. But he was persistent, telling me that I needed to see this immediately. I rolled my eyes, thinking it was weird how quick he was able to move around the rock without me seeing him. I zipped up and stumbled my way behind the rock where he was. Now, when I tell you this, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Whatever I saw was not my friend Corbin. It took my mind a second to figure out that it wasn't him. I'm glad I stopped and didn't continue to walk towards it. It was a clear night, full moon up above, and not a cloud in sight. Whatever I saw, the moonlight radiated it. It was on all fours, at first appearing like a dog, but I saw its eyes, and when I made eye contact with it, it stood up. Whatever it was had to have been at least 6.5 feet tall. I took a step back, and I saw its eyes clearly from the light of the moon. Tears formed in my eyes immediately. I definitely believe in God as a Christian myself. What I saw, I thought it was the devil himself. I backed away, but every time I took a step back, it took a step forward. I wanted to call out or scream or do something, but I was so terrified that I didn't want to be taken or killed right there. So I dropped to my knees and started to pray. Apparently, it didn't like that, and it let out a sound which sounded like someone groaning very loudly in annoyance, but only if they had water in their lungs while they did it. At this point, my eyes were closed, and I was sobbing uncontrollably, praying for God to save me. I heard it crunching foliage while it made its way back into the woods. Somehow, for some reason, it had spared me. So for what reason had it lured me behind the rock? I sat there crying. I got the courage to get up and run back to the fire. I fell about 20 feet by one of the trucks and started crawling instead. I began screaming. I must have looked hysterical. They were all over me, clearly worried now, but at the same time, they were still thinking I was drunk. I've never once hallucinated while drinking. I know what I saw. I was so scared. I was freaking out. I began to tell them what I saw. They started to put the fire out and gather their things. The whole time this was happening, everyone was scrambling to their vehicles. I never broke eye contact from where I saw it, because now I saw that it was back, standing by the rock not even 20 yards from where everyone was at. I was to the point that everything seemed like a blur. I was so horrified. I could have sworn I saw the thing smiling at me. After that night, the friends that were there at that campfire, they were harassing me on Snapchat, calling me crazy and making fun of me. Everyone but 2 people treated me like this. But these 2 messaged me, telling me that they believed me, and that they themselves saw something running in the trees after my first scream. I know I saw what I saw. The Face of Summer's Corner, from Lucian W. My friend and I had a long day that day, filled to the brim with fun and adventure, enjoying the downtown portion of Charleston. The breeze was cool, and the rough waters rolling against the docks was relaxing. But we knew we needed to head back before nightfall. When we made it home back to our city of Somerville, our appetite for fun and excitement hadn't been sated yet, so we decided to drive around and look at a newer town nearby, a place called Summer's Corner. It was a nice town, sure enough, but it often felt unreal. There was a heaviness to it, almost suffocating. But that didn't deter us that night. We were a pretty resilient bunch, always moving forward, keeping a smile on our faces, even when the circumstances become gray. About half an hour into the drive, we discovered a street called Navajo Boulevard, which had immediately interested us, as the name references the Native American tribe, a great culture and proud people. It's a culture I was quite familiar with. Their folklore and mythology was quite creepy at times. If you're using this website, then I'm sure you're familiar with the Yi Nod Lushii, a shape-shifting and vile creature. One that used to be, or perhaps still is, a man under the skin. Anyway, we were driving down the road, our windows rolled down so we could enjoy the cool southern breeze. It was a dark and starry night. While it was beautiful, that feeling of dread from earlier was thicker now, more palpable, and it nearly had a physical weight to it, like a heavy backpack full of textbooks kind of weight. Immediately, we felt watched, not by the wildlife, which we noticed was pretty quiet that night, but by something else. Something that was watching us and didn't want us there at all. And even though we were driving, I had a feeling it was following close to us. I quickly noticed that I couldn't stop myself from glancing every which way, keeping a lookout for something that I wasn't even sure was there or not. We drove for several more minutes when suddenly, from seemingly nowhere, there was no wind before, but we were hit by a heavy gust that slammed against the car. It was so strong that it nearly forced the entire car off the road and into the woods. Our hearts were pounding out of our chests from the shock of it. I had to slow down, nearly stop, to keep us from crashing or flipping. But then, I slammed on the brakes because the most bizarre and grotesque-looking thing I'd ever seen ran out in the middle of the road in front of our car. This creature was an amalgamation of malice and other spiteful things. Its eyes were pale and silver like the moon, and as the brakes squealed, it stared into my eyes, making my body go rigid. But unlike a natural animal staring into the headlights of a car and petrified, this thing began to approach us, and every time it took a step, my legs would tense up and force my back further into the seat, even though there was no room left. Then it unhinged its jaw, its mouth growing to multiple times its original size, and let out a scream that sounded like it wasn't even coming from its mouth. This forced my mind back to reality. I released my foot from the brake, and I drove like a bat out of hell away from there. Though driving past the thing, even at a fast speed, was terrifying. As we made our escape, the feeling was only intensifying. That feeling of fear and hatred, of oppression. Suddenly, my friend yelled at me to look out the window. Right behind my seatbelt on the outside of the car, that thing was chasing us down, easily keeping up speed with this vehicle. It was so close, I got a good look at its entirety. Its skin was pale red, and its eyes seemed to have no end to them. Its eyes were goat or reptilian-like, or maybe a combination of the two. There were horns on top of its head, giving it a demonic appearance. Just as a clawed hand scratched at the back glass window, we screamed and were able to steadily approach a speed that it could not replicate. Soon, the creature gave up and disappeared into the darkness of the night. The breeze of our speeding car scattered the leaves across the road. We continued speeding away until we made it back home, and we were locked safely inside to spend the remainder of the night wide-eyed and quiet.
Horror on the Reservation from Silver Bullet 54. I was visiting a friend of mine on a Native American reservation in the Southwest. I was talking to one of the elders there when he told me nonchalantly, "You've never seen a Wendigo, have you?" I told him I'd heard of them, but I'd never seen one, of course. He seemed worried at this. I asked him what was wrong. He turned away, muttering under his breath, but I swear I heard the words, "now," "overdue," and "why." The following few days after that were nothing special, but at the same time everyone seemed agitated around me. On the fourth day, my friend, Blue, said he was getting nervous because it seemed like every time at the end of the month, strange things would happen and people would hear voices in the woods, voices mimicking people they knew and loved. I've heard of the Wendigo doing that, based on the legends. I said that I didn't think it would happen to us. I didn't exactly believe in the legends. Blue and I would be sleeping in a teepee he had set up, his version of an authentic campout, which I thought was really cool. It was around that time when we were just lying in our sleeping bags that we heard something odd. There was a voice coming from outside the teepee. It had a southern accent, but it was garbled, like the person was speaking and gargling mouthwash at the same time. I remember raising up from my sleeping bag and looking over at Blue. We were both more confused rather than terrified, but that didn't last long. Because then the voice that seemed to be struggling to find words suddenly began to speak fluently. "Not here. Leave." It sounded like one of the elders I knew, named Dark Stallion, but I'd never heard him so agitated or rude. I spoke up in reply to whoever was outside our tent. Are you talking to me?" "You do not belong here." I began to crawl toward the opening of the teepee, all the while Blue was still lying there, only able to shake his head at me, trying to tell me that I shouldn't do that. But I didn't listen. Someone didn't want me here, and I wanted to know why. I wanted to know who it was. I slowly poked my head out of the teepee entrance, and I saw something I'll never forget. It was about 5 or 6 yards to the left in the darkness. I saw it, seizing and shaking violently. It was hunkered down, a fiercely quivering ball, yet in that darkness I could still make out its appendages, extremely thin arms wrapped around extremely thin legs in a sort of fetal position. As it shook, I could hear the faint sound of bones rattling. I could not see its face, but I could very easily see the massive deer skull on top of it. I wanted to scream. Before I could do that, before I could pull myself back into the teepee to safety and ignorance, its lifeless skull twisted, facing directly at me as if it was still alive. The skull cocked itself to its side like a curious dog. Then a pale and bony hand was held up to the skull's teeth. It was hushing me. I jerked my entire body back inside the tent. I was trembling now, absolutely horrified. I crawled under the sleeping bag, covering my entire body, ignoring Blue, who demanded to know what happened. I was too scared to leave that sleeping bag for the rest of the night. When I saw the dawn's light breaking through the teepee entrance, I rose up slowly. Blue was still there, seemingly happy that I was ready to talk now. "What did you see?" he asked. I struggled to form even a syllable. Blue spoke again. "I tried to tell you about it. Do you believe me now?" I nodded. The following night I was there. I was sleeping alone this time, as Blue and I decided to sleep in one of the cabins there. Blue had fallen asleep in a separate room, and I was feeling safe in the room I was in, until I heard the voice, a voice that sounded like Blue, even though he was sleeping just down the hallway.
"Come outside. I want you to see this."
I heard it tapping at the glass, beckoning me to come outside. I wondered then in fear, why couldn't it just come in and get me? We were in a teepee last night. It could have crawled inside and dragged me out, never to be seen again. Needless to say, I ignored it. I knew that wasn't Blue, because Blue did not have the nails to make that kind of sound on the window. It wasn't until about an hour later I heard footsteps walking away from the window, trampling leaves underfoot outside, as that creature disappeared into the forest. I left the very next morning, too terrified to stay another night. The people here were so warm and welcoming, but that creature, it was enough to keep me away from that reservation for the rest of my life. Was seeing my friend and his family worth being devoured for? My Uncle's Skinwalker Suspect, from D the Beast 14. My uncle is a cop in Utah. One night on March 12th of 2016, he and his partner were sent to respond to a call. The call was made by a husband and wife driving by a forest. They reported that they saw on the side of the road 2 dead hikers. One apparently had partially been eaten. My uncle and his partner, horrified, were sent to go check it out. Coincidentally and thankfully, my uncle's partner is of Navajo descent. In fact, to this day, my uncle claims that's why they survived the night. So the two of them arrive at the scene. They do find the two men that look to be in their early 20s. What's odd though is that both of them are now partially eaten, despite the call saying that one of them was. Considering other animals may have gotten to them already, that was nothing to be surprised about, but it was still a very horrid sight. The bodies were about 200 feet apart. While my uncle was examining one of them, he heard a whistle off in the darkness to his right. He shined his flashlight in the direction, commanding whoever it was to come out and to hold their hands up. He then heard a voice in the same direction that sounded like a cop buddy he works with, followed by another voice that sounded exactly like his Navajo friend. He lowered his weapon, but he was still cautious. That first voice, similar to his other coworker, it didn't make sense, because that guy did not work late shifts at all that week, or any week for that matter. There was no reason he should be here. Instead of listening to the voices that had beckoned him, he walked the opposite direction back to the patrol car. Once inside, he called his Navajo partner, letting him know what had happened. It took a few moments for his partner to respond, and when he did, even over the radio, he could tell that there was fear and agitation in his voice.
"We have to go now,"
he had said. Through his position in the car, my uncle looked up and through the window to see a man who appeared to be in his 60s slowly stumbling toward the car. He opened the door and stood up, commanding the man to stop. The man does for a moment, and then turns and runs off into the woods. My uncle gives pursuit, but this man, who was definitely in his late 60s at least, was moving like a 20-year-old, easily outpacing and outmaneuvering my uncle. The two of them ran down a steep hill, but by the time my uncle made it to the bottom, the man had vanished. Instead, where the man had just been, now stood a large coyote. It glared at my uncle, then turned and ran away into the forest. That's when his partner appeared at the top of the hill, yelling down at him, "We need to get to the car, now!" After one bizarre and unexplainable experience after another, my uncle listened without a second thought, climbing back up the hill, running back to the patrol car. Back there, in the safety of their metal vehicle, his partner then explained to him that he saw the slashes on one of the victims, and then he found tracks in the mud. He knew then what it was. He explained to my uncle that he believed wholeheartedly the culprit they were looking for was a skinwalker. My uncle was shocked to hear this, not because it was unbelievable, but because he was believing it now. His partner then explained that if my uncle had followed those voices, or had continued to follow that coyote, he would never be seen again. Well, maybe, but he'd end up as a pile of mush on the side of the road, like those two hikers. When forensics came, along with a couple of other police cruisers, my uncle and his partner were able to go. But due to the insistence of his partner, their first stop after that was a nearby Navajo reservation. A medicine man blessed the two of them, giving them this weird item as protection. I can't remember what he said it was. By the time they made it back to the station, they were told that forensics said it was wolves or coyotes that attacked those hikers. My uncle ended this story saying that the blessing must have worked, because neither him nor his partner never saw a skinwalker again, and hopefully never will. Bigfoot of White Earth, from JJ. This is not a very long story. It happened when I was 9, before my little sister was born. I'm Native American. I believe in all our spirits and creatures. I was visiting my dad on the White Earth Reservation in Minnesota. It was wintertime. As was usual for me because I love dogs, when I found out they had puppies, I stayed out all day sitting with them in my jacket and playing with them. On one of these days, there was a snowstorm. It started off very light. Then, after an hour, you could only see 10 feet in front of you. While I was sitting on my dad's porch, I heard this huffing sound. I thought that it was a bear roaming not too far from my dad's house, but I was still pretty close to the house and figured I'd be safe. That was until I looked into the trees. I saw a large figure. I was scared right away because I thought it was the bear, and it was closer than I thought it would be. The way it moved, though, the way its silhouette was shaped, it didn't seem like a bear at all. But that's what I continued to think, until it started to jump away branch by branch. The branch it had been crouching on broke when it jumped. I knew that it was no bear then, and I would later begin believing that what I saw that day was in fact a Bigfoot. I'm 16 now, and I believe Bigfoot is a spirit, a docile one that is said to be a protector. But if you disrespect them, they can become aggressive. But it's certainly no evil creature. My experience was peaceful, in a sort of terrifying way, and I'll never forget it. Skinwalker Encounter from Anonymous. It all started when I called my friend Sam, asking him if he'd like to work on our farm. He could spend the night too. He agreed, so I swung by his place that night and picked him up. Before heading back, we stopped at a gas station to fuel up my old red 1960s Dodge Ram Cummins. Half an hour later, we were back at the farm, which is in the middle of nowhere in a small southern town. We worked for the rest of the day. Soon it was sundown. We pulled up into a cattle field to put some hay out, when I began to hear this popping sound. I walked down the side of the fence, following the sound. Now, the fence is an electric fence, and when the electricity isn't flowing through it, sometimes it makes this crackle. But I don't think that's what it was. Suddenly, a horrible stench hit us, and moments later, we saw what looked like a wolf walking in the field. Sam pointed at it, saying that it was a coyote, but it was much too big to be that. We continued on even after the sun went down and it was dark. We had to drive slow with the headlights on. At a certain point on the fence, I saw that one of the posts had been pushed down. The fence was touching the ground there. What the hell? I was exasperated. I pulled the truck over and got out to examine the damage. I have no idea what did it, but it looked like something just pushed it over and climbed over it. Something too heavy to be putting all its weight on one post. Rolling my eyes, I got back in the truck and drove home to grab some tools, as well as my 12 gauge just in case I saw that wolf again. I drove back in the four-wheeler with Sam in the truck following me. We pulled up to the broken fence. I knelt down to touch the post, and I was shocked. The electricity was still on, confirming to me that the popping sound I had heard earlier was not from the fence. Again, it only popped when the electricity was off. Placing one of the stinging fingers into my mouth, I then yelled out to Sam, telling him to go back to the house to turn off the fence. He listened and soon was off. A few minutes later, he called me to tell me it was off and that he'd be back after he used the bathroom. I began to do my work on the fence, hoping that I could get it done quickly so that my cousin and I could have fun with the sleepover. Maybe the dark was getting to me, being alone out there in the fields. I was beginning to feel like something was watching me. Considering whatever pushed over this post, maybe I was getting intimidated. After all, there were no cows in this field. Nothing out here should have been big enough to push over the post. If there was a wild animal out here, it was big enough that I'd probably want to avoid it. I began to quicken my pace, and soon the post was done. But I had to be sure that none of the other posts needed fixed too. I began to check the next few posts over. Just the next few, I told myself. Then I could get back on the four-wheeler and go back home. I took a few steps, and then that same horrible stench hit me again. It had a viscosity to it, despite being a smell. As I covered my nose, I saw a pair of large eyes out of the corner of my own. I looked over at them. Whatever it was just staring at me from the distance. Now I know my property like the back of my hand. Based on its position, I knew that the thing those eyes were attached to must have stood about 8 feet tall. There were no trees in that area, no telephone poles, nothing that could explain away these eyes. My hands were trembling. I grabbed my flashlight, which was shaking like a leaf. I clicked on the power, casting a wide yellowish beam in front of me, which shook as bad as my hands. Then I pointed it at those eyes. For a moment, I was relieved at what I saw. It was just an elk. Those antlers and that dark brown fur was a dead giveaway. But as I lowered the flashlight, I got a look at its body, and that's when everything stopped making sense. Because the elk's head was on top of a human torso. Whatever the creature was, it began to spasm, forcing its body towards me. I screamed, bolting back to the truck, only to realize that the truck was gone with Sam, and all I had was an unreliable four-wheeler. I got on the four-wheeler and started it, but it died right away. Come on, I begged the thing, trying 2 more times at the ignition button, but to no avail. When I turned back to the elk-head creature, it was already over the fence. The post it had apparently climbed over was pushed over in this direction, like the other one had been. I panicked, grabbing at my 12 gauge, aiming at the thing, and firing blindly. I missed, but I think it was sudden and loud enough to force the thing to stop and stare at me. I pushed the ignition button 1 more time, and it started, and it stayed on. I floored it out of there, quickly picking up speed to about 40 miles an hour through that field. I didn't want to look back. I didn't want to see it running after me at an unnatural speed. A dozen or so yards away from the house, I slammed on the brakes and ran inside. I slammed the door behind me, with my uncle and Sam wondering what the hell was going on. But I didn't answer right away. I locked the door and began to barricade it. Once I'd gotten my breath, I explained to them what I'd seen. Sam smirked and said that I was joking. The heck I am, I said. My uncle, probably not believing me, still went around checking the doors and windows. I knew deep down that whatever that thing was, it was definitely dangerous. We stayed inside for the rest of the night, just trying to keep each other company, trying not to think about the horror I had seen outside. By 3 a.m., we had been in bed for hours. I woke up around 3, and I needed a glass of water. I slowly walked to the fridge to get a drink. As I walked past the living room, I heard my uncle say, "Hey, the door's locked. Let me in." I stopped, walked backward to where the living room was, and did a double take. My uncle was not in the living room, but at the window next to the front door, there was definitely someone standing on the porch. I could see their eyes shine as they stared in through the glass. I ignored it, and I walked shakily, still thirsty, back to bed, pretending that it was just a dream. The following day, my uncle called a Navajo friend of his to come bless the farm. At After he did so, we shared the story with him about what happened last night. The first thing he said was he was glad that I didn't speak to it, because when you answer the call of a skinwalker, then you've already met your demise. My God, I hope to never see one of those damn things again. The Black Moth, from Anonymous. The following is a short but true and unnerving event I experienced. I was doing some work in my basement. It's one of those damp and dark stone basements. In the corners, you've got the spider webs and spiders you want to avoid, and floating around the only light bulb hanging from the center would always be dozens of different kinds of moths. I remember carrying a box downstairs into that basement one day. I placed it down on a shelf and was about to walk back up the steps when I stopped myself. There was a particular moth fluttering around the light bulb. It was as big as my hand. I remember thinking I'd never seen one so big, let alone so black. It was darker than the corners of the basement themselves. It was kind of beautiful, to be honest. I walked over to the light bulb to get a closer look at it, and that's when something strange happened. Something that I still can't explain. A feeling of absolute dread flooded over my entire being. 1 second, I felt normal, and the next, I felt like I was running for my life, and I had been running for hours. It didn't make any sense. I had no reason to be afraid, no reason to worry at the moment. But that wasn't the only feeling that flooded over me at that very moment. There was another, a sort of instinctual drive, one pushing me to take a certain action directed at that odd black moth. With a single clap of my hands, I crushed the black moth. When I let go, its wings fell, a mangled dark mess gliding towards the concrete ground. The moment I had clapped my hands, the feeling of dread dissipated. It was replaced with a feeling of guilt. Why did I do that? I had never once in my life went out of my way to hurt a harmless little insect. I'd always been the type of person that when I found a spider and it was in the way, I would simply grab a glass and take it outside. What had come over me? This feeling, this event was so bizarre to me that I ended up going on the internet and trying to see if there was some kind of explanation to it. Maybe it was some sort of mold or fungus spores in my basement, making me feel odd. Maybe the moth gave off a certain vibe or pheromone. What I found rather quickly in my research disturbed me. According to legend, if you find a large black moth in your dwelling place, one of the residents who lives there will die, and considering I live alone, it would have been me. It says that if you happen to kill the moth, the resident of that place would be spared. I had trouble believing this, and I continued on with my day, trying to put this to the back of my mind. The following day, when I was returning from work, I was driving down a dual carriageway, when out of nowhere the car in front of me swerved over a huge puddle caused by a blocked drain. I did not have time to slow or swerve myself, and I hit it going 60 miles per hour. I immediately lost all traction. I spun, screaming, before finally hitting a curb and stopped short of the central reservation, only a few feet from T-boning the side of my car directly into a telephone pole. If I'd hit it going that speed, I wouldn't be alive. Luckily, I was fine, and no one else was involved. I can't help but wonder, did killing that moth spare my life somehow? I'll never truly know, and I will forever find this event sobering. Kickapoo Meadows, from Quincy. Location, Illinois.
Growing up, my experience with anything paranormal was minimal. I grew up in a small town called Dixmoor, Illinois, on the south side suburbs of Chicago. For the most part, Dixmoor was and still is a quiet small town with very little happenings and very, very few haunts, at least from my perspective. There are some abandoned houses that haven't been knocked down and reclaimed by nature yet that do give off an eerie vibe. However, there are two places that, without a doubt, are otherworldly. There's an old abandoned steel mill factory off 144th and Wood Street, which is right across from where Al Capone buried his targets. Supposedly, anyway. Me and my friends have ventured on those grounds of the old steel mill and haven't ventured too far in because there are dangerous deep holes one can fall into if you're not careful, and it's inhabited by a pack of stray dogs. But that place is a story for another day. The next place, however, I'm more familiar with because I grew up with it. It was right across the street from me. It's a forest preserve called Kickapoo Meadows. During the day, it looks like an average forest preserve. Lush green grass with wide open fields, and a forest in the background dotted with trees here and there. At night, it feels creepy, and it takes on a malevolent appearance. The entire town of Dixmoor used to be Native American territory. That I can believe, especially after doing some research, finding out that I lived close to the border of the Illiniwek and Miami tribes. Perhaps that contributes to the strange things I've been seeing. The thing about Kickapoo Meadows is the fog. It's unusually thick and stays confined to the forest. Even on days where I drove to work, it never spills over onto the roads nearby or onto the two empty lots where houses used to sit. Not only that, but the thing is, when it appears, more often than not you will see the fog on late nights and early mornings on days where there hasn't been rain at all. I always thought you needed some sort of condensation for it to appear, but maybe I'm wrong. Well, why am I so wary of Kickapoo Meadows? Let me start with this. I was about 7 or 8 years old. I was with my 3 older cousins, 2 boys and a girl. Altogether, our ages ranged from 7 to 15. It was summer, so that meant it didn't start getting dark until about 8 or 8:30 at night. We were playing basketball. It was me and my cousin, who was only a year older than me, against his older sister and brother. Needless to say, we lost. However, as the sun set lower, I said we should start heading out, as my mom had warned me that I'd be on the receiving end of a belt if the streetlights came on before I got back home. By then, the fog had started to roll in before we ever finished playing basketball. Not wanting to get disciplined in front of my cousins, I was the first to start walking through the field back towards home, as it was always the quickest way home from the basketball courts. To be honest, I've never walked through the fog either until this time, so I was a bit nervous, especially as it set in so quickly and began to make things harder to see. My cousins, on the other hand, were not as tense as me and played around in it for a second. This caused me to lose sight of them. So now I was growing nervous because I was a 7-year-old child who was trapped in the fog and was all alone now. I could no longer hear my cousins. I called out for them, but of course I received no reply. I figured they were going to try and scare me by popping out of the fog somewhere, which prompted me to move towards the exit quicker. I moved in the direction that I believed was home, and I moved slowly until I came to a tree that sat in the middle of the field. There was nothing special or creepy about the tree, but I knew I would be out of the field if I pressed forward. Before I continued on, the youngest of my 3 cousins, Ramsey, came out of the fog, trying to spook me as he announced himself. Then he asked me if I had seen his older siblings, Tony and Joy. I told him no, and according to him, he had lost them playing in the fog. He concluded that maybe they had walked ahead and were waiting for us back at the house. I agreed, mainly because I just wanted to get out of the fog, but I was relieved to no longer be alone. As we trekked on, I began to feel uneasy, especially since Ramsey wasn't saying anything. He was usually a conversationalist. There was what I could only describe as a tingling sensation going up and down my back. I looked back and of course I saw nothing. Maybe I was just scared and the adrenaline started to pick up. Or maybe something was watching me. Afterwards, me and my cousin Ramsey heard his older siblings, Tony and Joy, calling us as we exited the fog at last and walked into the empty lots that set across the street from my grandma's house. They told us that they had been calling for us for over 5 minutes, which we dismissed as a lie. We hadn't heard a peep out of them at all. But I believe them now, and I can't help but think of how eerie that was. That for some reason we could not hear any sounds outside the fog. The tree that sat in the middle of the field was maybe only 50 to 100 feet away from the entrance point, so we should have been able to hear them. We should have been able to hear something. When we got back home, my mom was waiting for us. She had seen the fog roll in that evening. She demanded to know what took us so long, and I was honest with her. It was almost impossible to see too far in that fog. She looked at the both of us and gave us a stern warning. Don't go into that fog again. You'll get lost and you'll never come out. Now, over the years, that stuck with me because my overactive imagination would try to come up with reasons for why she would say that. I had settled on the idea that she was just trying to mess with us because she knew I had an overactive imagination and she could scare me into behaving better. Either way, I stayed out of that field when it got foggy, mostly because of that sensation I experienced the day I was in it, and I wanted to be safe. Fast forward to when I was 16. It was the summer. For years at that point, I had steered clear of the fog. However, one night would prove to be different. I was with 3 of my best friends, Daniel, Tyler, and Jeremiah. All of them were like brothers to me. Jeremiah was driving, and we had just come back from seeing a movie. I think it was the first Transformers film, and I had already seen it before, but I didn't want to miss seeing it with my friends. So we came to my house at about 9:30. The sun had long since set, and across the street, I saw that the fog in the forest preserve had rolled in. There it is, I said. There's what? Tyler asked. I pointed to my left. The fog. They all looked at it before Daniel said, "Y'all want to go inside?" "Sure," Tyler said, with a shrug of his shoulders. Jeremiah, though, opted to stay in the van. Then their eyes fell on me. I answered quickly, "No way, I'm not going in there." I quickly recalled my mom's warning. "Quit being scared, bro," Daniel said to me. "Well, you go then," I told him. "I was told not to ever go in there, because you can get lost, and you might never make it out." "Bull," Daniel breathed. "There isn't anything out there but fog." "Yeah," I said, "but look at it. It just sits in the field. It's not even inching our way." "That is a little creepy," Tyler chimed in. "Does it always do that?" "Sometimes, but I know this is that fog, because it didn't rain today." This just made Daniel more excited. Daniel was the daredevil in our group, and this sounded like something he did not want to pass up. "You coming, Tyler?" Daniel asked. What's exactly out there?" he asked me.
I shrugged. I can't say for sure. I just get this uncomfortable feeling when I see it, I told them. Daniel got out of the van. He was sure that I was being a coward, and Tyler opted to stay in the van after hearing the tone of my voice and the serious expression in my eyes. Daniel walked in front of the van and up to the entrance of the forest preserve, stopping right at the edge of the fog. He looked back at us like he was giving us a second chance to go with him. We simply stared back, and I could tell that he was beginning to get a bit anxious about going in. After all, I imagine no one wants to be surrounded by fog, especially in the middle of the night. He entered the fog, and after several seconds he disappeared within it, almost like it had swallowed him whole. Every second he was in that fog felt like a minute. I remember looking at Tyler and Jeremiah to see that they were focused on the fog as well, scanning to see if they could spot Daniel, or anything for that matter. It was then that we heard it. A howl so long and loud. It was raspy, and it echoed, making it sound like it was coming from all directions. "The heck was that?" Tyler asked, definitely startled from the howl. "Sounded like a wolf." "We don't have wolves," was my response. "And that wasn't a coyote." Seconds after that, Daniel came bolting out of the fog. He ran up to the van, specifically towards the door I was sitting at. He banged on the window, yelling at us to let him in. I opened the door and barely had time to move as he jumped inside and closed it at lightning speed. He locked it and was panting so hard. He was covered in sweat, shaking from head to toe as he stared at the fog. "Dude, are you all right?" Jeremiah asked. Daniel didn't reply right away. He looked like he was trying to comprehend whatever just happened. I asked him if he heard the howl, and he nodded frantically, responding, It looked like a wolf." Me, Tyler, and Jeremiah looked at each other. That ghastly sound came from a wolf. I remember looking back thinking I was going to see something, but I never did. Neither of us saw anything that night, save for Daniel, who described this creature as covered in white fur with glowing yellow eyes. He saw it just barely, standing within the fog. That would be the first and only sighting of the white wolf. No one ever reported a run-in with a white wolf, and we decided the only time we would go into that field at night was in a group, but never when there was fog. I remember back in 2014, a year before I moved to Calumet City, Illinois, Tyler and I were talking about the incident since Daniel and Jeremiah had moved to Tennessee back in 2011. He asked me if I had seen it since then, and I told him no. But every so often, during foggy nights, you can still hear the raspy howl of the white wolf on the old Native American land. Black Dog from Marintha. Location unknown. I was a young Native American girl. I must have been around 8 years old the first time I encountered the black dog. My sister Jessica and I, who was 4 years older than me, were walking home from spending the night with our grandmother. It was dawn. Our houses were maybe 150 yards apart at most. As we approached the yard of our house, we noticed movement in a part of the yard close to the drive and the dirt road that belongs to the wildlife management. We walked a little closer to see a dog lying in the drive. As we walk a little closer to this dog, something bizarre happened. It was like it moved and it didn't at the same time, because one moment it's just lying on the ground, and in a blurry instant, It's standing, staring in our direction. I don't remember ever seeing a dog that big. It was bigger than us put together, and it was covered in matted, solid black fur. It took me a moment to notice its eyes, but when I did, I shivered. They were red like raw anger. Entirely scared, we were ready to run for our lives. The dog, before we could move, began to growl, then bolted off into the wilderness at an unnatural speed. It was gone now, so we took the chance to run for our lives. We ran inside the house and told our mom what happened. She didn't believe us. About a week later, we woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my mom jumping up, stomping throughout the house, and running into our bedrooms to get us up. Something was happening with our little brother. He was 4 years younger than me, and he was crying. She busts into our room and says, "Do you hear that?" Of course we did. But our brother's cries aren't the only thing we heard, and I doubt it was my brother's cries that my mom was referring to anyway. There was a sound like something large walking around on the roof, followed intermittently by growls. It was unlike any dog we'd ever heard, but from the sound of the footsteps, it resembled a four-legged animal. This went on for about 10 minutes. Then it stopped, like nothing had happened at all. My mom, not being superstitious, chalked it off as some stray. But how did it get on our roof? Another week goes by. I'm staying with my grandmother, lying in my bed. I'm suddenly awakened by this god-awful sound again, growling and footsteps. My window was pretty low to the ground at my grandma's. I'm covering my ears and shaking with fright, before suddenly, my grandma runs in and grabs me, taking me back to her bedroom and covering the windows. That night, for my own safety, my grandmother tells me the story of the black dog. It's a Native American legend. It's said to be a spirit that protects the land. Having a Native American heritage myself, I wasn't sure whether I was supposed to fear the black dog or respect it. After all, why would my grandma, who knew the story, act so afraid of it and try to protect me from it? Maybe it has something to do with us living within walking distance to a cemetery. From then on, I stayed far away from the cemetery, and I no longer walked around outside at night. From then on, I would do anything to keep from encountering the black dog. I think something is following me. From Maddie. Location, Idaho. I was 17 years old, and this happened last winter. Me and some of my friends usually would stay at my house, hanging out over the long weekends, or during breaks we had due to the weather. My room was pretty big, and it was in the basement. We would always be down there. It was the best spot, seeing as I had 4 younger siblings who liked to get really noisy. One night, me and a good friend were having a sleepover. It was around 2 a.m. We were doing everything we could do to scare ourselves, sharing ghost stories and whatnot, and getting our adrenaline pumping. We were a couple of bored high school kids. What else were we to do that night? We decided to sneak out since it had stopped snowing at the time. We would message a few friends to see who was awake, but no one else was. Can't say I was surprised. As we were walking around, my friend started to tell me about how a week ago before this, she was playing with some crystals and satanic things. We had another friend that was really into witchcraft. They had used a Ouija board together and were trying to communicate with someone or something on the other side.
I immediately told her that that sounds like a terrible idea. I've always been a pretty paranoid person. Even though I like to be scared, I set boundaries. And I told her that Ouija boards are just too sketchy, and that that's a line you should never cross. My friend is very much Native American. She's curious of and wants to be attuned with the spiritual world. There's a lot she believes and doesn't believe. Of the things she believes, that includes skinwalkers and Wendigo. Those stories in particular absolutely terrify me. She mentioned about how in the reservation there's always sightings and stories of people who have encountered them, even in these modern days. Well, a few weeks after her telling me this out in the snow, I was lying on the couch in the upstairs room sometime in the morning. I was sitting there watching Netflix. I decided to head off to bed after finishing a whole season of a show I'd been watching. As I was walking toward the stairs, I noticed a dark, misshapen figure standing near it. The window was a good 5 feet off the ground, and this thing was 4 more feet above it. I froze, staring at it, to see if I was just seeing things and to let my eyes adjust. Then I opened the gate at the top of the stairs and walked down, slowly still watching out the window. The figure turned, and even though I didn't see any specific features, I could feel its eyes drilling into me. I then ran the rest of the way down the stairs, and I hid inside my room. I then heard heavy footsteps outside, walking around the back side of the house where my room was. There was a horrible smell, like walking into a dump full of rotten skunks and fish. I then remembered the things my friend told me about the creatures and spirits of Native American legends and about the things she tried to contact, and I started to think maybe she was successful. I was told once by her that if you talk about these creatures too much, you might start seeing them. I quietly cried, trying not to let the thing outside hear me. I eventually passed out and woke up to the sound of my parents yelling at each other outside. Something had torn up and devoured our chickens and ducks, as well as our turkeys and cats. Our horse was out in the field hiding. Luckily, it was fine, but it was startled from something. Now I don't talk about these things at all, and I never go outside alone after dark, and I especially don't talk about those Native American spirits. Werewolf. From Just Another Dude. Location, Georgia. I've only shared this story with 2 other people, one of them being my wife, and the other a close friend. I grew up hunting and fishing. I was taught from an early age to understand and respect wildlife, nature, and all the animals that dwell within it. I was taught to hunt and survive out there. My family is Native American, and our teachings have always been passed down like this throughout the generations. Nowadays, I am often requested to guide people on new land that they purchase or lease for hunting, as I'm well known locally for my ability to read wildlife signs. I say all this to you because you need to understand that not much scares me out there. I'm not intimidated by what's in the woods or the water. But on the evening of November 12th, 2005, I was more scared than I've ever been. A friend of mine and I were on an evening deer hunt on a very old farm in Middle Georgia. My friend was complaining about trail cameras going missing, so after the hunt, we were going to wait around and watch to see if anyone was snooping around and taking his cameras. The hunt was lousy. It was unseasonably cold and the sky was perfectly clear with a bright moon, but not much was coming up. Legal hunting times had ended, so I was waiting at the base of my stand to listen for my friend's truck to come back down the road to pick me up. After a few minutes, I heard him honk the horn. The area I was in was an old cutout bowl-shaped depression where an abandoned mica mine was. There's a natural spring that flows out of the mine, and I remember how eerily quiet it was. The only sound to be heard at the moment was the water trickling in the spring coming out of the mine. I squatted down and got a drink of water, then began my hike out of the woods. After walking about 200 yards, I came to the old trail that bordered a dense pine thicket and the hardwoods where the mine was. I stopped for a minute to shuffle my backpack and to change the arm I was carrying things with. I froze in place. When I stopped moving, I heard footsteps continue for 3 or 4 more steps, then stop, as if they realized they were being heard. Now, this area we hunt in is known to have wild hogs and coyotes, and as such I had brought protection to deal with it, just in case. I took my pin light and clipped it to the bill of my hat. Then I checked to make sure I was loaded. The sound I had heard was not hog or coyote steps either. This was much bigger and had a longer stride more akin to a man. Slowly, as if I was stalking a deer, I began to walk. When you stalk hunt, you make 4 to 5 carefully placed steps, then stop to survey the area for a few minutes while looking and listening for movement. The light on my cap was not turned on at this point. If you have good moonlight and your eyes are well adjusted, you keep the light off and trust only your eyes and ears. But I didn't hear or see a thing. I stayed still for several minutes. I stalked 5 long, quiet steps, then stopped again. At this point, I was over 10 yards away from my initial stop. I froze. I could hear breathing now. It sounded like what can only be explained as a large dog or bear sniffing for someone's scent. You know the sound. Huff, huff, sniff, sniff, like a dog makes when he knows you have his favorite treat. Think about that for a minute. My friend and I, Dwight, have played some crazy pranks on each other over the years. So standing there, I flat out said, "Dwight, what are you doing, man? I'm ready to go." But all I heard in return was a very low, guttural growl. Immediately, I stalked in a strafing position across the path with my weapon drawn and pointed it back down the path from the direction I came from, the direction of that growl. I knew that wasn't Dwight, and I knew it was hunting me. I made my way quietly up the opposite side of the path toward where Dwight was waiting. I could hear his engine running now, and I could hear footsteps getting closer. I stopped and listened briefly. Now, in a very thick pine thicket, it's hard for a decent dog to track its game. That was the only advantage I had, and I used it. I kept moving, and I was now where I could see the glow of Dwight's headlights up the path. I raised up my Glock, and I fired 3 times in rapid succession, signaling to Dwight that I was in distress, and hopefully scaring this thing. But branches and limbs cracked behind me as I ran, and I heard this god-awful growl. No, they were words. "Get out." What I heard was a mix of a human voice and a deep, predator-like growl. 20 yards from Dwight's truck, and I see a muzzle flash and hear the crack of a high-powered weapon. I see Dwight leaning on the hood of his truck and aiming in my direction. From behind me, extremely close, there's a deep scream and howl. I don't look back. I run faster than before. In Dwight's truck, with the windows up and the doors locked, Dwight is looking down the path in shock. I ask him, "What did you see?" But he doesn't answer. I shook him, and then he points his finger down the path. I see yellowish green glowing eyes standing just a bit over 6 feet on the left side of the path. and a dark figure similar to a man's, standing on 2 feet but covered in fur. The silhouette is darker than the night. It squats down, looks like it's licking a wound, then raises back up and smashes an oak tree that's 6 inches across with its hand. The tree doesn't fall, but we saw bark and chips flying from it. In the light, we could see it looking at us in a standoff. With lips rolled up, we could clearly see its ears and teeth. It looked old, like an old man. 1 fang was broken and part of an ear was missing. Dwight backed out slowly, but I kept my eyes in the direction of where we saw the creature. Then we peeled out and headed back towards safety. The following day, Dwight and I took different weapons and went right back to the spot where we last saw it. We found the tree smashed to bits. There were patches of red and hair on the ground. We took samples of it. Something weird happened while we were there. An old man, the one who owned the property, as well as his helper, pulled up. The helper said that the old man asked that we not come back and hunt here. Dwight was the original person who got permission, and we had done a lot of fence repair to get that permission. He started toward the old man's truck and the helper stopped him. He said, referring to the old man, "He got hit by one of his bulls yesterday, and he ain't feeling too well. He asked me to bring him down here and ask you fellas not to come back, and to be nice about it, but we don't want no one here." The helper then took cash from his pocket, handing Dwight $500 and me $200 for the work we did on the fence. We got our deer stands and we got out. We never found the cameras that we had set up there that went missing, and to this day we haven't gone back. We did get word from the old man's nephew when he angrily told Dwight that the old man passed a week later due to his injury from this bull. The nephew did extend an offer to hunt there again, but we refused. The nephew made a comment about that's probably for the best. I don't think I want to know how that all ties in together, but I'm sure you can use your imagination and figure it out. Every word of this is true, but it's up to you to believe it or not. A woman named Cassie, from Keene. Location, New Mexico. I come from a reservation in southeast New Mexico. Every year we have a ceremonial celebration that is open to the public. Traditional crowd dancers, performances of other tribes, parades, music, a rodeo, and a good crowd. There was nothing unusual compared to other years prior. But like any big event, some planning and safety precautions are to be considered beforehand. Little did I know that I was going to be a part of this event. The tribal vice president had personally asked me if I could be the head of the security detail in charge of guarding the livestock for the bull riders and performers at the rodeo grounds. I agreed to the job. It was only 4 days long, had good pay, and it was the night shift. That was a relief, because it meant it was going to be nice and quiet. I was wrong, though. To this day, I rarely attend the events anymore, as I may just run into this creature again. It was July 5th, 2015, the second night of the celebration. It had been raining and I was drenched. Being a U.S. Marine, you could say that I was used to being out into the elements. At a certain point, it finally stopped raining. I had a team of 6 people that night, and they were finally beginning to show up. They didn't have security experience, but beggars can't be choosers. They were on their routine patrols in no time, and I was soon by myself, checking on them from time to time to make sure they were doing what they were supposed to. They were talking, laughing, and telling jokes a lot, but with it being quiet out, I let them be, to help them pass the time. The clouds broke, exposing a full white moon. It allowed us to see much better that night. I noticed in the northwest corner of the parking lot a yellow Toyota. One of my teammates came to me, Linda, I think, and was a little concerned because they were drinking. I told Linda just to leave them be. Our concern was the bulls, horses, and other animals in the corrals. She agreed and resumed her patrol. It was 11:47 p.m. All was still quiet in the darkness when a voice in the distance pierced the silence. "Cassie! Cassie, where are you?" It was the occupants of the parked Toyota in the parking lot. Irritated, I went to see what the problem was. I encountered them near the bleachers and asked if everything was all right. They were obviously drinking and seemed quite concerned. They introduced themselves as father and son, Tom being the son and Frank the father. I gave them my name and asked a second time what was wrong. "She's gone, sir. Just gone. She disappeared, like a skinwalker," I remember thinking. Yeah, right. But I kept that to myself. I set them down on the bleachers and told them to wait right there with the rest of my team. I strapped my LED light to my head, and I told one of my team members, Barry, to open the gate and make his way back in case law enforcement was called. He took his Suburban and did what I told him to. I looked at the two men who were still feeling scared. I told them to tell me what happened and to be serious this time. "We were having some beers, just having a good time. I turned around and she was gone. I didn't hear her get out of my car and I didn't hear anything," Tom said. I am skeptical because they were intoxicated, but to put them at ease, I said I'd take a look. The car was parked near a tree line about 75 yards where I was. I turned on my LED headlight and I made my way up to the car. There were empty beer cans all over the place, front and rear of the car, and 3 windows rolled down, indicating to me that someone was in the back. As I said before, it had rained that night, so I looked down out of the car, and there were shoe prints in the mud. They went into the tree line. I thought maybe she went to the bathroom or got sick. I followed the shoe prints. They went about 25 yards into the tree line. My LED lights were very bright, so I could make out the prints very easily. Then I stopped, because the shoe prints just vanished. They ended in one spot and didn't return. No tracks leading back to the car either. Just nothing. They're obviously way too intoxicated, I thought. I circled around and made my way down to the car. I searched the car one more time and again it was empty. This time, right when I turned around, I heard a loud hissing noise, almost like a cat's, but oddly different. There was an undertone like a low scream blended with the hissing. I looked, and 10 feet away was a massive black cat. It was a little over the size of a full-grown golden retriever. This cat had huge paws that looked more like hands covered in fur, and its eyes were human in shape, not like a feline's. Its front legs were deformed looking, as if they were broken in the same places on each side. Patches of fur were missing, and its skin was mangy. I could smell it. It smelled pungent and rotten. It stared at me with orange-reddish eyes. It appeared to be daring me to move. I knew this cat was no normal feline. As I looked into those eyes, it felt like something was trying to take over my thoughts in my head. My mind kept getting darker and darker, as if I was being hypnotized. I closed my eyes and shook my head. I looked at another part of it besides its eyes, and slowly my thoughts came too. I had my K-bar, and I reached for it, unbuttoning the handle. That's when the strangest thing happened. It looked at my hand on the blade. It appeared to recognize it as a weapon. It arched its back and, crazy enough, stood up on 2 legs. I withdrew the K-bar, waiting for this thing to attack, but it walked backwards like a person. Never taking its eyes off me, it backed away into the tree line, standing on all fours again, then ran into the trees, disappearing into the darkness. Now I'm a veteran, decorated too, but that was the first time I was truly scared in almost 13 years. I called Barry over the radio. I told him to pick up Tom and Frank and take them to the police substation. He drove up in his Suburban, flashing his spotlight into the tree line. He came up to me and was concerned because I seemed confused, and I had a hard time finishing my sentences, as my mind was obviously jumbled. Then he asked me a question that sent a chill down my spine. "Did you see the girl? She was standing in the trees. I shined my spotlight on her, and she kept looking at you. She took a few steps and seemed to just disappear in the bushes, as if she squatted down. That's why I was checking the tree line before I got here." "Boss, you okay?" "No," I said. "Just take Tom and Frank and take them to the station. Then get back here fast. Take Linda with you. No one goes alone." "Sure thing, boss. I'm on it," he replied. Barry and Linda returned to find the team all on the bleachers. I waited for them to arrive until I could say anything. "Here's what's going down. We split into teams of 2, 3 people a team. No one is patrolling by themselves tonight, and I want radio checks every 15 minutes from everyone. Stay in the light when you can, and stay away from the tree line in the northwest corner. Do you understand?" All confused as to the sudden change in my demeanor, they agreed. Thank God, we finished the night without another incident. Then they began pestering me about what I saw, and I finally told them. They started telling me about their experiences as well. Many of them claimed to have seen a woman. She was walking around the grounds. The animals would act weird around her. Horses would kick the fences when she got close, and bulls would bang their heads against the corrals in an attempt to get at her. They attempted to talk to the girl, but all they could get from her was, "My name is Cassie." Needless to say, I wasn't going to sleep that night. I decided to watch the rodeo as the day shift arrived. I said nothing more about my experience, and I told the team not to speak of it. Then the rodeo started. Huge crowd, loud noise, and cheering. Then I walk right into them. Tom and Frank again. And this time, it's who I assume must be Cassie. Tom and Frank say hello. I told them I'm glad they're doing okay, and then I see the woman. "You must be Cassie," I say. She looked at me for a few seconds, and those eyes, they were the same orange-reddish eyes I saw in that creature. "Yeah, this is Cassie," Tom said. I felt strange that Cassie said nothing, but I noticed Tom was doing all the talking for her. Yet every word he spoke, Cassie kind of swayed slightly back and forth. "Cassie, are you okay?" I asked. Once again, Tom spoke for her. "Yeah, she's fine, thank you." I said, "Okay, enjoy your day." And oddly, as they walked away, they turned in unison, walking in the same manner, their legs synchronized. Yet under my breath, and even with the scores of people making such noise, I quietly said, "I know what you are." Now, Cassie and only Cassie turned toward me. It was like she heard every word I whispered. She smiled, then turned and walked away, driving away in their Toyota. I never believed in skinwalkers before, but I stood face to face with one of those creatures. The Navajo believe in these beasts. I'm not Navajo, I'm Apache, but skinwalkers, oh, they're very, very real. Flesh Eater from Gesundheit. Part 1. I grew up in the great outdoors of Colorado. My nearly middle-class family lived in what was nothing more than a cottage in the cold but plentiful wilderness of Colorado. Dad worked as a semi-truck driver. He was barely ever home. Mom took care of my older brother Derek and I, and maintained the house. We lived down a dirt road, down another dirt road. But there was always something to do, like picking tomatoes and onions in my mother's garden, walking to my nearby friend's house to play some games on his PS2, or just going with my brother to go fishing. Though we didn't have the biggest house and not a lot of money, we did have quite a bit of land, albeit overgrown and mostly cheap land. There was a small pond on part of it, and near that pond was an old shed, or more of a shack, I guess, which my dad revitalized and turned into a sort of fishing shack. It had 2 little cots in it, and a working but small fireplace. When my dad had some time at home, we would often go out there with them and do some fishing. The pond was large, and there was always plenty of fish to catch, so long as we kept an eye out for snapping turtles. They'll drain your pond of fish real quick, those greedy little suckers. One weekend, my brother and I were bored, and my dad was not going to be home. We asked my mom if we could walk over to the shack and stay the night. It'd be a lot of fun to do some fishing. It may not be the tastiest meal, but there's something nostalgic about skinning some fish right quick after catching it, and throwing it over the fire. Plus, we could take a lot home and surprise Dad. He loved fish. Getting the okay from my mom, we packed up our fishing poles and Dad's tackle box, setting out to the pond. At the time, I was 10 years old, and my older brother was 14. Derek, my brother, was pretty rowdy. The type of kid who, once he discovered cursing, cursed way too much every chance he got, thinking it made him an adult. I remember walking to the pond with him that night, and he asked me if I spit or swallow. Being 10 years old, I had no idea what he was talking about, not realizing this was a self-defeating question. After a 20-minute walk, we made it to the shack. There were still a couple of hours of sunlight left, so we burst out of the trail and raced toward the pond's edge. But we soon stopped. Something smelled wrong, and as we made our way to the edge of the water, we found it. Dozens, if not 100 fish, pulled ashore, half eaten, then tossed to the side. Immediately, we both frowned, and my brother angrily muttered, "Snapping turtle." We gathered up the dead fish, all that we could find anyway, then tossed them in a neat pile on the wood's edge, out of the way. It didn't really do much for the smell, though. If this was a snapper, we were going to have to tell my dad. He had a trap for him that we didn't know how to set up or use, and we were afraid we were going to lose it in the pond if we tried. We kept an eye out in the water for it, but never did see anything out of the ordinary. We did do our fishing, sitting there with our lines in the water for nearly 2 hours, and not a single bite. Thing is, I knew that there would still be fish in there. So maybe they were just cautious, scared, and they needed some more time to propagate. After 2 unlucky hours of no fish, we hunkered down in the cabin as the night grew cold. We got a fire going in the small fireplace. We sat around it, keeping warm and keeping each other company. My brother talked about school and discussed a lot of the girls he was interested in, which at that age I didn't understand. I'd never thought of my female classmates as pretty, though I did have a lot of female friends. When I explained this to him, he looked at me and laughed. "Cart, just give it a couple years. Then all you'll think about is girls and girls." "No, I won't," I replied, feeling offended for some reason that I didn't understand. He squeezed me on the neck and shoulder with a finger and a thumb. This tickled a lot, and I winced and tried to get him off of me. And then he said, "Oh, I see. So you're boy crazy." I pushed him off of me, exclaiming, "No, at least I'm not afraid of the dark." He rolled his eyes at me. "What are you talking about? You're more afraid of the dark than I am." I was going to retort with something, but I remembered I had to sleep with my mom in her bed just a couple of nights before. I'd had a bad dream. We sat back and we got quiet for a while. Then I looked over at him and asked him a curious question I had. "Why are people afraid of the dark?" Derek looked at me, then looked back at the fire. "I don't know. Guess 'cause you can't see what's in there. Isn't it just scary when you can't see anything? Try closing your eyes and walking out into the woods one day. Would be pretty scary, wouldn't it?" I nodded. "Nothing to be scared of out here, though," I said. I was an ignorant and confident little kid. "Well, I wouldn't say that," Derek replied. "You're just trying to scare me. There's no such thing as monsters," I explained to him, like a little know-it-all. "Well, Cart, it doesn't have to be monsters. There are animals out there. Dad said he saw a cougar on one of the trail cams. Cougars eat people." Being 10 years old and hearing this from my older brother really scared the crap out of me. I didn't like where the conversation was going, but I was morbidly curious. "How big are they?" I asked. "About as big as Dad." Derek could not finish his sentence, because suddenly there came a loud sound from outside the cabin. It seemed distant, but still quite loud. It was a windy scream, like a violent wind flowing through a cavern. A scream of pain, though you could be mistaken for guessing it didn't come from an animal at all. You could probably guess I jumped right out of my skin. "What's that?" I demanded to know from Derek. "Speak of the devil," Derek said. "Cougars are known to scream like that." "What do we do?" Having turned to face the door of the shack, where the sound had been coming, he looked back at me and smiled. "It's not gonna bother us. Cougars are scared of people." I didn't believe that for a second. He had been about to say that they can get as big as Dad. Something as big as our dad. Why would it be scared of two little kids? Didn't make sense to me, and we hadn't brought any real protection with us. I'd seen plenty of scary movies by then, and if a big cat was anything like my Hollywood monsters, it could burst right through the shack's walls and grab me by the hair, dragging me out to be eaten. I want to go home," I told Derek. He placed his hands on my shoulders and reassured me. "Nothing's gonna happen, it doesn't even know we're here, and it's not going to bother us. Let's get some sleep. It's probably safer we don't walk through the woods right now. I know you're probably thinking I should take you back home." He lay in his cot, and I did the same. Though I'd been scared, it didn't take me long to fall asleep. An unknown amount of time later, I was awakened. There was a stirring in the shack. Remembering what we'd talked about before going to sleep, I sat straight up and looked over to the cot where Derek was supposed to be. But he was gone. Instinctively, I looked right at the door to make sure it was still shut. There was Derek. He was facing away from me. He was opening the door and about to step outside. "Derek, where are you going?" I said, worried. But he ignored me. He didn't even react to my call. He stepped out of the shack, then closed the door behind him. Not 3 or 4 seconds later, that scream that I'd heard before came echoing from the woods outside. I pulled my thin blanket up to my face. Why did he leave me? Where was he going? What if that cougar got him? The scream would come again and again every few minutes. All the while I sat there, trying to force myself up. I had to go get my brother. I either had to bring him back or stay with him. I was too scared to stay alone. And what if he got hurt out there? Eventually, and ever so steadily, I pulled the blanket from myself, and I got up. The fire had turned into glowing orange embers, but was still plenty hot to keep the shack warm. I opened the door, met by a cold, almost freezing breeze. It was very dark outside. Where the full moon didn't touch with its light was complete pitch black darkness. I stepped out and closed the door. Then, step by step, I made my way toward the trail, calling out his name. "Derek! Derek, where are you?" He did not respond. I walked closer to the trail. It was the only part of the forest that wasn't completely black with darkness, as the canopy above the trail had several openings throughout, letting in much of the moonlight. But still, it was half as bright as the shores of the pond. I walked along the trail, having to remind myself that my brother was out there somewhere and needed me. Otherwise, I'd rather just stop moving or go back to the shack. It was cold, and I was shaking, but probably not from the cold. I was terrified, more so than I'd ever been. The further I walked along the trail, the louder the screaming got, the more clear it was. The windy aspect of it began to fade out. It would sound more and more animalistic as I carried on. About halfway through the trail, only 10 minutes from home, the scream came again, clearer than ever, and I knew then that it was coming from off the trail to my left. I then made the stupidest decision. I was going to go toward the screaming. Now you have to understand why I did this. I wondered if my brother, who I saw as braver than me, had come out here to see the screaming thing himself. If that was the case, then following the screaming would lead me to him. The other option was my brother had been attacked by the screaming thing. And once again, going toward the screams would lead me to my brother. And in that case, he would need my help. So, terrified, tired, and freezing, I stepped into the darkness of the woods. My eyes would begin to adjust, but not by much. "Derek!" I called again, knowing that there would not be a response. I tripped several times as well. The terrain off the trail was quite uneven and precarious. If I wasn't careful, I could break one of my ankles. Now focusing more on my steps than my own surroundings, I soon found myself entering a clearing where the moon's light was shone bright, and I became aware that I was hearing crying. Someone was crying in front of me, an awful sound of someone in pain and in torment. I looked up, and I saw a crouching human shape. They faced away from me. Their shoulders moved up and down, and I saw that their arms were moving around. I stepped closer. I could then see that they seemed to be scratching their wrists and arms hard. Then the crying gave way to the sound of murmurs. "Sorry, stop, please stop, I'm hungry." Thinking, or assuming, that it was my brother who was injured, I called out to it. "Derek?" "Sorry, The murmuring stopped all at once. The figure angled its head up and sideways, towards the sky and towards me at the same time. And then, it screamed. The same scream I'd been hearing the whole night. It was never a cougar, and it wasn't my brother. I run, faster and more determined than ever before. I run back to the shack, for some reason not even considering going back home. I guess back then I didn't have a good sense of time or distance. I guess I assumed that home would be further away, even though I was halfway there. I ran and ran until I made it back to the shack, opened the door up. and found my brother sitting up in his cot, looking at me, confused. "Where have you been?" He looked at me, angrily. Had he just woke up? I thought I saw you leave the shack," I explained. "What are you talking about? I've been asleep this whole time. You just scared the bejesus out of me. Don't go outside without me. You didn't go on the trail, did you? Alone? In the dark?" His anger turned to concern. "Yeah, but you weren't here. I had to go find you." I began to cry. Derek hugged me. "Carter, I never left you. I was in here the whole time, I promise. I wouldn't scare you like that, and I wouldn't leave you alone." After he dried my tears with his shirt, he stayed up while I went to sleep, and in the morning, he stayed close to me as we both walked home together. Part 2. I never really knew what I saw that night in the woods. When we made it back home, I did tell my brother what I saw, but I said to him that it was just some crazy man. He didn't believe me. I did have one bout of sleepwalking way back in the day, several years before that, but it was nothing like this. Still, he didn't stop from attributing my experience to sleepwalking. After all, even I couldn't explain how I didn't see him in his cot if he had been there the whole time. A few years after this, school was back in session for the year, meaning we had to wake up super early to get ready for school and to catch the bus. We had to wake up at our house for school way earlier than other kids. We were the furthest out on our bus route. We'd wake up at 5:30, then be ready to catch the bus at the driveway at 6:30. This was miserable. It seemed no matter how early we fell asleep, we'd always wake up feeling exhausted. Not to mention, whenever school started up, that time of year was always freezing cold outside around these parts. I hated it. But luckily, Mom started a new tradition. She'd drive us in her truck to the edge of the driveway and wait with us, heaters full blast, and we'd snack on breakfast burritos that she'd made us, usually. They were quick and easy for her to make, and by God were they delicious. My poor mom, though, she didn't last long when she put the parking brake on. Every day when we waited for the bus, she'd start snoring after a few minutes, out like a light, catching the sleep that I wish I could catch more of. Well, the first day of school that year, we did just that. Mom brewed us all a cup of coffee. Derek was really into coffee by then. Mom was addicted to it, and I was 13 then, so I figured I was man enough to drink my coffee black. But after one sip and a noticeable cringe on my face, my mom laughed at me and poured my cup into hers. Having known this would happen, she pulled out a juice box, apple juice I think, and gave it to me. Mom was the best. After she finished her coffee and mine together in her cup, she still somehow managed to fall asleep. She was sawing logs, and so was my brother soon after that. But my brother, he had reason to. He had been staying up real late talking to some girl on the phone. When we asked him if he had a girlfriend, he would deny it. But I saw the way he smiled when he answered the phone. So, those two were in the truck, sleeping and basking in the warmth of the heater. It was still dark out, and would stay dark till around 7. There were bushes and thick foliage on either side of the truck along the driveway. Having finished my breakfast, I pulled out my PSP, which I'd gotten for my last birthday. I turned it on, played a little bit of Monster Hunter Freedom, still to this day my very favorite game franchise. I usually play it on the bus, but the bus was running a bit late, and those two were asleep, so I was getting bored. After several minutes, I was getting really frustrated. Gravios kept killing me in that mission, and after the third death, signaling a failure, I turned the PSP off and put it back in my backpack, and I just stared out the window. The driveway was misty, lots of fog all around us. It was warming up a bit, but it was being real slow about it. Before long, my nose began to crinkle up. I smelled something, and whatever it was absolutely terrible. Smelled like dead and rotten fish. I figured it was Derek. So I turned around and elbowed him into the bicep. He barely felt it though. Derek, that's gross, dude. We're all packed cramped in here, and it's too cold to roll down a window. All he did was stir, turned his head to the left away from me, and continued to sleep. I rolled my eyes at him, covering my nose with my shirt. The smell was so bad I was about to gag. Once again, I turned my face toward the window, looking at the foliage to our right. Despite the smell, I could have fallen asleep then, but I kept my eyes open. If I fell asleep, we'd miss the bus, and Mom would be way mad. Suddenly, something in front of me caught my attention. That morning was not windy. That being said, the bushes were shuffling about. Just the ones in front of me. There was something out there. I was sure of it. And then, when I heard the scream that I'd heard a few years back, the very same one, coming from those bushes outside, I freaked out. I felt chills all over me. I turned back to my brother and Mom and shook them both, trying to get them to wake up. But they ignored me, or were that deeply asleep. All in all, it was pointless trying to wake them. Quickly, I turned back to the window to keep an eye on what I was hearing and seeing. A few seconds after that, a bald and pale head popped itself out from the bushes, its skin glistening as if it was moist. I watched its head slowly turn left and right. It was so slow turning its head that the only way I knew it was doing so was by the faint reflection of the moonlight on its eyes, which swiveled. I kept wondering, who is that? Was that the same guy as before? It had been years, and the visual in my head was getting blurry, but this encounter was bringing it all back to the top. Without warning, the thing in the bushes, on all fours, scurried and crawled over to the truck. I jumped when this happened. The way it moved was so grotesque and sickening. It wasn't right. It didn't walk on all fours like a man pretending to be an animal. Rather, it crawled along the ground like a spider in search of insects. It did so at the speed of a spider as well, something unnatural, no, impossible for a person to do. People aren't built to move like that, even though this thing had all the appendages and shape of a man. I saw legs, I saw arms, a head. If it wasn't human, then what was it? At a blinding speed, it had scurried from the forest's edge to so close to the truck that I could no longer see it unless I rolled down the window or opened the door, and I was not about to do that. For the next minute, I heard it crawling slowly around the truck, as if observing it, or maybe it was looking for a way inside. But I tried not to think about it. I tried to hope that it didn't know we were in there. It was scary enough knowing that there were animals out there that looked and acted like this. One that wasn't scared of a running truck. I could hear rocks shuffling about as it moved. From my right, then to the left, to the front, then to the back, where it stopped. I turned in my seat and I stared out the back window, waiting to see something. And I soon did. Long bony fingers rose above the tailgate, then wrapped themselves around it as that creature pulled itself up and crawled into the truck bed. I see it sniffing around in the truck bed. Was it looking for something to eat? It was so close, closer than ever. I tried my best to get a good look at its face, but it was difficult. It was so dark still. All I could really make out was that its face was more flat than a person's, as if its nose was gone. Then I heard something else. My mother. She was waking up. She yawned and stretched out her arms, correctly situating herself back in her seat. Then, on autopilot, she checked the rearview mirror. I watched her eyes go wide, and then a scream build from her face, and then out of her mouth. I covered my ears. It was so loud. My brother said straight up he'd been scared half to death. This spooked the creature too, but rather than running away, it flattened itself so close to the bed of the truck that it was impossible to see due to the shadows. Mom was horrified but confused. She'd only got a split-second look at it. She looked at me, seeing that I'd been watching it, then asked me if it was a dog or a cat or some person. Then she figured it was maybe one of my friends from up the road, coming to the truck to join us, which had happened before. She said if that was the case, it was not funny that he was trying to scare us. My now awake brother turned in his seat, wanting to see what all the fuss was about. He pressed his face right up against the cold glass, trying to see what was back there. But it was just impossible to see it. A sudden squeal from behind us caused us all to turn around. At long last, the bus was pulling up in front of us, squealing to a halt as its brakes howled in agony. At that same moment, the entire truck shook as a great weight or pressure was exerted on it from the back. I turned just in time to see that creature escape through the bushes, leaving the three of us there dumbfounded, me and Derek now forced to get out and enter the bus, which we did in a hurry. I asked the bus driver if he saw that, but he looked at me, as tired as we were, and shook his head. I asked my brother if he caught any glimpse of it, but he still didn't know what we were talking about. All he knew was that Mom screamed at something in the rearview mirror. With a sigh, I sat down, pulled out my PSP again, and tried to forget about it. Derek asked over and over what it was, but I didn't have an answer. When I tried to tell him that I think it was the same thing I saw years ago in the woods, he simply said, "Right," and finally got quiet. Part 3. Jump ahead a few more years. I was 16, and Derek was 20, though he moved out of the house the moment he turned 18. He didn't visit much anymore, and I found myself missing him. It had been a long time since the two of us went fishing like we used to, let alone just sit down and talk about life. Luckily, at the same time that Derek was gone, Dad was able to come back home far more often. He and Mom had finally paid off our cheap house, meaning we did not need nearly as much money as he used to be making. Dad didn't want to cut his hours, but Mom convinced him to. She wanted him home, wanted him to relax and help her with her garden, said it would be therapeutic and even romantic for the two of them. He relented, and he was able to take half the hours he used to. He was basically home all the time now. I wasn't used to it, but I enjoyed it. Heck, I even found myself helping them garden too. And Dad was a great fisherman. We'd go to the pond, rest in the shack, and even travel upstate for more exotic fishing. But there were some other negative changes around then. You see, my sleepwalking, which had only happened once before, came back with a vengeance. At home, Mom and Dad would often find me in the living room, sitting on the couch, staring at the TV without blinking. They'd walk over to me. I would wake up and not realize where I was or how I got there. I would never even remember getting out of bed, which I guess is normal of sleepwalking. She was worried I was going to get myself hurt. She and my dad discussed getting a one-way lock for my room, and even barring my windows to protect me. But I told them that they were taking this sleepwalking thing too far. I'd be fine. Getting up and subconsciously sitting on the couch was nothing to worry about. But things would get much, much worse. One summer, just before bed, Dad had a heart attack, and Mom had to rush him to the hospital. When I tried to join them, go with them to the emergency room, she stopped me and said that I needed to look after the house and stay here. I was mad. My dad was nearly dead, could be dying, and she was making me stay home. Now that I look back on it, I have a feeling she was just protecting me. She didn't want me more worried than I already was. I was the type to worry myself to death. Over the years, I had grown into a more paranoid person, and yeah, I do think that those experiences I had before had something to do with it. You don't just witness things like that and shrug it off. That night, I stayed in my bed, awake, waiting for my mom to call. I couldn't do anything. Eat, watch TV, play games, until I knew my dad was going to be okay. I was horrified at the idea that I'd never get to spend time with my dad. He worked his life away, just so we could afford this small house. And when he finally had time at home and we were starting to hang out, he had a heart attack. Life wasn't fair. And even if they called and let me know he was okay, it would mean Dad would have to slow down. Would we even be able to go fishing again? Maybe I was overthinking it. Sure enough, my mom did call within the hour. She let me know that Dad was going to be okay. They wouldn't have to do surgery, but they were sending him home with a prescription. He would need to change his diet and exercise drastically. I smiled, just thankful that he was fine. After that, I was finally able to turn over in the bed and close my eyes for a time. They would be home in the morning. I woke up in the middle of the night. I rubbed my head, which was pounding, thinking about getting up to get some ibuprofen. I placed my hand down, but then I yanked it back up. It stung. I looked over and a stick was jabbing into it. Then I looked around. I wasn't at my house anymore. I was in the middle of the woods. I was outside. My stomach sank. How did I get out here? Did I sleepwalk out here? This was the first time I'd ever gone this far. I picked myself up and looked in every direction, trying to recognize a landmark, anything at all. But I didn't. How do I get back to the house? Where was I? I was beginning to panic. I felt around in my pockets. I'd fallen asleep with my shorts on. You see, if I wear running shorts or sports shorts of some kind during the day, I would usually fall asleep in them. They were warm and comfy. Luckily, my phone was in my pocket still. Panicking, I called my brother. I wasn't sure why it was him I chose to call, instead of Mom or Dad. Maybe I didn't want to scare Mom after she'd just been traumatized by Dad's heart attack. Plus, I really missed Derek. My phone read 4 a.m. I dialed Derek's number, and I prayed that he would be awake.
Hey, Cart, what's up?
He answered, sounding tired and irritated. Derek, I woke up in the middle of the woods, man. I've been sleepwalking a lot, and I don't know how I got out here. I don't know where I am. He seemed to perk up after that, and sounded worried.
All right, calm down, okay? I'm coming to the house. I'm gonna bring the brightest flashlight I can. I'm gonna come looking for you, so just stay right there. And did you call Mom?
No, she and Dad are at the hospital.
What happened? Is Mom alright?
Yeah, she's fine. Dad, well, he had a heart attack, but he's fine too, okay? Just please, come find me.
I'm on my way, Carter. Just be careful, and if you start to believe you're really far from home, call the Forest Service. Call someone who could find you. Someone with a GPS or something.
I will. Love you, man. We hung up. I sat there on the forest floor. I tried to get GPS working on my phone. I had reception, but whenever Google Maps tried to load my location, it just wouldn't sync or update right. I'm not really sure what was going on. It would load my dot, but from the map I couldn't tell where I was still. And when I walked around, I couldn't get my dot to move. I stayed in the same area, just to be sure. I tried my best to remember what I'd always been told if I was lost in the woods. Was I supposed to stay put? Or was I supposed to get up and move around, trying to find civilization or people? Do I call out, or do I stay silent? I ended up just sitting there, waiting. Over and over, I reminded myself Derek was on the way. He would be here in a few minutes. When he got here, he would shout. He'd be waving around a bright torch. If I didn't hear him, I'd see him for sure. The woods were so quiet that night. It was unsettling. Every movement I made echoed, seemingly forever. It was dark and a bit warmer than usual, but there were no bugs chirping, and not once did I hear the sound of nighttime animals moving around in the undergrowth. Obviously, I couldn't help but think about my first encounter with that thing way back when. Setting foot in the middle of the woods, seeing that shape clawing at itself, and then the murmuring. As if on cue, there it came again, a murmuring, like it was coming from all around me, the same voice I'd heard back then, but this time, it was saying different words. Over here, over here, sorry. Rather than run away, I laid back down on the ground. As if that was enough to conceal myself, the murmuring drew closer and closer until I was too terrified to keep my eyes open. I closed my eyes. Call me stupid if you will. I should have run. I should have moved, done something different, but I didn't. I laid there, eyes closed, just as I was beginning to think that I should cover myself with things on the ground, like leaves and twigs, to camouflage myself. I felt it. Something close to my skin, on my scalp. Something sniffing me. Something that had just gotten done murmuring. It smelled me from my scalp down to my neck. Tears welled up in my eyes. I wanted to cry and scream, but there was nothing I could do now, besides lay here and hope for the best, or lash out in defense, which might cause this thing to fight back. I felt air blowing past me as it sniffed more and more, and then there was a warm and wet sensation as whatever it was began to drool on me. It was salivating at my scent. Then, right on my neck, only millimeters away, it began to cry, and the murmurings came again. I'm so sorry. I have to. I'm so hungry. Forgive me. I continued to feel wet droplets landing on me, but these were different. These were smaller, colder. Tears. Whatever this was, whoever this was, I did truly believe that they were sorry. I was gritting my teeth now, biting down on nothing as hard as I could, and then a sound more heavenly than any other before and after it. Carter! My brother. He was here. He was looking for me. I need only follow his voice, find the beam of his light. At the same time as my brother's call, this creature choked up for a second and ran away, scurrying before screaming once more. When the sounds died down, I opened my eyes. I picked myself up and I screamed, "Derek!" He called back, and I ran towards his voice, requesting him to keep calling my name so that I could be sure where he was. Soon, I burst forth from the tree line, finding myself in the side yard of our home. There was Derek, holding a torch, shining it at my feet, and running up to me to hug me. Oh my god, dude. I'm so glad you're okay. I was freaking out about you, he said, squeezing tighter. I couldn't bring myself to speak, not properly. I was still crying. My stomach felt tight and weak, and when I did try to speak, nothing but pained ramblings came out. He helped me inside, and we went into the kitchen. He brewed some coffee and tried to make conversation. He told me that he had proposed to his girlfriend, said he wasn't ready to tell mom and dad yet, so we had to keep it between us. He talked about his time in college, how many friends he'd made, and how it was going, and then tried to ask me how my life had been. But I couldn't speak. Still couldn't speak. For the remainder of that night, until I was able to sleep again, it seemed my sanity had left me. Only once I wake up and mom and dad had come home, just before Derek left to go back to his place, I let him know that I was thankful. And just as he was getting into his car, I told him, I saw it again out there, the thing from the bus stop, the thing from the woods by the shack. I saw it again. He stared at me. Then he swallowed hard and nodded, as if finally believing me. Derek drove away, and I went back inside with mom and dad. I smiled, and I hugged them both, thankful that they were okay, that we were all okay. Wendigo in the Woods of Elbert, Colorado, from Ryan T. Before I begin my story, I'd like to give some background on why I'm writing this in the first place. I do not believe in skinwalkers or any sort of cryptid. However, the subject fascinates the living hell out of me. The other day on the r/skinwalkers subreddit, I saw and responded to a question that read, "Why do you believe in skinwalkers?" with my beliefs, and gave an extremely brief overview of what led me to learn about skinwalkers. This seemed to attract some attention or curiosity, so I figured that I might as well write about it, since I have nothing else to do being stuck at home now. It happened in a very small town called Elbert, Colorado, that's very far out in the middle of nowhere. Like a grocery trip took a 45-minute drive just to get to a store. I moved out there in the summer of 2013 when I was 11. My family lived on an 8-acre piece of property in a fairly thick pine forest, with a house just outside the very edge of it. The driveway to the house was a super crappy, super long dirt road that led out to the main street that had to be a little less than 1/8 of a mile away from the house. To this day, I think that place was the most peaceful place I'd ever been to. The only sounds that could be heard were those of nature and our chickens, as we could not hear the rare car that would pass by. The nights there were the best part of the place, though. Because of the lack of city lights, I was able to see every detail of the night sky, down to the dimmest star. Because of the darkness, however, you weren't able to see a single thing below the horizon of the night sky. Along with that, there were several packs of coyotes that lived out there, and every night they'd all be howling at each other. With enough of them, the noise would almost sound like water. The only thing that really sucked about the property, however, was the walk that we had to make just to take the trash out. The garbage company would only accept the cans that were brought to the main road. We'd normally take the trash out before it got dark, but on occasion I'd forget and would have to do it at dark, which I normally didn't mind. The trip would be a super peaceful walkout, and we had headlamps at the ready, so that we could actually see where we were going in the dark. Well, the summer before I moved out, there was a night where I forgot to take out the trash during the day, and the batteries on the headlamps were dead. This meant I had to try to navigate my way down our driveway, almost completely blind. I went outside and stood next to the trash cans for a minute or two, staring into the darkness in order to hopefully adjust my eyes. Staring into the darkness, though, I felt as if there was something off. The normal coyote sounds were gone, and for some reason, my eyes just wouldn't adjust to the dark. I kept staring into that abyss, looking for any sign that my eyes might be adjusting, but to no luck. Then this terrible feeling tore its way into my chest. The best way I can describe it is as if this darkness, This abyss I was staring into was staring back into me. I was frozen with fear. I knew I was alone out there, but something told me that if I were to walk into the dark, I would not return. I continued to stare, almost unable to look away from the darkness for a long time before my mom came out to check on me. Her opening the door seemed to break me out of the trance, and I ran to her and began crying. She looked at me confused and noticed that I still had not taken out the trash. After telling her about how I felt, she laughed a little and gave me some encouraging words telling me if there was anything out there, our dogs would have noticed it by now. She then told me to come back in 10 minutes for ice cream. I turned back around and walked back to the trash cans, shaking. I had never been so scared in my life, and what of? Nothing? I chuckled to myself, realizing the absurdity of it. When I took my eyes back off the ground, the chuckle turned back into a cry. I realized that I wasn't scared of nothing. I was terrified that there was something out there that I could not see, waiting for me to leave the light of the house lamp to attack. Then the coyotes started back up, and my eyes began to adjust. Whatever might have been there was gone, along with all of my fear. The tears stopped along with most of the fear, and I was able to start dragging the trash cans down. The walk was somewhat scary, though I was able to let the sound of the coyotes distract me. By the time I got back to the house, I felt safe again, but I could not stop thinking about that abyss. While we lived in that house, that was probably my scariest encounter. There were other scary encounters while I was there, but the only one that could even slightly relate to the other takes place at my friend's house. For the sake of privacy, I'll refer to him as D. D had a property that was about 10 minutes from mine, and we shared the same forest, with the only separation being a road in between us. We had been hanging out for a while that day, playing a bunch of video games, when I had an idea to go out in the dark and explore his property. He agreed, and so we waited until night fell. After a few more hours of video games and dinner, it finally seemed dark enough to go out. So we did. We were wandering his 7-acre property, being pretty stupid, loud, and making half-assed attempts at trying to get each other a little scared. After some time of this, we eventually wandered into a clearing, and I guess the attempts at scaring each other settled in for both of us at the same time. Together we looked around, concerned. There was something off, and it felt like we were being watched. Trying to keep a good mood, and maybe trying to keep my mind off of whatever was making us feel this way, I suggested we make a scary video to scare Dee's little brother. Dee laughed and agreed and pulled out his phone. We began to record. We were acting like we kept seeing things in the woods. I would throw a stick when the camera was facing away, making weird grunting sounds, in order to make the video creepy. We both were having a good time. However, deep down, I felt like something was very off, and I think that he did too. Then, out of nowhere, a twig snapped behind us. I automatically assumed that D had thrown something, but when I looked at him to confirm, he was looking at me to see if I had thrown it. Before this moment, I was trying very hard to make my voice sound as scared as possible for the video. However, as soon as I heard this, I didn't need to try anymore. We stared in the direction that the twig snap had come from, hoping to make out something, but to no avail. Once again, my eyes would not adjust to the dark, except this time, instead of physically standing in the light, I was inside the darkness. Partially for the video and partially for my sanity, I whispered, "Run." D nodded slightly, his face illuminated by his phone. Then we started sprinting in the direction of his house. I don't think I'd run so hard in my life beforehand, but there was a feeling in my gut still telling me that we weren't fast enough, that we needed to hide. D must have felt the same thing. He took the lead and led us to a nearby cat shed. A motion sensor light flicked on as we passed by, and we got in the shed as quickly as we could. After getting the door shut, D turned on his light, revealing the inside of the shed. At the time, it seemed to me like the cats were hiding from something too. However, looking back on it, they were probably just sleeping in their beds that were in a corner of the shed. This freaked me out even more. D started climbing the wall of the shed, leading us onto a shelf-like structure that had a window we could look out of. D sat on one side of the window and I sat on the other. We were facing each other, and we could see both angles from the window. Eventually, with the light on the outside and the added comfort of a roof over our heads, we started to calm down and focus on the video again. As we were talking about what might have been out there, the motion sensor light turned off, dropping the outside back into the dark. We went quiet as the uneasy feeling washed over us again. To me, it didn't feel like we were being watched anymore, more like we were being looked for. We stared intently out the window, looking for signs of anything, when I thought I started hearing footsteps. Having a wall between us and the steps muffled them, so I couldn't be sure what I was hearing. I asked D about it, and he said that he heard them too. However, I'm pretty sure he was saying that for the video. We went quiet again, listening. Then I heard the footsteps get slightly louder. One of the cats started rubbing up against us, which distracted us and caused us to turn around and start petting him. Because who wouldn't pet a cat? As we were petting him, the outdoor motion sensor light flicked on. I felt goosebumps crawl up my arms to my face. As we slowly turned around, we looked out the window and saw nothing. D told me that we should get inside, and I agreed with him. We carried the cat back down to its bed and got ready to make a 50-yard sprint directly to his house. He opened the door and I shut it, and then we were in the cold, dark woods, running as hard as we could from whatever turned on that light. After what felt like forever of sprinting, we finally got to D's front door and we rushed inside. We slammed his sliding glass door and didn't sleep until we saw the sun rising the next day. Though these encounters were terrifying at the time, a lot of it can be easily explained by me just freaking myself out. There was nothing out there during the trash can story, and at Dee's house we found raccoon prints the next morning outside of the cat shed. None of these things ever stopped me from loving the woods, and within a week I was certain that I was just making things up to myself. I continued loving the woods we lived in for the next year that we lived there, but eventually my family and I ended up moving out. My dad got a job offer in Minnesota that would improve our financial situation and not force my dad into a 2-hour commute every day. Minnesota, however, proved to be the worst place that I've lived in, at least for the first year or two. After living in such a small town and adapting to my friends in Elbert, I found it very hard to make friends in Minnesota. I was constantly thinking about my friends and the girlfriend I'd left in Elbert, and I refused to work to make friends, and the people at my new school did not particularly seem to like me. I would still talk to my Elbert friends almost every night, playing video games and stuff with them, which seemed to be the only thing to make me sort of happy while I was there. With my mental health in the garbage and my lack of friends, my parents agreed to let me go to Elbert during the summer and visit them. After the first visit, my mental health was way better. I started opening up to other people at the new school. So my parents agreed to make the Elbert trips annual as long as I planned them. Yeah, I've got the coolest parents ever, of all time maybe. So every year since then I've been visiting my friends in Elbert. But the most recent visit is the reason that I'm writing this. Every year I would hang out with my friends K, T, and D, the same D from the other story. Because of stupid teenage drama, they would almost never hang out together. One of my favorite things to do with them was ironically go squatching. Squatching is looking for Bigfoot, typically making their hypothetical calls and using other communication methods in hopes of finding one. This was simply an excuse to go yell in the woods at night for me. This most recent visit, I finally had managed to get K, T, and D to all hang out together. We had planned on making a short film that was based on these stupid videos that T and I used to make. We tried to film it, but we ended up with like one scene before we decided to just play video games instead. One day after dinner, the group came up with an idea to make a squatching video. T, K, and I filmed one last year, so we figured that we'd do another one this year and try to make it an annual thing. We took K's little brother out with us to film for us, and we started recording the video. The sun was still up, so we had no intention of being any sort of scary, just a funny, ironic video. We wandered around for an hour, making crappy Australian accents and shouting for Bigfoot, when Kay had the idea that we could split up and look for Sasquatch. So we did. We each went off on our own into the woods, with the cameraman following me, each making the occasional squatch call and tree knock. We had some walkie-talkies with us, so we were able to tell each other when we were making a call. After some time, D and T and I found each other and decided to group up and meet K in a clearing. We began walking, and K came in over the radio, saying that he was about to make another call. We waited, and from the forest came the most terrifying noise I've ever heard someone make. The best way I could describe it, it was like a dying elephant that had a smoking problem. Then he came in over the radio.
"Was that you guys?"
he asked. We assumed that he was joking around for the video, so we joked back. "Nah, mate, we've pissed the Squatch off. We need to get out of here. Meet us back at your house." Then we ran out of the forest quickly. When we met up with Kay, he apparently had cut himself on some barbed wire, and that, plus the terrifying scream we heard, seemed to put us off. We decided to stop for the time being. We went inside and played Halo for hours, messing with each other and doing other stupid things, not mentioning what had happened while squatching for the rest of the night. When night had more than passed, and it was around midnight, we decided to go back outside and do more squatching, this time without a camera and with a bunch of flashlights. We decided to go pretty deep into the forest before making any calls, so as to not wake Kay's family or the neighbors up. Eventually, we got to the point that we had split up from earlier and had to decide what to do from there. After talking about it some, we decided to see where Kay had run off to. Then I made the first squatch call of the night. After the call, the woods went completely silent. In my previous story, I talked about the abyss watching me. This was almost the same, except it felt as if the forest were listening to us. We laughed about it and poked fun at each other, trying to creep one another out, and we began to walk. Kay led us pretty deep into his woods and eventually stopped in a small opening, showing us that this had been where he had radioed us from before the call. The thing is, Kay didn't refer to the call as his. He referred to it as one of ours. This didn't register at the moment, but thinking back on it, it definitely gives me the creeps. After a bit more joking around, Kay decided to take us to the boundary of his property, where he had cut himself on barbed wire. We walked in a straight line toward the fence, and I think Kay figured we'd follow the fence to where he cut himself. As we walked deeper into the forest, though, our jokes started to die down. The silence, darkness, and this feeling started getting to us. We were starting to suspect that we were being watched. We arrived at the fence and began walking along when Kay stopped, confused. I looked at where his flashlight was pointing, and there was the fence. However, the fence was almost dented, if that makes sense. It looked like something had come through and simply stepped on the fence with enough weight that the fence could not bring itself to its natural position. I showed my flashlight into the other property and asked Kay about it. I can't remember exactly what he told me, but I think I remember him saying that it was a large piece of Native American land and had once been sacred or something like that. That was probably terribly wrong, so take that info with a grain of salt. Our group looked at each other. Let's go over it, I remember myself saying. Worst case scenario, we find whoever's property it is and we can tell him about the broken gate. This was obviously not the worst case scenario, especially out in the country like this, but we continued anyway. After going through some more pretty heavy woods, we found a clearing, and then we felt something awful. The hair on the back of all our necks stood up at once. We began hearing slight twig snaps in every direction. This was a massive change from the previously quiet forest that we had just been walking through. We quickly shined our lights every which way, looking for anything that could be causing our fear. Then Dee's light stopped on something. Guys, do you see that? We all shined our lights on the spot that he was looking at. I couldn't see anything at first, and was about to say no when I made out what looked to be the reflection of eyes. We each confirmed one by one, each of us starting to make out the eyes. Then we did something stupid. We started walking toward it. Maybe this was because there were 4 of us and 1 pair of eyes. Or maybe it was how alluring they looked. Every step we took, the more they faded out, until we could not see them anymore. Then we felt the hairs on the back of our necks stand up more, as if pointing in the direction of something that did not approve of us being there. We stood back to back, making a square, as we felt the presence circling us. Guys, let's get out of here, one of us said. We all nodded and waited. Then when the time felt right, we sprinted. We all ran as fast as we could, jumping over the fallen fence through the forest, until eventually I saw the house. I heard the others run by me, hidden by the forest, when I suddenly stopped. Ryan, help! My heart sank. I had just heard the other 3 run by me, yet this was the perfect voice of Kay calling for help. I shoved the thought that this could be Kay out of my head. After all, I had just heard all 3 of them run by. I began sprinting again, hoping to catch up with Kay. After sprinting for a minute or 2, I caught up with them, beginning to slow down, almost at the house. I caught up with Kay and was about to try to talk to him when we both flinched backward, almost falling. Just to the right of us, there was a crashing thud of something that had just hit the ground. We quickly recovered and sprinted toward the door, urging the others on. When we finally got back to Kay's house, we slammed the door behind us and had to just rest, panting. When we all seemed to calm down, Kay asked what the hell happened out there. We all went around sharing what we saw. Dee said he saw the reflection of eyes, and more than what we saw in the clearing. Kay said he saw the reflection of eyes in the clearing and heard the 2 thuds that freaked us out. T said he might have seen the eyes in the clearing and some yellow-red ones as we were closing the door. I stated what I saw, but decided to leave out the voice, since I wasn't and still am not sure I heard what I heard. We sat down, and almost immediately began searching up cryptids and looking for other stories like ours. Within half an hour, our primary theories were of a goat man, a Jersey devil, or a Wendigo. Almost in response to our theories, we heard 2 ever-so-quiet footsteps on the roof. Eventually, we went to sleep, but after that, we never spoke a word of it again. Maybe a year or so later, I was trying to creep myself out when I stumbled upon stories about Wendigos. These stories sounded familiar to my experience, but didn't seem to be quite right. That led into a rabbit hole, and eventually I learned about skinwalkers too. Since then, I've loved hearing stories about them, and I'm very fascinated with what they are and how they hunt. I've stopped believing recently, however, after rethinking my tale for the 100th time. I'm 90% sure that what we heard and saw was just a horse, and that we got onto the bad side of it. What really spooks me though, however, is when I let the 10% wander, and I think that it might have been something paranormal. Either way, I don't understand how Kay still lives on that property. I'll be visiting him again this summer, so I'll see them again. But hopefully, we will not encounter what we might have encountered last time. The Bird Seen in My Backyard by Magic Position. This has been on my mind since I saw it Saturday night. I'll start a few months back when it was winter. I live on the Canadian West Coast. I think there was a bit of snow on the ground, and the sun had just set, so it was not completely dark out yet, but not light either. My sister and her boyfriend, as well as me and my boyfriend, were in our backyard. I think we only went outside for a moment to run around in the snow, since where we live it's actually a rare occurrence. I know, weird coming from Canada. My sister all of a sudden freezes and says she saw something behind a tree. She then walks over to it, and she sees it disappear. Freaked out, she wanted to go back inside, so we all agreed to go in with her. Inside, she told us what she saw was a large black-winged creature sitting behind a tree, looking in our direction. Apparently, it was sitting with its wings down, covering its body, kind of hunched over. Then, when she drew closer, she saw it turn away from her, covering its face with its wing, so it wasn't facing her anymore. It moved further away behind the tree, and once she was close enough to see it, it was gone. None of us believed her. We all told her it was probably just a raven, or a herring, a shadow. But she was sure it was some huge creature with wings. We let it go, but she was clearly freaked out. Fast forward to this past Saturday. My boyfriend and I, my sister and her boyfriend, the same people as before, were all in my bedroom, which is the master bedroom to the house. We have these French doors that open up onto the sun deck and look out into our backyard. We were just about to light up some hay when my boyfriend opens the door to the sun deck and looks up past our backyard to see this massive bird leave a branch in a tree. He audibly said, "Holy crap, that eagle is huge." I looked up just in time to see it leave the branch and fly for about 2 seconds before it disappeared behind the row of trees. It was larger than an eagle for sure. It wasn't in a tree in our backyard. We have this embankment that goes up to these apartments that are next to us, and the tree we saw the thing fly off of was up there. So it wasn't exactly clear. But we have eagles around us often. That being said, I've never seen one that size. It looked like its wingspan was 14 feet long almost. It was completely black. My sister and her boyfriend just missed it, but they saw the tree branch it came from still bouncing up and down from it jumping off. I said it looked like a human with wings, and my sister freaked out, quickly reminding us of the time she saw that thing in the backyard. All of us except her had forgotten about it until she told us again. Now I actually believe her. My boyfriend said it looked like a person with wings too, but he doesn't believe in stuff like that. Plus, on top of this, we had a dog who passed away in January. Rest in peace, Juno. We love you. But she would sleep on the sun deck if it was warm enough for her, and often we could hear her growling at something in the backyard and pacing back and forth. Could have been a deer in the backyard or a raccoon, but my dog was uninterested in deer, and raccoons used to come on our back deck all the time, and we would hear them, but when she growled like that, it was different. Smoky Mountain Raven Mocker by Bill. My father and I have been hiking for years in the Smoky Mountains of North Carolina and Tennessee, but one incident has caused us to never be out after dark, not in those mountains ever again. We went on a fishing trip in what was one of the most remote areas of the park, the Upper Raven Fork of the Oconaluftee River above Cherokee, North Carolina. The trip went according to plan until we couldn't find the unmarked trail to where we were fishing. So we took off through the ivy, mountain slang for mountain laurel, and it was so thick we were walking sometimes 10 feet off the ground. After an hour of this, we finally emerged on the riverbank. We went up the stream, fishing along the way, and finally reached what is called Three Forks, where we spent an hour or two fishing and having lunch. At 2 o'clock, we left the Three Forks and made our way up the right fork of the stream, instead of going back through the ivy. Bad idea. An hour in and we hadn't traveled a quarter of a mile. We encountered a bear cub and her mother along the way, but that was only the beginning. We ran upon a cave beside the stream and decided to take a break inside its rather deep mouth. That's when, from upstream from us, we heard a raven's cry. But it was wrong, so wrong. It almost had a human-like cackle in its voice, something that sent more than chills up my already wary spine. We were already lost in the middle of nowhere. I looked at my dad and whispered, "What on earth was that?" He replied shakily, "Just a raven, a very loud raven." We soon left the cave and continued upstream. Again, a bad idea. About another quarter mile up, we decided to just make our way to the ridgetop through a world of ivy thickets, more akin to the underworld than Earth. About halfway up the mountain, we again heard that strange raven, but something else struck me as odd. It was on the opposing ridge on the ground, not on a branch, not in the air. We booked our tired selves out of those woods as quick as we could. When we reached the park trail, there were still 4 miles to go, and that raven thing was still behind us, apparently just out of sight. We finally got about half a mile from the car when I finally picked out what was making the noises. It was a person, maybe. It didn't have the head of a raven, exactly. More like it was wearing a giant one, and it had wings in place of its arms. I screamed, "Run!" to my dad, who, though he hadn't seen it, was already on edge enough to listen right away. We took off, just slow enough not to go falling off the mountain, and every time I looked back, that raven human thing was a little bit closer. When we finally got to the car, we both climbed in through the driver's side, backpacks still on, and took off down the road. By then, it was pitch black out. Whatever was chasing us now was keeping pace with us, floating along with us down the dirt road. After 10 minutes of chase, we were almost back to civilization, but it finally made its move. The thing landed on our hood. My dad slammed on the brakes, and we stared for a moment at the thing as it stared back at us. Then it flew away, screeching that awful noise through the night. Then we sped on home, worried that that thing might find us again. When I told my great-uncle about this, he instantly knew what it was. He told me we were lucky to escape, because apparently that was the Raven Mocker. Demonic Raven by Silent Eyes. I have a very well-aged grandpa who's 96. He has told me countless stories about an evil being that takes the form of old people and scratches the hearts of the dying and sick. I thought that was all made up. I thought my grandpa Antonio was just a crazy old man out of his mind. One of his stories in particular caught my attention. He said that when he was a young boy, he was often very sick. He had walking anomia. But my grandpa was an adventurer. He never really liked staying inside, because, well, in my grandpa's time, there weren't smartphones or games or things like that. He grew up on the land that his dad had bought. Great-grandpa and grandma had split up and went their separate ways. My grandpa continued to live with his dad, and they shared the land with a particularly big oak forest. My grandpa had one neighbor, and that was soon to be my grandma. Although my grandma's mom was very ill, she was suffering from depression, and she suffered from asthma as well. It's kind of common to hear ravens and crows where we're at as well. But what my grandpa said next was something else entirely. My grandpa said he was building a stick fort with my grandma deep in the woods when he heard a crow of a bird. A raven. It was loud and sounded like a dinosaur from what he described it. He looked at my grandma with a confused expression. Then they continued to finish the little roof of the stick fort. A few hours later, the two of them were still playing in the woods. They were just beginning to leave when they heard the sound again, but this time it was much closer. It sounded like a few dozen yards away. When the sound squealed out through the woods again, it was later followed by a scream that sounded like that of a man. And they knew that voice well. My grandma's dad. She heard him screaming and crying. Then the two of them took off into the direction of her house. My grandpa, being the lovebird he was, wanted to look after her. "Wait," he called to my grandma as he was jumping over bushes and tripping over rocks. But my grandma did not slow down. She sped up. By the time Grandpa and Grandma reached the house, there were police all over. As the two of them got close to the house, Grandpa said what he saw next will haunt him for the rest of his days. My grandma's mother had took a razor blade to herself. The police were checking for a pulse, but when they came across her heart, her chest sank right where her heart used to be. After that, they took her away in a hurry so that her daughter did not have to see the situation. But it was too late. My grandma still suffers from that image in her head, even to this day. What my grandma could never get over, though, was the fact that when they kept in contact with the police and the morgue, they could find no trace of her heart. What it reminded my grandpa of, and this is just how he described it, it was like if you push your thumb in an old plum and your thumb just sinks into it. That's how it appeared to do when the police checked her chest, which was nothing more than a soft spot. My grandpa's story has forever scared me, but I've also encountered what I think this was myself. My story isn't as scary as my grandpa's, thank God, but it still spooked me something fierce. I was walking home from a friend's house. There were 4 other people around me. There was a person on a bike passing by, a very old woman stumbling around on her walker, a man passing by in his car, and an older man that looked to be 70. I suddenly get a text from my friend, and my phone goes off. I unlock it. It's a text saying that I had forgotten my PS4 controller at his house. I replied, "I'll come by and get it tomorrow. It's already getting dark." As soon as I lock my phone again, I hear this loud cluck from a bird. At first, I thought it was some weird sound from my phone, but it didn't match any of my ringtones. I looked around to see that the old man and old woman had completely vanished. I was only on my phone for 9 seconds, and they disappeared without a trace. How the heck did that happen? I mean, sure, there are woods right next to the sidewalk, but I doubt they would have been going into the woods at their age. My phone goes off again, and this time it's a text from my mom. "Come home now," she says. I look at the time and it's 8:40. I was supposed to be home 20 minutes ago. I ignore the odd situation I was in, and I begin to run home. I eventually come upon my house and open the door, just ready to hear it from my mom. Instead, she walks up and hugs me tightly. I'm confused. "Mom, are you okay?" "It's not my birthday," I said. She loosens her grip and makes me sit down on a couch in front of the TV. My mom is watching the news, which is very unlike her. she's tearing up, and I focus on the words plastered across the screen. Man found in the woods, cause of passing unknown. I sit there, paranoid and a little bit freaked out. Then the most unspeakable thing happens. The live news reporter walks up to an old lady stumbling with her walker. The same woman I had just walked past an hour ago. The man introduces himself and says that he's here with such and such, the old woman's name, who apparently agreed to be on camera. It then shows her, and all I can really make out from the way she was speaking was Kalanu Okieliski. She said it several times. Kalanu Okieliski. You could tell the interviewer wasn't having it, thinking the old woman was out of her mind, or was just trying to mess with them. But I kept wondering, what in the world did that mean? A few weeks later, Dad told me that when they opened up the old man, there were no signs of any broken bones or anything like that, but there was no heart. And I would later find out that Kalanu Okieliski meant Ravenmocker. Ravenmocker by Taylor. I've been unsure of where to go to tell others about this. My grandfather recently passed away, and the night he did, the strangest thing happened. I'm from the Appalachian part of Virginia, and my family are of both Cherokee and Navajo heritage. Stories of creatures in the woods are not uncommon to me. I've heard everything there is about stories, and my family takes it all very seriously. And for everything native, I would highly recommend it be taken seriously, because what my grandmother and I experienced alone that night will haunt me forever. We live in the woods, not too far out from our neighbors, but the town is quite literally in the middle of nowhere. It's about 5 minutes of a drive to get to any neighbor's house for my grandmother's, and everyone there knows each other. I tend to enjoy being out at my grandma's place because I'm very introverted and loved being with her and my grandfather. But my grandfather was becoming sick, and his time was nearing. So I wanted to spend every second I could at his house before he passed, making sure to do whatever was needed around the house and the surrounding land. A few nights had passed, and as it was summer, I didn't have a job, so there was no need for me to be anywhere but there. I just texted my parents to let them know I was doing fine every once in a while, since they couldn't drive the hour and a half to get to the house because of work. So it would be just my grandmother and I for a couple of days, taking care of my grandpa. However, when dawn fell, he became extraordinarily sick, and my grandmother, who was a nurse, took care of him. I was on the couch in the living room, playing guitar, trying to write music, when suddenly I heard what sounded like something flying over the house. My first thought was maybe there was a helicopter flying over, because people got lost in the woods often, and search and rescue missions were very common. But this wasn't a helicopter. It sounded more like a bird. A huge bird at that, flying right over the house in circles, like it was signaling its next meal. I immediately ran to tell my grandmother, who said it may have just been a helicopter as well. So I did what any confused teenager from the woods would do. I grabbed my .30-06 and went outside. When I looked up, I didn't see a thing. There were no lights, and it was a cloudy night, so it was just pitch black. I could still hear it flying in the air. Then it stopped out in the distance. At that moment, I heard what I can only describe as a scream or screech of pure evil. At that moment, I froze. I had never heard anything like it, and for at least 2 seconds, everything was silent. The middle of the woods, next to a pond, always sounding with creatures, and I couldn't hear a thing except my grandmother opening the front door and yelling for me to get inside. Now, I may be someone who would want to say that I'm big and bad, but that was the fastest I ran back in the house. My grandmother, now crying, immediately told me to say goodnight to Pa and run downstairs. I tried to tell her no, but there was a look in her eyes that said not to. So I greeted my grandfather, who was barely alive at that point, and I told him goodnight, that I loved him. I hugged him tightly, then ran downstairs. I sat down for 2 minutes when I heard the sound of my grandmother coming downstairs. She came into the room and held me tightly. Then she spoke softly. "He's gone." She said we needed to stay down there for the night in her medicine room. She said a short Cherokee prayer, and we went to bed. When I woke up the next morning, we buried my grandfather. My grandmother told me then what a raven mocker was. She said that according to legend, when they consume a victim's heart, they take however many years left that person had to live as their own. She then said that Pa had cheated them because he was ready to go before they even had arrived. We are mourning over his loss, but we have told our fellow Cherokee of the incident and informed the medicine men to keep watch. Old Family Tale of the Raven Mocker by Mick J13. I am Native American, half Cherokee and part Creek, also known as Muskogee, Shawnee, and Kickapoo. My mom is a full-blood Cherokee, and my dad told me he was a mix of Muskogee, Shawnee, and Kickapoo himself. Cherokee language is syllables and not words, just in case a couple of these words sound strange to you. Now, my grandpa Thomas, whom I miss deeply and who helped raise me, used to tell me stories while he sat and smoked his tobacco in his corncob pipe. One afternoon, we sat down, and he told me of my great-grandpa Sunhawk, who had practiced medicine in his time and was well respected amongst the people who came to him for help. This was his encounter with a Kalanu Okyaliski, or in English, a raven mocker. It was in the late 1800s, mid-fall, and Sunhawk was summoned to treat a man who was near death and kept begging his family to save him from the man outside his window. He told them he needed to be protected. He didn't want his heart stolen. His family knew of the old legends and knew what was going on. They then sent the eldest son on horseback to retrieve Sunhawk. Sunhawk and the boy I'll call Junaluska was an hour away from the boy's home. Sunhawk told Junaluska to not be afraid and to pray for protection from the Creator as they strode through the cool of the evening. Suddenly, Sunhawk's eyes had fallen upon a fire-like apparition of a bird flying through the trees to the side of them. Sunhawk kept his eyes on the creature till it flew into the path in front of them, flames covering the trees as it passed, screeching a terrible sound similar to that of a raven as it disappeared toward the boy's home. The young boy asked Sunhawk why he looked up like that, having not seen the creature himself, as my family tells me Sunhawk had a connection to the spirit world. He explained to the boy that his dad had a raven mocker trying to steal his life. The boy couldn't see what he had seen, and he knew this being was of pure evil, so they rode faster, hoping to make it in time to save Junaluska's dad. They were a few miles away from the home when another screech and fast heavy winds swooped in. Sunhawk started beating on his drums, singing a song of protection against the raven mocker, praising the Creator for his love of man and woman. The creature disappeared after following them a long way until the house came into view, and another horrid screech sounded around the house that caught Sunhawk's attention to there being 2 of these demons trying to get more life to live on through the years. Sunhawk prayed, saying while smoking cedar before he entered the home, then asked the family if he could bless the house to relieve it of the evil going on. The man lay on the bed crying and had been getting lacerations on his head. The family saw them appear out of nowhere, as if something unseen were attacking him. When Sunhawk was done with the blessing, he came into the man's room. There, Sunhawk saw it. Another of the creatures, which looked right at him and screeched so loud that everyone heard it, covering their ears in panic. It flew in its fiery shape through the window and vanished. The old man lay sweating with a fever. He had asked Sunhawk to help heal him and to get rid of these demons once and for all. Sunhawk explained, upon seeing these evil spirits, they would only have a week to live, because he cursed them upon seeing them. The man managed to live a few more years, until a posse of outlaws brave enough to ride through Indian territory killed him and his family, burning their home to the ground. My grandpa Thomas always told me when you speak about them with another person, it's like telling one of the Ravenmockers to come and get you. The night Sunhawk died, he told everyone to leave the room so he could have a moment alone to pray for his passing to go smoothly. As my grandpa closed the door, big winds busted the window open, and Sunhawk screamed. The door had been barricaded by the shelf that fell over. My grandpa caught a glimpse from the crack that showed the wall opposite of Sunhawk's bed. He saw an old man holding something close to his mouth and realized blood was dripping down. He screamed, and the screech and winds came back, and the door finally opened. The lifeless body of Sunhawk lay in the bed. When the death certificate came after the autopsy, perplexingly, it showed that he was missing his heart. There were no scars or open fresh cuts, not before they opened him up anyways. I still believe to this day that they exist, the Ravenmocker, along with the other beings that the Native Americans encountered. There are things that will get you out there. Things that go bump in the night, feed off of you. So watch out. That withering old woman or beaten down old man strolling past you on the street at night could just be the one waiting to torture your soul out of you, to take your heart and eat it with no markings left on your body. It Lurks in Her Basement by Grayson. This happened in April of 2016. I had been staying with my now ex-girlfriend, who we'll call Emma. Emma and I were no strangers to anything paranormal or monstrous, and this wasn't the first or last time we had encountered something of the like. Now, before I move on, I should describe the basement, as it is important. The basement in Emma's townhouse was very small, and it was where her bedroom was. It was roughly 28 feet long and was shaped almost like a blocky letter Z, with the bedroom in the section under the stairs and a smaller area with an art desk on the latter end. Emma's bed was located under the stairs and was very tiny. The room itself was 7 feet, both in length and width, being sectioned off only by 2 thick curtains rather than a door. When I arrived that Friday, I greeted her and noted how she seemed to be feeling much better, as she had a gum graft 2 weeks prior. Throughout my stay, nothing unusual had happened, until Saturday night. That's when I got a random feeling of unease. I brushed it off, and we went on with our night, watching movies on her bed and chatting about our friends. The following morning, I woke up at 9 a.m., which was very unusual as we had stayed up very late, and I used to sleep like a rock back then. As I lay in the bed, I wondered why I had woke up. Emma was still asleep, and if I had been woken up from any sound, she should be awake too, as she slept much lighter than I did. I rolled onto my side, looking out towards the curtains on the other side of the cramped room. That's when I saw what woke me up. Tall and slender, in the far corner of the room, wedged between the dresser and curtain, stood a creature so large that its neck had to be lowered for it to fit beneath the ceiling. It was black. It appeared to have some sort of cloak on, and had a long dark beak with a slight curve, with dull white eyes above it. I lay there, motionless and confused at what I was seeing. I blinked and the creature remained, staring at the wall across from it. Cautiously, I sat up as quietly as possible to try and get a better look at what I was seeing, what I didn't want to see. As I propped myself up on one arm, the thing slowly turned its head to face me, moving its body only after it had settled its cold, lifeless gaze upon me. It seemed as if this terrible creature's body was sucking up every last bit of light, sound, and energy in the room, and I felt as if I was being judged by it. Mustering up my will to move, I tore out of the basement and ran upstairs. For the remainder of the day, I spent my time upstairs with her mother, leaving for home only after she had woken up some 5 hours later. I had called her later that night via Skype and asked if she had seen something in her room, something like what I'd seen earlier that day. Her facial expression soured into one of fear and confusion. "How would you know about that?" she asked. And before I could answer, she told me what she used to see. That thing. It used to follow me around my old house before we moved. I was confused and scared at the same time. I had no idea what this demonic bird-like creature was. A while after, Emma moved to a house that was a bit closer to mine, and whilst renovating it, she and her family had found that a small room in the basement seemed to be full of negative energy. Slowly, weird things began to happen, and that entity would appear in her new home as well. It still emanates a dark feeling, and her dogs bark and whine at the creature whenever it appears. I don't know why it follows her, or why it just stares, but I think it may be something called the Ravenmocker, based on its appearance. All I can do is pray that it doesn't decide to do something more than simply watch her. Three Encounters with the Ravenmocker by Aaron E. I have several stories centered around my run-ins with a witch that our folks called a Ravenmocker. There isn't much information on them, but I know they are usually invisible, and I've been told they can take many other forms. Number 1. Me and my oldest cousin, Tristan, had decided to go outside after everyone else had gone to bed one night. We were out at the shed talking and smoking a cigarette when I heard my grandmother calling my name. I freaked out because I thought we were busted. I got even more freaked out because it sounded like it came from behind the shed, and we knew she was in the house, which was in front of us. Now, my cousin is quite the hillbilly from up around Black Mountain, and he was really into instigating things. I am of Native American heritage, and I was raised around old Indian folk. I always believed there were things that you should fear and respect, but most importantly, fear. So anyway, he wants to check it out. Peer pressure is a heck of a thing, so I agreed to go outside and look with him. We walked out toward the tree line, and out of nowhere, I hear one of my other cousins calling me from ahead of us in a thick patch of cane on the swampy side of the woods. That particular cousin, Dakota, was in the house passed out on the couch at the time. Then my dad called me, followed shortly by my aunt, both of whom had gone home hours before this. Whoever or whatever is doing this has mimicked almost my entire family at this point. So we're creeping up to that patch of cane, and we stop about 5 feet away from the tree line. There's a tree just behind the bushes, and up about 15 feet there's a branch. Suddenly that branch starts shaking, and I hear the leaves rustling. When I looked up, I saw something falling from the branch. It looked like a giant bird, but I didn't really get a good look at it. As soon as it landed, it sounded like something started running at us, head on through the bushes. If I had not experienced these events that happened up to this point, I'd have thought a bear was charging toward us. It was the only logical answer. If you looked across the top of the cane, you could see the taller ones parting. This thing was big, fast, bipedal, and really heavy. It looked like it was going to make one heck of an entrance, with a sound to match. I can only describe the noise as sounding like a man that weighed as much as a small horse, running at full sprint. Then, right before it got to the edge, it just stopped. We were too shaken up to even move, so we simply stood there. When I finally regained mobility, I walked backwards all the way to the house. I didn't take my eyes off that tree line once, though. We got inside, and as soon as we closed the door, something hit it. Tristan opened it up to look, and there was nothing there, so we closed it and locked it. We turned and began to walk away, and it happened again, harder this time. We looked at each other and went straight to the living room. We sat there in darkness and did not move or say a word until the sun came up. Number 2. The second story happened at my house in my backyard. My buddy Fernando was staying over that night. Fernando and I had set up a tent and were planning on staying outside for the night. We were in the house getting something to drink, and I started to head back outside while Fernando was still playing around in the fridge. So we had this really weird cat at the time that would just show up out of nowhere. It would show up and creep around the edge of the woods, just watching me all the time. Sometimes he would glare at me at night, while literally peeking out from behind a tree. All you would see was a cat-shaped black outline with 2 eyes that glowed a bluish-green color when the light hit them. It was unnerving, to say the least. Occasionally, it would make these really unusual sounds that were kind of cat-like and not very cat-like at the same time, almost like it was mixing another animal's noises with it. It only did the weird noises at night, too. Now, we had a lot of cats that hung around the place, but only this one made noises like that. The other cats even seemed to be a little scared of him sometimes. They would avoid him, and some even left entirely after he showed up. Anyway, this particular night, I walked out the back door and he was sitting in the middle of my backyard. He was glaring at me as usual, so I took off in a full-on sprint, chasing him out of the yard, past the line of tall bushes that blocks out all porch light. He ran into the woods, and I don't recall ever seeing him again after that. I turned to start to walk back, and immediately felt a kind of heavy wind blowing over me. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of a cougar, and it sounded angry. It couldn't have been more than 5 feet behind me either. I made a good 30-yard dash to the back door in about 2 seconds. Fernando was on his way out at the time and had seen the whole event from the window in the back door. Fernando pushed the door open and I ran inside. His eyes were dang near big enough to use for dinner plates. Mine were probably just as big. He said something along the lines of, "Did you see that?" And I replied with, "No, but I heard it." He said that there was an older-looking man with glowing red eyes standing right behind me, and that he had nearly grabbed me. We just left the tent out there where it was, and decided to sleep in the house that night. 3. This next story also happened in my backyard. but at the other end of the tall bushes that cut through it. My dog was chained up to a tree that stood maybe 20 feet in front of this old barn behind the house. This old barn is where we store the tractor. It's pretty much just an unfinished shack. It has 3 rooms and only one has walls, mostly just plywood. The other 2 are pretty much just a tin roof and some 2x4s that hold it up. This barn is on the other side of those bushes, where the porch light stops. So I'm pacing back and forth lengthwise of the dog runner and talking to the creator, occasionally stopping to pet my dog. I know, weird, but that's how I pray. I pace a lot at night during the summer, especially in the few days leading up to, during, and after the full moon. My neighbors probably think I'm a werewolf. Anyway, I'm doing my normal pacing ritual, and I start to get this really weird feeling like I'm being watched. I immediately turned in the general direction of where I thought it was coming from. My dog made it clear that it wasn't just my imagination when she even perked up and started staring in the same direction. She started alternating between deep growls and a deep hushed bark. The hair down her back was standing straight up. Now that line of bushes blocks all the porch light, as I said before, and in the summer the trees back there are so thick that even the brightest full moon will not light up the tree line. Plus, the tin roof blocked out any light that did get past through the trees, so it was near pitch black under the shelter. I made the mistake of saying, "I know you're there. Show yourself," just as a joke. I don't even know to who. I guess I was just pretending. But what happened was not pretend. Instantly, this unseeable thing begins to attack us. Me, mostly. The dog begins to pull away, whimpering, trying to yank her head out of the collar. And my entire body is tensed up with this electrical energy in the air. A horrible smell that I can only describe as death starts floating around. I felt paralyzed and sick to my stomach. It only seemed to get worse. Whatever it was seemed to be focusing solely on hurting me. My chest began to feel like someone had set my insides on fire and started to dig around inside me with a fork. I couldn't even run. Eventually, I blacked out, or went into some kind of trance or something. When I came to, I was just standing there, still staring in that direction, standing in the same spot. My entire body was sore and I felt sick. I unhooked the dog and we walked back inside, my head nearly twisted backwards on my shoulders as I made sure that nothing was sneaking up on me. That night, I could not sleep, and I did not get out of bed for nearly 2 whole days, just closing my eyes and wishing I could have the comfort of rest. I was sick as a dog, and it felt like I had been poisoned. It took almost a week to recover completely, and after that, you could not pay me to go near those woods at night. Heck, I wouldn't even go back there in broad daylight for months after. My Father's Fall by Jerry Larry. My father passed away in 2015. My family has deep Cherokee heritage with a bloodline we have traced back over 300 years. Despite being a part of such a rich culture, the strange things my father said to us before he died of a heart attack haunt me to this day. Stranger yet, my father was basically healthy as a horse before 2015, had never smoked or even drank in his life, and had even been told by the doctor at several checkups that his heart was working perfectly. The strange talk started in February, that fateful year. That was when he started waking up in the middle of the night, clutching his chest. I found him early in the morning at about 2 a.m. when I was going to get a glass of water. He grabbed me by the shirt from seemingly nowhere, asking me if I ever spoke to the bird. I'd never been so weirded out before, and when it comes from someone like your own father, it becomes something deeply troubling. Another notable occasion was that March, when he was basically living at the hospital, hooked up to tubes and heart monitoring devices. I caught something he had whispered to my aunt. He had said, "It's twisting my chest. Talons." I remember having a nightmare after hearing that one. Then just a few weeks after that, before he was gone, my father said one last ominous thing. This one was for my mother. "Laura," he said, calling my mother over. "Why don't you see it? Why don't you even try to stop it? It's squeezing my chest. It's killing me." I'll never forget those bizarre and terrifying things he said. And until I heard you bringing up the topic of the Ravenmocker, I never would have imagined that a boogeyman from my own culture would perfectly fit what may have happened to my dad. It Wears People's Skin. Submitted by Darren H. I never thought I'd see something like this in my life. You won't find me back in the woods for a very long time. I was out there in the Ozarks. It was looking like another beautiful season for hunting. I'd been seeing deer everywhere. Almost hit one on the road, just trying to get to my perfect hunting spot. I'd been hunting at these parts for decades now. Sometimes I'd come here to escape. You know, life isn't always a happy thing. It was quiet that day, cold, misty. The autumn leaves filled the forest floor to my ankles. The trees were bare as the wind blew past their nothingness. I actually enjoyed this dreariness. It was mesmerizing. It made me want to sit up against the trunk of a tree and fall asleep for a while. So when I did finally sit down below my tree stand, I never started climbing. Instead, I did just that. I laid my head against the bark, and I closed my eyes. I woke up some time later. I had no idea how long I'd been out, or what time it was, but I did know one thing. Something woke me up. A noise. It had come from deep within the woods, maybe 30 yards ahead of me. So it was close. At this point, on any normal day, I'd already be slowly and quietly readying my gun. Thoughts of deer stew for dinner this coming week warm on my mind. But I couldn't move. I couldn't move because the sound I had heard that had jolted me awake was a sound that did not belong in our plane of existence. It sounded like a large man screaming for his life, but under his voice was another, a young girl's voice, screaming in the exact same tempo. When it had finished its double scream, it simply reversed it until it was back to silence. Chills filed over my skin as I prayed that what I had just heard was simply the fading end of a dream that I'd had. But it wasn't. There was something ahead of me. A silhouette was forming and fading into appearance from the mist. I stayed quiet. I dared not move. I gritted my teeth and forced down a scream. Because when I saw the creature before me, all life and existence lost its meaning. Whatever the creature was, it hadn't seen me yet. Maybe because it was too busy to notice. It was yanking on its own skin, pulling and tearing at it, until, rip, it came off. Yet underneath that skin there was fur, a thick layer of fur. Its arm no longer had skin on it. Now a hairy arm with a clawed hand reached out for the skin on its face. Its face was emotionless, and had the face of a middle-aged man, slightly overweight. That face's skin didn't seem to fit its face, as it appeared to hang partially from its head. Then its claw came up and ripped the skin from itself, throwing the face on the forest floor in disgust. Its real face was revealed. A mix between a young boy's face and a deer. That's the best way I can describe it. It looked irritated, fed up with something. As soon as it finished ripping the extra flesh from itself in front of me, it turned back the way it came and disappeared into the mist once more. Finally, I could breathe. Finally, I was free to think again. My mind seemed to have roared to life after idling for ages. Yet still, I waited there. I waited in the moist, fallen leaves that made my seat. I waited until I knew that thing was far enough away that either it couldn't hear me if I got up, or it couldn't catch up to me if I ran. I piled into my truck, goosebumps stacking on goosebumps all over my body. I almost screamed on the run there, agony and inhuman confusion filling my mind. I haven't gone back to those woods. I won't be going back into any woods for a very long time. Watch out when you're in the Ozarks. There's something out there, and it wears people's skin. Skinwalker After Midnight. Submitted by Taylor A. I was 19 when it happened. I was fairly in the mindset that I was indestructible and fearless. Before this night, I thought I'd seen it all. But I was wrong. I live in the Stanislaus National Forest, and to most, you wouldn't ever know where it is. It's a beautiful rural town tucked away called Tuolumne. Well, my story took place on one October night. Me and my ex at the time, let's call him S for the sake of the story. He had lived here all his life, so he knew where the coolest places to explore were. We went with some friend to Round Meadows, way out in the hills. When we got there, we found an old abandoned house. He told me the place was used by drug dealers to hide and make their stuff. Well, upon inspection, there was a second floor on the inside with a wood stove and some bunk beds. This is where we would spend our night, the unknowingly frightful night ahead. After some time, we made a fire. We cooked some food for the night. Then we went outside to go walk around. Well, S and him went one direction, while I got this harebrained idea to go off in the other. I told them I needed to use the bathroom, but I really wanted to circle around and scare them. Once enough time passed, I went back to find them. Keep in mind, I've never been to this area, and as expected, I got lost pretty fast. I was soon regretting my decision. The whole meadow was lit by moonlight, but the house we were in for the night was tucked in the tree line, so the moon was no help to find the place. I followed some movement I saw in the distance, thinking it must have been my friends, but when I got closer, I saw what looked like just 2 deer. I figured I'd scream at them to goof off, and maybe even get my friend's attention. When I turned back to look at the deer to do so, one of them stood up on its hind legs. When the other deer saw this, it ran away in fear and panic. The deer that was standing on its hind legs, it looked at me with an empty gaze, and all I could muster was, "What?" And this thing looked down at me without moving its mouth, in a creepy low voice, and it repeated back to me what I had said. "What?" And for the first time since I was a child, I was afraid out of my mind, afraid of whatever this was in front of me. In the distance, I heard my friends laughing. Then I heard a gunshot. Apparently those two were playing with a gun. As soon as the gunshot rang out, the thing started after me. I screamed and turned to run in the direction of my friends, and as I did, the thing followed suit. I tried to run as fast as I could through the tall grass in the meadows, and all the while this thing was right behind me. When it got quiet, I stopped to catch my breath, and soon I saw my friends. When they looked towards me, they looked horrified. When I turned around to see what they were looking at, I saw that thing somehow silently catching up to me, and when I looked at it, I saw its mouth morph into a hole of razor-sharp teeth. When I looked at it up close, it looked nothing like a deer, rather some mix between man and beast. It had slender, long arms and a barrel-like chest, but its legs were more human now. I was frozen in my step. I just couldn't move. Out of nowhere, a gunshot rang out again, and I turned to look at my friends. They yelled at me to duck, and as soon as I did, they shot again. This time they must have hit the thing, because it ran off into the woods. Still, I took off running, and so did the other two. Somehow we made it back to the abandoned house okay. The only problem was, there was no glass in the windows of the place, and the loft on the second floor had one stairwell to it, and no doors in between. As the top sounded safest, all of us ran up there. The boys stayed at the top of the staircase like guards or sentries, but I cowered in a corner, contemplating everything I'd just seen. I didn't want to make too much noise either. We all needed to stay alert. Soon we heard a loud crash. I got up and looked out the nearby window. That same thing from before. It was now climbing on the shingles of the roof. It knew where we were, exactly which room. We made a break for the stairs, but before we descended them, the creature burst its head through the open window, and it began to scan the room. We ran as fast as we could into the garage, piling into the cars. But as I opened the car door, I could hear it just above us, climbing around on the roof even still. As soon as we started those vehicles, we hightailed it out of that place. But no sooner had we started driving down the road, we saw that thing on all fours trying to catch up to us. S grabbed the gun again and shot at it, hitting the dirt next to it. But it was enough to get it off of our tails as the beast turned to its left and disappeared into the woods. Only later did I realize that we had left some of our things at the abandoned house, but I don't think any of us even cared. I'm 22 now. None of us really talk about what happened that day. I don't think anyone would believe us. Before this, I really had nothing to fear. Nothing about the darkness or the forests that I called home. But now, I was scared at every little movement, every little sound, and especially the dark. I can't even look at deer the same way since that day. I have never returned to Round Meadow since that day, and I don't think I ever will. Weird Stories from Mexico. Submitted by Mado8154. My mother is originally from Oaxaca, Mexico, and she shared some creepy stories told by her older relatives with my older brother and me. I kinda wish the only scary thing she had to tell us was when someone she knew got chased by a cow, but no, there were worse things in store. One afternoon in the kitchen, either my brother or I had brought up the topic of skinwalkers. My brother told me that a video game he played consisted of creatures from Navajo legends. Even though my mom's family isn't really of Navajo descent, she did tell us about how her entire family thinks that her cousin Vicky is a skinwalker that turns into a snake. She said they once found shed snakeskin in the corner of her room. However, the shed skin was massive, far too big or too long to be any regular snake in the area. And why would such a big snake be left alone to stay in Vicky's room? Surely her family would have gotten rid of it, right? This piqued my interests, for I had already listened to a bunch of skinwalker encounter stories before. Eventually, I asked her again for more stories, more tales of the skinwalker. She told one that's a little bit weirder. Mom explained that her uncle was driving home after 3 days of being away, probably to sell goods at the market. spending the night near his stand. While on the road home, his car had stopped moving, and when he tried to start it up again, it should have, but didn't. He wasn't out of gas, and he couldn't find a problem with the car. There wasn't anything wrong with it. I knew this already because the car would start later on in the story, but not before her uncle, through the blackness of the night, saw a group of people that had not been anywhere near there before, had suddenly appeared. These people, some were covered in fur, some had horns, others tails. They didn't make eye contact with him while crossing in front of his car, and then they just disappeared. Like I mentioned before, the car did start up again, but when he arrived home, he was immediately confronted by his family, who were frantically asking him where he'd been. My uncle, confused, said he was only gone for 3 days like everyone knew already. Every family member disagreed, saying that he'd been gone for 3 years, not 3 days. Of course, my great uncle was shocked. No one had any explanation for why he doesn't remember 3 years of his life. No one knows where he went. Now, I'm not a religious person by any real means, but for some reason I still do believe in demons and ghosts or spirits. Whether or not the devil himself is real, or whether or not God is real, is still something I'm on the fence about. But when it comes to skinwalkers, I'm definitely certain. I trust my mother's family 100%, even if some of their stories can be a little crazy. I really hope that none of these entities, especially the devil, try to find me after sharing this story. Unidentified Monster. Submitted by Benjamin. Around my house in Frisco, Colorado, there was about an acre of woods. Before the cul-de-sac I lived on began to be developed, the woods were mostly lodgepole pine. I was outside during the summer, and I was around 10 years old back then. What happened that day, though, I will never forget. Anyway, I was outside, about 20 feet from the cul-de-sac, when I heard it. It was some sort of monstrous growl or roar, a mix between the sound of a cougar and a reptile, though a good deal quieter. It was very close, and I briefly looked around to find it, but I didn't see anything. I was kind of creeped out, so I returned to my house, pretty much happy that I didn't find the source of this weird noise. I don't know if it followed me. It may be possible, because I'm not a quiet person. The next few summers passed without incident, and we decided, because of various reasons, including rising house prices and my sister's altitude sickness, to move north. My first year in Montana was my 6th grade year. At the time, my family rented a house. In front of the house was a pair of deciduous trees, but I don't know what type. One night, I was looking out the window in the front of the house. I enjoy watching out the windows, but this time I saw something that scared me. Outside, I saw what appeared to be a large, pale, lanky man squatting in the tree. It was staring into the window of my sister's room down the hall. It was summer, so it definitely wasn't a pile of snow on the tree. The tree had all its leaves, so it couldn't have been exposed branches. One absolutely extraordinary thing, though, was that its knees were splayed wide, like it was preparing to jump. I could see its arms, but I couldn't see their ends or even the elbows. The moon was covered by clouds, as is common here, so I couldn't see the thing very well. I turned to look away, to turn off my lamp, when I heard a thump. The house was a duplex, so it couldn't have been the couple next door. It sounded far closer. I looked out the window, and the creature was gone. But now there was a deer outside that hadn't been there before. It was looking at me, standing next to the woods that extended back up into the mountains. I know elk, I know mule deer and whitetail deer, and I know bears live up there. But deer and elk don't climb trees, and bears are covered in fur and they're thick. I don't know what it was that I saw. I believe the final part of the story could be related to these incidents. I work for the Montana Conservation Corps in the summer. During my first summer, my crew was working up in Glacier National Park during the second week. We were repairing the fence by the mini glacier entrance. As we settled down for the night, first the crew leaders went to bed, then the rest of us. I stayed up writing. We were staying in the Cutbank campground in the east side, as the locals call it. When I finally went to bed myself, during the night I was awakened. I thought I heard the sound of splashing through the creek. The creek does have some mini rapids, but what really scared me was when I went to the outhouse. It sounded like someone knocked on the door after trying the handle a couple of times. After a minute, I opened the door onto a cloudless night, and I saw something off in the distance in the fields that were nearby. The second sighting was up at Slide Lake, about a mile from the Canadian border. The hike in was treacherous. We were there to survey pika, which are related to rabbits, but look like marmots. So Slide Lake is way up there. We busted in during the first day, and I'm not interested in going up there again because of what happened. The night we were up there, it was rainy. There was a dry creek bed that was, as expected, dry. The only thing it was wet with was dirt. It was 2 feet deep with loose soil. However, the focus is not the creek. I just like to play in the dirt. The creek bed ditch was crossed by a small wooden bridge. During the first night, I woke up and had to use the restroom. The problem was, something was on the bridge, making it creak. Now, whenever something's on the bridge and is walking, it goes bump every step. The bridge occasionally creaks when you're on it. I didn't want to go outside with something creaking on the bridge like that. The creaking lasted for a good 10 to 20 minutes before suddenly stopping, and after a while the creaking stopped, and I really had to go to the bathroom. I got out and took a much-needed bathroom break at the pit toilet. More recently, there was an incident at the Hay Creek section of the Pacific Northwest Trail. This was my second and most recent season. The area we were staying at was bordered on one side by a steep drop in the valley. The other side was the side of a mountain. This was not very likely related to the others, but sometimes animals travel great distances. Anyway, I was up going to the bathroom again, and I suddenly heard a branch break over one of the tents. And of course I looked. There was nothing. I went back to going where I was going when I heard the same sound again. This time in front of me and a little to my right. It was coming from across the road, down towards the valley. The place we were staying was a dirt road, and there were bears. But bears can't cross a road without making footstep noises. They're heavy creatures. Plus, I hadn't seen a bear since we got there. I went to the bathroom, and then I heard what scared me the most. The branches all around me began to break and rustle, like something was climbing from tree to tree, but doing it in a way to make itself known. Who in their right mind would climb a 50-foot ponderosa or lodgepole in the middle of the night? I looked around me, but again I saw nothing, which, considering it was quite dark and I had no light, it wasn't surprising. And finally, there's one last incident. It was approaching evening one day. I was outside doing various banging. I was making a lot of noise as I was hammering nails in. However, after one of the nails was in, I heard what you could call a reply. 3 sounds like knocking, perhaps some small giant banging 2 trees together, coming from the hills. Every time I hammered a nail, the sound would echo in reply. Something was out there close enough to hear me doing this, and it was mimicking the sound. To this day, I'm not sure if it's one thing that's been following me, something trying to haunt me and torture me, or if these were all separate incidences. But I do know these experiences are very terrifying. Something mimics people. submitted by Gray. As I type this story, I'm much more used to the events that I experienced those few years ago. I'm going to tell you 2 experiences of when I saw this thing I call the Skinwalker. I was 13 and I lived with my family in Utah, very close to Arizona. I love to spend time with my older brother. One day we were just playing our usual games and joking around. We both suddenly heard our other brothers and mom screaming at the top of their lungs. Worried and scared, we ran into their room. We asked what was the matter, and they said that they'd heard galloping from a horse, which didn't sound too scary to me, even though there were no horses around these parts. Naturally, we tried to calm them down. As they sat there spooked, one of my little brothers admitted that he saw the thing making the noise. He said it was running on 2 legs, and it wasn't human. My brother and I, curious, decided to go outside. As we looked around the house, our dogs formed a circle around us. They seemed much more protective than usual. They seemed more serious too, not paying much mind to us. Rather, they were watching the woods around us in no particular direction, and every so often, they would suddenly bark, making us jump, and making us wonder what they had barked at. Eventually, the dogs calmed down, and they stopped barking, and we began to think that whatever was out there was finally gone. But as we walked back in the house, we were confronted by our grandmother and asked if we were calling them into the woods in the opposite direction that we actually were. This freaked us out. We were on the other side of the house completely, and we hadn't said a word since we stepped out the door. Whatever my grandma heard calling them, it wasn't us. This was the first time I ever saw my brother visibly shaken by something. About 2 months after this, our aunt moved into a trailer near us, maybe 40 yards away. I was home alone since my aunt's family and my family went picking for peaches, so I was lying on the couch in a living room next to a window, when suddenly I was filled with dread. Then the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I dismissed the feeling as best I could and tried to continue to watch TV. But then I heard my aunt's voice. It was like she was right next to me. I jumped up and looked out the window, but her car was still gone, and my aunt was nowhere to be seen. Something continued to speak, trying its best to sound like my aunt.
Come help me. Please, come outside.
And then I did something stupid. I grabbed a knife and a flashlight, and I walked outside. As soon as I did, the dogs once more formed a circle around me, and they were beginning to bark at what I saw was a shadow. The thing was a bulking figure. It towered over me. This wasn't some person, and I could feel the thing watching me. As soon as I saw it, I ran back in my house and locked all the doors, calling my aunt. She said she was about 5 minutes away, and my mom would be back later. I looked out my window, and I saw one dog sitting in front of the door. As I scanned the area outside, the dogs seemed to be protecting the entire house. They were pacing back and forth, watching the shadow in the distance. To this day, I can only believe that I'm still alive because those loyal dogs kept the shadowy thing at bay. To all of you who stay home alone sometimes, if you ever hear a disembodied voice of someone you know or love, don't listen to it. It's luring you into some sort of trap.
A true Skinwalker sighting, submitted by Warning Page 803. To begin this story and to give a little insight about me, I'm 18 years old and I grew up in Michigan. I have lived in the country for as long as I can remember. On one particular hot summer weekend,
Me and a couple of friends of mine, including my boyfriend, let's call him Tony, and my older brother, let's call him Brad, we decided that we were going to go camping for the weekend. We figured why not, it was such a nice warm week. Tony's parents had owned a cabin way out in Ludington, surrounded by a huge wooded area with a personal lake and no neighbors for at least 4 miles in any direction. But being stupid teenagers, we thought about the isolation as a good thing. More privacy. All we were ready for was to party like any normal teens would be. Well, after we got there and set up for about 2 hours, our fun started. Tony's friends brought tons of alcohol and weed to last us for the whole weekend, so we wouldn't be bored since we had no cellular service and only movies to watch. Before we knew it, it was 12 midnight and it was pitch black out, so we got a big bonfire going. It was a total of 6 people including me and Tony out there. As we talked and laughed about upcoming events in our lives, we were so distracted that we didn't even notice that my brother had literally frozen his eyes onto one section of the woods. Now, keep in mind, at the time we were all intoxicated and high. Eventually, our talking ceased when Tony realized his friend and my brother had an emotionless expression. "Hey, dude, you alright?" he asked Brad. But there was only silence, no reply. Brad didn't even make any movements to indicate that he had heard him. After a few moments of awkward silence from Brad, I began to get a little freaked out. It took a lot to faze my brother, so it was very much unlike him to act like that. Eventually, I was the first to actually question what he was staring at. He wasn't even blinking, staring into one spot in the woods. I turned my head to follow his gaze the best I could, and when I finally saw what he was staring at, my heart sank. There, right freaking there, was what appeared to be a dog at first look. At least that's what I thought. I was assuming that it was some person's dog that wandered off, but then my brain kicked back in, and I remembered that we didn't have neighbors for miles. So how could there be a dog here? My mind was still racing, while Tony tried to get Brad to speak or even move. In one motion, this thing that I thought was a dog, it began to stand, and by God, it was tall. And when I say tall, I mean massive. It must have been at least 6 feet tall. Everyone saw it then. How could you not? I heard a few people behind me gasp in unison as they finally understood the gravity of this situation, of why my brother was as still as a stick. No one moved for what seemed like hours. Eventually, Tony was the first to talk. No tail," he mumbled. No one heard what he said but Brad, and I swear to you I'm not exaggerating when I say his eyes widened as big as pan saucers. Seeing that expression on his face, that look of terror, it scared the hell out of me. "What did you say?" one of the girls asked behind me. "It has no tail," he repeated at her. My heartbeat seemed to stop in that moment, because he was right. Whatever that thing was, there was no tail on it. This was no creature I've seen before. Suddenly, my clouded alcohol mind cleared up in a fraction of a second, because my scared mind made a guess at what this thing was, and I suddenly understood why my brother was basically pissing himself. This thing, it was a skinwalker. My instincts kicked in right then and there, but before I could nope the hell out of there, that thing before us screamed an inhuman scream. That sound was enough to scare the hell out of everyone. My brother was the first to get out of his chair. He began to shout native words to the creature. I turned and solemnly told everyone else that we needed to get the fuck inside. No one questioned me when they saw how serious I was, especially Tony. He's never seen me so scared. I think we all understood that this was a bad situation. We all hightailed it into the cabin, with my brother in tow still shouting native words at the creature, which seemed to keep it at bay, while it gave us enough time to head inside. Once we were all inside, Brad followed, and he slammed and locked the door before turning all the lights off. He ran into the kitchen, opened an old dusty drawer, then pulled out these ceremonial ashes, which he started to sprinkle on the doors and windows while chanting. Of course, the whole situation was so bizarre. We were all petrified, and a few of us were in tears. After he was done, no one said a word, and for the longest time we were silent. We were all just in shock. At one point, he grabbed our dad's pistol, and he had it posted by him for hours. Everyone was entirely too shaken up to even question what just happened. We must have fallen asleep at one point, because when I woke up, my brother was packing all our stuff into the 2 cars. I understood why. We had Navajo heritage. We knew what we were dealing with. We knew it would be back, and it might not be alone. Before we left, I did a blessing on the cabin, speaking a few calming words in my native tongue, and I tried my best to calm the still very freaked out girls as we loaded up into the cars. To this day, we still haven't explained exactly to our friends what happened that night, what we saw. Then again, they never wanted to ask.
Nature. She always puts lots of belief into all sorts of haunted stories she heard from family. About 2 or so years ago, when I was 13, my parents decided to send me to my granny and papa for a month in the summer because I had told them I liked the rural area she lived in rather than the city we lived in. Can you blame me? Nicer people, cleaner air, beautiful pieces of land. I've always loved and much preferred it. When my parents first left me there, it was the same as always. My older brothers, who were 22 and 27, both also living that area with their wives and kids, asking me about boys at home, and my cousins deciding to roughhouse with the youngest cousin and only girl. When I was little, my granny always wanted me in the house and in bed by the time it was dark. Same for anyone else who was staying in her house that night. She always said it was because of the coyotes, and when I was younger, I never questioned it. But at 13, I definitely questioned why I had to be in bed. I could understand the in the house part, but not the in bed part. The first week, nothing special happened, but by the second week, I noticed some weird stuff. My belongings would go missing, then after intensive searching, I'd find them exactly where I'd left them. And trust me, I've never been a skeptic of the paranormal. My mom and I love watching shows like My Haunted House and such. I also own a Ouija board and tarot cards. So when this started happening, I immediately thought there was a spirit in the house, and I was kind of excited. But then the activity progressed. I would find stuff in my room that wasn't mine or anyone's in the house. They'd be things like old combs, rock necklaces, and once even an old, torn, dirty moccasin. Then, at about my 3rd week there, I'd find myself awake and restless every night at about 3 a.m., which I'm pretty sure is the devil's hour from what I heard, because Jesus died on the cross at 3 p.m., allegedly. Anyhow, I'd always wake up to a whining sound outside my window, like the sound of an injured animal, but something told me it was not an animal. After 4 nights of this, I finally ran to tell my granny. I'm not sure why, but that night I had this terrible, panicked feeling like if I didn't run from that room, I would lose my life that night. My granny sat me down in the kitchen and told me the story about a tribal elder from the Cherokee tribe who could communicate with the tribe's spirit guides. But he soon grew so powerful, he grew bloodthirsty. He used the spirit's powers to turn himself into different kinds of creatures, and in that form he'd attack the people of his own tribe for their flesh. When the chief found him out, he was sentenced to death and was quickly executed. It's said that during the day he's nothing more than a spirit, but at night he was beast in search of human flesh to feed upon. But not just any humans, humans with Cherokee blood pumping through their veins, like me and my gran. Nothing much else happened during my stay. However, I did move my dresser in front of the window. But just 2 days before I was supposed to go home, my cousin Christopher Jean, who at the time was 15, stumbled home one night, very bloodied, and said he'd been attacked. He told my papa it was a coyote. but he told my granny and I he only saw blurs of his attacker as it moved too fast, and he heard nothing but snarls. He yelled the Lord's Prayer, which put off the attack just enough for him to run home. My granny and I believe it was the spirit of the elder.
I ran into the Rougarou, submitted by Stanley. If you don't know what a Rougarou is, it's a Native American demon who, according to myth, has to give blood to the devil, because if it doesn't, the devil will take its blood instead. This story took place in 2003. My girlfriend and I, let's call her Yvonne, along with several of our friends and their wives, went out camping in the woods. We were out there for about 5 days. The first day was fine and everything was pretty normal, as was the second day. We were just having a good time. But by the third day is when everything went downhill. We were all sleeping in our tents that night until I heard rustling outside. Now, we all slept in different tents with our significant others. As such, I thought it'd be fun to give each tent a walkie-talkie. That way, we wouldn't have to call out to each other to talk or exit the tents in case of emergency. So immediately, when I heard this strange rustling sound, I got on the walkie and I asked Doug and Chad if, from their separate tents, if they could hear the noise in the woods. They said yes, almost cutting me off, because apparently they were about to ask me the same thing. So we guys decided to meet outside the tents to see what was going on. Before I exited mine, I made sure to grab my rifle. Outside, we met up toward the center of the campsite. By then, the noise seemed to be getting closer. It seemed like the sound was heavy. It sounded more like another person in the woods, rather than some animal of the night. This worried me more than anything. We walked over, quietly, trying not to make a noise, when right out of the blue, we heard this nightmarish screaming. But this sound was coming from behind us. We immediately turned around by instinct to see what that noise was. I felt goosebumps all over my body, even before I saw what it was. At first, I honestly thought it was another person, because it looked like an older woman, someone who definitely shouldn't have been in the forest this time of night. But it only took a few moments for me to realize that this was no person. Her skin was far too pale, and it looked like it was rotting right off of her body. And then I saw her legs, which were veiny and bent backwards, and they seemed to end in claws rather than feet. My mind and body seemed to give out. I almost dropped my gun before I remembered that I had it. This thing, whatever it was almost to my tent where Yvonne was sleeping, and God knows what this thing wanted. So I took aim and I shot at the thing. I must have hit it because it screamed again. This time it was louder and sounded like it was in pain. It then turned and dashed off into the woods. Doug and Chad went after it, while I tended to Yvonne to make sure she was okay. Thankfully, everyone was fine, so when Doug came back from chasing that creature away, we all loaded up into the sedan. We didn't even bother packing up our gear or tents. We just got the hell out of there. Needless to say, it took a while for me and my friends to want to go camping again, and to this day, we will not return to that area of the woods. Coffee Shop Creep, submitted by Siegeland and read by Let's Read.
I'm half French, half Native American, and I'm in my second year of medical school. I know I'm pretty young, but I look a lot older than I actually am. Most people think I'm 19 or 20. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm from an extremely wealthy family. Both sets of grandparents are old money, and my parents own a highly successful company. My parents are gone on business most of the time, so they insist on me having a bodyguard. I absolutely hate this, but my older brother can give me permission to go places without my bodyguard, so I'm grateful for that. I was meeting up with my best friend and a couple of my other close friends at a local coffee shop to study and talk. I managed to convince my older brother to let me go without a bodyguard. that was a bad decision. I was waiting for my friends at the coffee shop, hanging out at a table in the corner, scrolling through Tumblr and working on calculus problems, when this guy approaches me. "Hey, this seat taken?" I hesitate, as I'm sitting alone at a 5-chair table and the coffee shop is quite busy. "Yes, actually, I'm waiting for my friends." "So am I. Do you mind if I wait until my friends show up? He should be here soon." I motion towards one of the chairs and focus my gaze back on my notebook and calculus problems. I'm a very serious, rather cold person, but I've been raised with manners. "So, you in college?" "Yes." I'm slightly annoyed by this guy talking to me. I'm working on advanced calculus and it takes quite a bit of focus to solve the problems. I take a quick glance at him. He's probably 22 or so, brown hair cut in a popular style. He has blue eyes and light skin. I suppose people would think he's attractive, but I find myself to feel asexual, so I obviously don't care. "Ah, me too. What's your name?" I sigh in a mixture of unamusement and annoyance. I'm a pretty private person, so I just reply with my middle name, Siglinda. "Oh, that's a pretty exotic name. Where are you from?" I have a slight accent, something that my grandmother calls a mix between Navajo and French, but not enough to make a difference. "I'm American." I suppose the guy takes the hint here and gives up on asking. "I'm Mark. It's nice to meet you, Siglinda." I nod and continue my calculus problem. I'm not a very friendly person, plus there's something off about this guy. "So, what stuff are you working on?" "Calculus." "Oh, nice. My calculus classes are always so boring." You have really pretty eyes." I have very unusual chartreuse eyes, considering my background, and I get a lot of compliments on them. I'm used to people hitting on me, so I don't pay much attention to the compliment. "Thank you." "So, how long have you lived here?" 3 years. "Oh, wow. You're pretty new then." "I suppose." "So where did you live before that?" "Seoul." It's true. I was born in and lived in Seoul until I was 12 or so. "Really? That's cool." My laptop dings as I receive a text from a friend informing me that they'll be a bit late as his younger sister's babysitter hasn't shown up yet. My phone and laptop are connected, and I've left my phone at my family's beach house, and I have to wait until the weekend to head back and get it, so I've been using my iPad or laptop to receive and send texts. I'm looking down at my laptop, and I look up quickly to catch this guy just staring at me. I quickly glance back down at my computer. It looks like my friend isn't going to be able to make it. I guess I'll have my brother pick me up then." "Oh, you don't have a car?" I hear his tone perk up a bit. I'm honestly creeped out by this, and I'm a very logical person. "I do. My brother dropped me off here, so I have to study." "I can drive you." "What about your friend?" Warning bells are going off in my head by now. "Oh, he wouldn't mind." "No, it's fine." I quickly type in a text to the guy who drives me places to pick me up immediately and hit enter. No, save him some trouble. He's just getting out of karate right now. It's fine." He's actually a black belt, but he's not in karate. He's at home with his best friend working on school. He's in his 4th year of medical school as well. "Oh, how many siblings do you have?" I have 2 older brothers." I'm lying through my teeth. I have 2 younger twin sisters and an older brother. My oldest brother died 3 years ago in an accident where a drunk driver hit him. "Are they big and scary?" he asks in a teasing tone, but I don't think he's teasing. "Karate is quite impressive," I reply coldly. "Geez, there's no need to get so offended." "What makes you think I'm offended?" "You're so cold. Just smile more a little bit." I absolutely hate it when people tell me to smile. I shut my laptop and slide it into my book bag. "My ride's here. It was nice meeting you." My parents are classy. Creepy or not, I'll be polite to him.
I slide my notes into my notebook and put it into my book bag. I also sketch, and I'm pretty decent at it. I've been watching this show. You may have heard about it before since it started airing. It's called Kuro Shitsuji. My best friend is half Japanese, half Korean, and he's the one who got me into it, as well as one of the characters having the same name as me. I watched it a lot when my brother died, and as cheesy as it sounds, it helped me through a lot. In fact, that's why I mostly draw. It shocks me when the guy holds up my notebook filled with random sketches. "Where the hell did you get that?" I snap, reaching for it. "You dropped it on the floor." He hands it back to me. "You're great at art. What else do you draw?" I stuff the notebook in my bag while glaring at him. "Hey, no need to get offended. You're a great artist. What exactly are you drawing?" I suppose he could have snatched the sketchbook while I was working on calculus and flipped through it while I wasn't looking, but it's still strange. By this time my driver has arrived and I spot the familiar black Rolls Royce with tinted windows and breathe a sigh of relief. My ride's here. Goodbye. I walk towards the door and unsurprisingly he follows me. I grab the door and pull it open. "Is that your ride?" he asks in a slight tone of shock, looking at the black vehicle I'm heading towards. If I'm not wrong, I see a quick smile spread across his face for a moment. I don't really care if he sees the car. We have a lot of different cars, and if I wanted to, he'd never see that car in town again. I walk over, and before my driver can open my door, I pull the car door open and quickly direct him not to drive home yet and make sure the guy doesn't follow me in French before sliding into the seat and slamming the door shut. This guy proceeds to rip my door open and exclaim, "So what? You think you're just going to ignore me like that?" I was briefly in shock, but before he had a chance to escalate things any further, my driver had him subdued in a standing Kimura. "She'll be leaving now," my driver says as he releases his grip, closing my door and returning to the driver's seat. I could see the boy grabbing his shoulder in pain, flipping us off as we drove in the distance. "You really know how to pick them, ma'am," my driver says with a smirk. "It seems like they always pick me," I respond, smiling and returning to my notes.
The Native American Raven Mocker. Submitted by Vana. There was a story told to me as a young child. A story my grandmother used to tell me. My grandma is Cherokee. Way back when, the Cherokee Indians covered most of the southeast United States. The Nu-Nu-Nu-Wee is a monster of the Cherokee beliefs. It is described as a human-like being with a skin as hard as stone, of which no weapon can pierce. It's also known as the Stone Man. When my grandma was a small girl, my great-grandfather took her hunting in the woods of Kentucky to get food for their supper. They got down to a river bottom and they saw an elderly man with a cane. He appeared to be very dirty, with rags for clothes that were covered in holes. My great-grandfather saw the man's face, so he yelled out to ask the man if he needed some help. Oddly though, the man did not respond, so he yelled out to him again, "Sir, do you need any help?" The man still did not say a word. Then, out of nowhere, a large deer came running towards my grandma and my great-grandpa. My great-grandfather grabbed my grandma and the deer ran past like he didn't see a thing. And to make matters weirder, the elderly man finally turned around and spoke, but this is what he said. "I like that little girl." That's when my grandma began to cry, praying to God that everything would be okay. The next thing she knew, the man had pulled out a gun, and he began to shoot towards my grandma and great-grandfather. His skin began to turn a gray color, like the rocks on a stone path. The elderly man yelled again, "When I catch you, I'll eat you, then lay you down to die." My grandma was bawling her eyes out, when suddenly my great-grandfather's dog, Tuiki Leo, came running down at full speed and began to bite the man, From there, my grandma could hear the gnashing of the dog's teeth. The dog didn't even leave a mark, and it sounded like the dog was chewing on a rock. The elderly man smiled with this dog attacking his arm, and that's when whatever this man was picked up the dog that was biting him, and he began to chew on him. My great-grandfather, a big and powerful man in his day, who was known to never be scared of anything, had a look of dread and terror in his eyes. He picked up my grandma right away and ran back through the forest, taking her away from that man, from that disturbing scene. But only a few minutes later, they heard very loud, very heavy footsteps behind them. When they reached the edge of the forest, they took one look back behind them, and there was the man, the same distance he was before. He had a bloody smile on his face, and he was laughing. He was still holding the dog. Tuiki was now lifeless. My great-grandfather turned and ran out of the forest completely, and when they looked back again, the man was gone. Finally out of that forest, my great-grandfather and grandmother felt a sense of peace and safety. My grandma has since passed on, but during her time on Earth, she told me this story many times, and she actually had a journal entry on it from when she was a child. I'm 3/4 Cherokee myself, and to this day, I won't go into those woods because I fear the man may show up again. I fear the Nununui. Native American Story, submitted by Anonymous, and read by Let's Read.
I live on the Menominee Reservation in Wisconsin. Growing up around here, paranormal and mysterious activity is something that most of us, and honestly probably Native Americans in general, have grown accustomed to. We all have our own local police force, and I was told this story through one of the police officers who had been employed there for quite some time. He will stay anonymous for privacy reasons. So how our reservation is laid out is there are a lot of tribal housing areas and a ton of woods and trees, basically what the tribe is known for. There was a night where this officer and his partner were called to an initially thought domestic violence call. It is a pretty normal thing around here, unfortunately. So the individual who made the call explained that they could hear people screaming, fighting, breaking and shattering glass within this residence. So the two officers rushed over to the alleged residence, and as they approached the house, they too could hear the screaming, kids crying, and the place basically being destroyed from inside. The officers had to engage and try to stop the violence. As they knocked on the door, they could still hear the ruckus, so they had to bust the door down for safety reasons, and when they entered the residence, it was completely dark, and the officers had flashed their lights everywhere and couldn't find a single piece of evidence that anything violent had taken place, and the entire residence was empty. Both of the officers had left and were extremely creeped out from this experience, and don't really talk about it from the best of my knowledge. And to be completely honest, it really surprised no one around the town, considering creepy experiences are a normal thing around here. I hope I have more opportunities to share creepy stories from around this dark heritage.
It Was Mad by Justin V. It happened back in summer of 2014, and it's one of the most frightening and invigorating experiences of my life. I've always been an avid outdoorsman, and I've always loved the woods and camping, and really anything that involved being with nature. During the particular summer, I was thrilled to have met a coworker, a man who loved the outdoors as much as I did. He was half Native American and half white, and people often called him White Bear. He loved it and embraced the name. It wasn't too long after meeting him that he invited me out to go camping on his family's land one weekend. I was exuberant. This parcel of land was over 5,000 acres and had been owned by his Cherokee family for several generations. It had a couple of square miles of nothing but woods and swamp, but teemed with game like wild boar, black bear, and white-tailed deer. I met up with him at his house, and before departing for the woods that day, we took an inventory of what we had. A 12-gauge, a Welsh longbow, a few hatchets, a tent, and some food and water. We had plans to track and maybe hunt some game early the following morning. When we arrived at his family's land, we parked my car and hiked a mile or two into the woods. It was beautiful and lush. The forest was loud with birds and smaller animals chirping and whatnot. Eventually, we found what seemed to be the perfect spot for setting up a campsite. White Bear set up with his 12-gauge to see if he could bag a squirrel or something for dinner, while I began to dig a fire pit. Several minutes after digging into the ground, I stopped a minute to catch my breath and wipe the sweat from my face, when I noticed the forest had gone eerily silent and still. Having been in the woods plenty of times before, I knew that when the birds stopped singing, it was a good sign that there was a predator nearby. Without hesitation, I grabbed the longbow, and I waited as quietly as possible, surveying my surroundings meticulously, looking for movement. By that point, the sun was going down, and White Bear had been gone a long time. I thought it was best by then to go looking for him. I was certain he hadn't gone far, but I wanted to make sure he was back at camp before dark. It wasn't long before I found one of his tracks in the mud and began following the trail. I came around this curve in the woods where I couldn't see around the bend due to the fact that it was so dense with brush. As I rounded the thicket, I began calling out to my friend, but received no verbal response. I had been calling out to White Bear for about 30 seconds when the bushes in front of me began to rustle like something big was attempting to pass through them. I called out again to White Bear, thinking it was him, but with no response. I raised the bow with an arrow already notched and drew back, ready to let loose. Eventually, White Bear's head popped out, and he looked at me with a startled expression on his face. "Whoa, man, calm down," he said loudly. I was relieved it was him, and asked why he didn't answer me. He said there were signs of deer in the area, and he did not want to scare them away. We started making our way back to camp just as the sun was setting, and we began to cook some beans and talked about past camping and hunting experiences we had. He and I both had a lot of stories to share, as we both had already seen a lifetime of adventure. As the night went on, White Bear began to tell me some of his family's stories of demonic creatures in the woods that took on the form of wolves and deer, and I was absolutely awestruck, fascinated. I'd never heard of the Wendigo or cryptids before that, nothing besides Bigfoot. After a while, my eyes grew heavy, and I decided it was time for bed. White Bear, however, insisted on staying up, so that we could have someone keeping watch. I remember thinking he was a bit paranoid, but still didn't mind the notion of it, and even said I would take a turn to watch in a few hours. I fell asleep with the peaceful sounds of cicadas and various birds and other insects playing a symphony all around us. It was around 3 a.m. that I awoke to White Bear shaking me. Dazed and feeling like I just awoke from a coma, I was having a hard time realizing what he was trying to say to me. In a whispered tone, he was saying something that I'll never forget. Word for word, it was, "Dude, something is pissed off." I attempted to comprehend what he was saying, but I was still halfway out of it. I finally woke up fully when I heard a sniffing noise just outside the tent. Whatever it was sniffing the air and the ground, one after the other repeatedly. From its snorts, I could tell it was something big, at least the size of a black bear. Just 10 seconds after I was awoken, it began to go ballistic. It stomped loudly like an agitated horse as it trumped around the camp, now snorting loudly. Its snorts were wet, like an animal that had a cold. We sat there listening to it as it circled our tent, until it stopped just 4 feet beside the back of us. The animal seemed to stand still. White Bear and I looked at each other with the same look, to get ready, because we thought it was about to charge at us. White Bear pumped around into his 12 gauge, and I grabbed a blade, and we sat there waiting for what felt like an hour. A cursed hour. I was pumping with adrenaline and excitement, but also a very deep sense of dread, thinking that this could be my last fight. After another minute of silence, I made the choice to yell out, and I mustered every bit of bravado I had in me, screaming in a barbarian-like way. White Bear joined in, and we carried on the screaming and yells and shouts for a few seconds, and then stopped. We heard the animal turn away and start running through the thicket, screeching at the top of its lungs. What made this weird was it sounded nothing like anything we'd ever heard, far from any bear. I remember it distinctly to this very day. It sounded bird-like, but also very guttural. During that moment, my brain was thinking I was listening to a raptor from Jurassic Park. That's honestly the best way I can describe it. We were both frozen in terror as we listened to it crash through the woods as it screeched into the night. It took a few minutes for us to compose ourselves, but once we did, we grabbed our stuff and a flashlight and looked around the camp. Nothing was out of place, and we really couldn't see much of our surroundings due to the forest being so thick, and the moonlight didn't help at all. We crawled back into our tent and set up, talking about what had just happened. Again, we were both very experienced woodsmen, and White Bear was a seasoned hunter. He said he had never heard anything like it. We wondered about the possibility of it being a large wild boar, and that was certainly possible, but that would not explain the screech it had made. There was also the fact that it sniffed the ground and then the air. That behavior is very bear-like, but black bears don't stomp around like that, let alone make a noise from their mouths like that screech. Its movement as well was more akin to a horse. I also mentioned how the animal crashed through the woods as it fled away, with as little grace as possible. It was far too large to be a deer, and the deer here are very shy of humans, because the land is hunted year-round. We did eventually manage to fall back to sleep after a while, and awoke just as the sun was rising. With the morning sun highlighting our campsite, we looked around the area for tracks. We found everything from deer tracks to raccoon prints, and our campsite looked like it had been ransacked. Our food bag had been tied up 12 feet in a small pine tree the night before, but it was now on the ground and scattered. The mud and dirt around us had all been disturbed, but we could find no other tracks. After breakfast that morning, White Bear and I went on a morning hunt before leaving, and everything else was uneventful. Fast forward to a month later, I was over at White Bear's house, preparing for an afternoon at the target range on his land. He was really eager to show me a picture on his computer though, one from his uncle's game camera that had been taken a few days ago. He opened the image, and I could first see that it was taken during the day. At first glance, it looked like a brown smudge of mud on the camera lens that it was taking about 60% of the picture. White Bear pointed it out to me, that what I was looking at was brown fur. He explained a few details of the camera's location, and a slight chill went up my spine. The game camera was 5 feet up the tree, which meant that the animal that fur belonged to was huge. To think we were in the woods with something of that size, that was creepy enough. Thinking back on it now, I remember the stark silence of the woods as if there was a large predator around when White Bear had woke me up. To this day, I'm not certain of what we encountered. It could have very likely been a bear or a deer or even a wild boar. Or it could have been something else. I still will never forget the shrieks and cries it let out, nor the sound of it sniffing the air with that cold sound. This was perhaps my most memorable camping trip, and since then, I don't go deep into the woods, not without my trusted 30-30. Thanks so much for listening to this single story episode. I hope you enjoyed. I can't wait to get back and start sharing some longer videos with you. If you want to be in a future video, you can send me your true scary story at darknessprevails.org. You can send any story, but I am looking for security guard confessions. Anyway, until next time, guys, this world is a strange one, so stay safe out there and stay creepy.